Chapter 1684. Bodhi trees covered the ground. The broken Mount Meru no longer had the boundless power of faith. It was no longer shining like a golden waterfall. Instead, there was only greenery and vitality. Bodhi trees covered the entire mountain range. It was less flashy and more plain. In an ancient temple deep in the mountains, the sound of chanting rang out. It was distant and profound, as if a vow from 500 years ago was being transmitted. The wind blew and the Bodhi leaves danced in the wind. It was as if the vows from 500 years ago were being transmitted. 500 years ago, 500 years later, 500 years later, 500 years of praying in front of the Buddha. The last lamp, the stone Buddha, and the lonely figure accompanied each other. It was drizzling and the raindrops fell. The Bodhi leaves drifted down, drenching the temple and stirring up the dust of time. A pure white hand picked up one Bodhi leaf after another in the drizzle, and carefully carved every word that was filled with the power of will. The leaves drifted away with the wind. The sky was filled with pure white and sparkling raindrops. The Bodhi trees covered the mountain, green and green. The sound of chanting carried with it the silence of Mount Meru. After 500 years, this was a reincarnation that lingered over the mountains and rivers, moving the hearts of the people. What fell was a lifetime of loneliness, listening to the silence of a single person in the depths of Mount Meru. One Bodhi leaf after another flew into the air, riding the wind into the distance. The mountain was quiet. Apart from the faintly discernible chanting, there was nothing else. Long Yuxuan and Zhang, winching helplessly, turned to descend the mountain. Forget it. Master has been to Big Dipper, so he must have been to the Western Desert. He should know better than us. What is this? Zhang Wenchang was shocked. At the foot of the mountain, one Bodhi leaf after another fell down. Each leaf had a single word on it, but they could not recognize it. How come I don't recognize it? Long Yuxuan asked. Oh, it has something to do with the power of faith I'm researching. It contains the power of the next life. Zhang Qingyang was shocked. He felt a pure power of faith. He closed his eyes and sensed it with his heart. He was greatly stimulated. Carving was an instinct, and he had risen to the forefront of theory to sublimate and comprehend. To him, this was a great harvest. He was touched and enlightened. Buddhism is as deep as the sea. Perhaps even the Buddhas themselves have not realized what kind of achievement this is. The past, present, and future are full of mysteries and mysteries. Zhang Qingyang studied it seriously and was enlightened. However, he could not read these words accurately. He could only vaguely understand the words "meet again in the next life." This kind of wish could only be read by certain people. They took a deep look at Mount Meru, then left with the Bodhi leaves. The three of them hurried towards Central Continent. There was a 5-colored altar there that led to the depths of the distant outer space. They needed to borrow that path to leave. 5-colored divine light flickered. They left this place and crossed the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, they passed through star seas one after another, traveling at extreme speed. This was a wonderful process. Occasionally, one could see the shining starry sky outside through the space-time barrier, as well as the various sceneries in the universe. Who is that? It's too terrifying, so powerful. When they passed by a sea of stars, they saw a white-robed man covered in blood. However, it was definitely not his own blood. Instead, it was the result of him killing all sorts of primeval divine beasts. How could there be so many divine beasts? It really was inconceivable. Those were white tigers, every single one of them larger than a giant peak, their roars shattering the cosmos. Their entire bodies erupted with silvery white, holy radiance as they fled. Those azure dragons were all tens of thousands of li in length, but now they were fleeing in a panic. From snakes to vermilion birds, everything that should be there was there, every single one of them divine birds and ancient beasts from the archaic savage era. They were being driven away by this person, their blood splashing everywhere. This didn't seem real, leaving them in disbelief. Something's not right. He is facing tribulation, just that it is too terrifying. That type of tribulation imitates immortal domains, great realms, producing immortal, auspicious creatures that seem to truly exist. This is at least a great tribulation of Quasi-Emperor's third great heaven or higher. Master has a great enemy. The three of them were moved, feeling incomparably shocked. Someone who could make the heavens send down this type of great tribulation was definitely someone extraordinary. When Yi Fan faced the Quasi-Emperor tribulation, there was also an immortal domain that descended, all types of divine beasts and auspicious birds appearing. However, others had never heard of them before. Remember his appearance. Unfortunately, they were too far away, and they couldn't see clearly. Moreover, that person's back was facing them. Suddenly, that person turned around, as if he had sensed something. A pair of eyes pierced through the space-time passageway, turning into two streaks of divine radiance as they rushed over. How terrifying! The three of their expressions changed. What kind of person was this exactly? His spiritual senses were too sharp, and they had never heard of anyone with such terrifying instincts, able to see through heaven and earth, even able to detect those who were traversing the void. The white-clothed person rushed over, his steps making heaven and earth collapse. The sun, moon, and stars in the surroundings fell with rustling sounds, as if a deity from the barbaric era had descended into the lower realm. The most shocking thing was that his face was shrouded in chaotic energy, and then it spread towards his body, making it hard for others to see clearly. It shouldn't be a chaotic body, right? Long Yuxuan said in shock. There had always been rumors in the world that this type of physique was unrivaled under the heavens. In the legendary era, even the celestial being feared it, and those who had achieved the Tao had shed blood because of it. The only thing that made people rejoice was that Zhang Wenchang and the others were traversing the starry sky. They only stopped for a moment, and then they immediately left. The person who came was very fast, but it was impossible to intercept them. If he goes up another level, he will most likely be able to intercept the teleportation power of the five-colored altar. What kind of person is this? The three of them all revealed worried expressions. Behind them, the chaotic energy surged, and then it began to transform into a divine object of the great Tao. In the end, it collapsed and reforged into a chaotic cauldron, suspending above the person's head. His eyes were incomparably deep. However, it was impossible for the three of them to see all of this. Traveling through the starry sky, one could sometimes see many dazzling things, and other times they could only see darkness and loneliness. Each person's experience was different. The three of them had not yet recovered from the shock just now, and their expressions changed greatly again because they saw a strange scene. The space-time passageway passed through a star. There was a blue sea in this ancient land of life, and the shadows of the sun, moon, and stars were sinking in it. The most shocking thing was that there were endless green lotuses growing in the sea, flickering and blotting out the sky. Each one was like a giant ancient tree. Yen Ruyu, Zhang Qingyang cried out in surprise. They had been in the Big Dipper for many years, so they naturally knew and had seen the statue of this woman. They recognized her at a glance. This was one of the most outstanding figures of the demon race in the entire universe in the last 10,000 years. What is she doing? The three of them were all stunned. In the center of the sea, there was a special green lotus that emitted chaotic energy. It towered into the clouds, and the lotus was as white as snow. Within the petals, there was a heart that was beating loudly. And Yin Ryu was sitting cross-legged on a green leaf opposite it, as if she was guarding this green lotus of chaos, and also as if she was using this ruby-like heart to cultivate and comprehend the way. That lotus of chaos is the Qing Emperor's weapon, right? Rumor has it that it was forged from his body. It is very special. It can't be. They stared at the blue sea and were deeply shocked. They suddenly thought of many things. Yen Ryu, who had disappeared for many years, was actually on such an ancient star, guarding a green lotus and cultivating. It was really strange. Obviously, Yen Ryu had fallen into a deep state of enlightenment. She would not wake up for a few years, and she would not be able to sense anything. And they also could not stay for too long. They turned into flowing light and disappeared, rushing into the depths of the universe and into the starry sky. Mother Star was a small planet with life, but it was an important town in the universe. Because of its special geographical location, whether it was going to the underworld, the Tao Palace, or the Imperial Court, they had to pass through here. On this star, there was an ancient divine platform that was used as a transit point, so many cultivators would come here to borrow the way. The five-colored altar did not cross the void endlessly. After Zhang Qingyang and the others came out, they had to change their route and continue to go to the Celestial Court, but it was not far. Line up, come in order. First, report the coordinates, and then pay the fee. This was no longer the five-colored altar, but the divine platform left by the Archean Emperor. It could also be used for directional teleportation. It was simple, fast, and very convenient. However, there were powerful soldiers in front of the divine platform. All of them were holding heavenly dagger axes, wearing armor, and full of murderous intent. You want to go to the Tao Palace? You need to pay 1,000 sets of Vulcan bronze armor, a soldier said to the people who stepped onto the divine platform. So expensive? The few of them jumped. They had already filled the divine platform with divine power and could activate it. They never thought they would have to pay such a high toll. Is it expensive? If you go to the sector where God's organization is, 10,000 sets of Vulcan bronze armor wouldn't even be considered a lot. A soldier laughed coldly, stabbing the metal dagger axes in his hands into the ground. The few of them were angry, but did not dare to say anything. Now that this place had fallen into the hands of the underworld, the toll was shockingly high. However, not many dared to go against such a colossus. The people in front all swallowed their anger and paid the corresponding amount of Vulcan bronze essence to buy the way, and then they left. When it was Zhang, Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and the others' turn, they reported the territory where the Celestial Court was. The soldier immediately looked them up and down for a long time, then said, 5 kilograms of Daluo, silver essence. What? Are you robbing us? We're just borrowing the way, and you want this kind of divine material? Long Yuxuan was enraged. Hopper, if you don't have anything, then stand to the side. Going to the Celestial Court is worth this price. The soldier walked over and said coldly, staring at them carefully, Isn't your attitude a little too vile? Zhang Wenchang said, What did I see? A second-level immortal foundation bro. What a weirdo. With this kind of cultivation, he wants to travel the universe? Ha ha. The soldier from the underworld laughed wantonly, stabbing the metal dagger axes in his hands into the ground, full of mockery. Zhang Wenchang did not care. Zhang Qingyang had long been tempered in the world of mortals, so he was no longer shocked by honor or disgrace. Long Yuxuan shook his head and said, We don't have Daluo, silver essence. Why don't we put it on credit first? If you don't have it, then scram. Don't look for trouble. You can't go to the Celestial Court. The soldier said with a cold expression, Who is it that has such big words? Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your tongue? The void split open and a few people walked out. One of them had a shiny bald head and said, The underworld is really bold, sealing the Celestial Court in all directions and secretly dispatching Een soldiers and Een generals. Are they trying to deal with us before the final battle between the four powers? Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 1685. So, it's an esteemed guest of the Celestial Court. Apologies for not coming out to welcome you. A man walked out from behind the soldiers. Although he had Een Chi on him, he was not much different from a normal person. Everyone was shocked. This was the reincarnation of a corpse, and his body had given birth to a new spiritual consciousness. Such a person was definitely an expert. He must have had a great background when he was alive, and his status in the underworld would not be low. Sealing off the Celestial Court. Is this how you treat an esteemed guest? The few people who came looked unhappy. They had been in this important town for a few days and had already investigated clearly. You know that this kind of teleportation formation costs a lot, and we are only operating it to break even. Although the ghost general's face was pale and bloodless, he looked very elegant. He wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, like a vampire aristocrat from an ancient castle who had not seen the sun all year round. "This must be Uncle Master Zhang Yang. We have received a report that you are returning to the Celestial Court." The bald man came forward and greeted Zhang Qingyang and the others politely. He stated his identity as one of the 8 disciples of Huahua, known as Vajra Buddha. He did not pay attention to the man from the underworld. Instead, he introduced the current situation to Zhang Qingyang and the others. The Celestial Court was sealed off by the underworld, and there was some trouble. After learning of Zhang Wenchang's identity, Vajra Buddha and the others hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Zhang Wenchang was speechless. This was the disciple of Yi Fan's disciple. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed, and the new generation had replaced the old. It made one sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Until now, people of a generation of Yi Fan and Zhang Wenchang were already more than 500 years old. "Sai, you guys have ignored me. How embarrassing. No matter what, I am a ghost general of the underworld." The man threw the silk handkerchief in his hand, his face a little cold. "Who dares to look down on the underworld? We are returning to the Celestial Court, and we would like to borrow your path. Can you open the teleportation formation?" Vajra Buddha asked. "Oh, 100 kilograms of Daluo silver essence will do," the pale ghost general said with a gentle smile on his lips. "You've gone too far." A monk at the back shook his shovel and frowned. "Let's talk things out. We're all people of status, and we need to be reasonable. Without divine materials, this path really won't work. Why don't you stay for a few days and help the underworld do some things to repay your debt?" The ghost general's smile became even brighter. "Pa!" A straw sandal flew over. One of the sadhus behind the Vajra Buddha kicked off a shoe and threw it at the ghost general's bright face. "I'll step on your face." He was very direct. When faced with this kind of arrogant person, Ku Tuchuo's simple and crude method was very effective. It made the other party's smile freeze on his face, and he became incomparably cold. "You still don't know who I am, do you? I'm the first child of Jiao. If anyone from the Celestial Court wants to go over, leave an arm behind." He completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Everyone in the area retreated. Everyone knew that Yi Fan had a grudge against the underworld. Back then, he had killed Longevity, Celestial Being's disciple, and the Chaotic Sky 7 heroes in the First Imperial Pass. Putting all this aside, the divine physique was destined to be entangled with the underworld in his later years. They were natural enemies. This battle naturally broke out, and it became the fuse. The ghost general was very powerful, and the Vajra Buddha was not an ordinary expert either. The two fought fiercely. In the end, Zhang Qingyang made his move. He opened his mouth and spat out a jade cauldron. The power of faith flowed out like a waterfall, directly drowning the area. "Ah!" the ghost general screamed. He was a Yin spirit, so he was very afraid of this kind of thing. His entire body started to burn. Zhang Qingyang was not very strong, but his research on the power of faith had reached the acme of perfection. He knew that it was a great deterrent to Yin spirits. You want to stir up trouble in the territory ruled by the underworld with such a small amount of power of faith. A woman's dignified voice sounded. The mistress of the 9 children of Ghost Mother had arrived. Her entire body was surrounded by 9 nether green flames. She sat on a golden carriage with a phoenix crown on her head. Her green hair danced in the wind, and she had 18 hands. The expressions of the Vajra Buddha and the others changed. They were in charge of investigating the blockade, but they did not expect to meet such a powerful commander of the underworld. The other party was definitely the Great Sage. "I hate the name Celestial Court. It's best to eradicate the Celestial Court before eradicating God's organization," Ghost Mother said coldly. Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, Zhang Wenchang, and the others' expressions changed. This woman was very strong. She was not just an ordinary kind of scary. Her whole body flowed with ghost god rings, and her cultivation was profound. She was a top expert among the Great Sage. "Don't wait for me to do it myself. In it yourself. Of course, don't damage your bodies. I still need them to refine ghost soldiers and ghost generals," Ghost Mother said coldly. However, when she saw Zhang Wenchang, she was very dissatisfied. Too weak. You could die now. She pointed a finger at him, wanting to turn him into ashes. You think you're infallible. Do you really think you're a supreme being? Do you think you can rule over the world? That's my uncle master. How dare you offend him? A loud shout came from the sky. Following that, golden light surged over like an ocean, cutting through the sky and sending Ghost Mother flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the bones in her body crackled. In the sky, a figure like a golden god of war descended. He stood tall and straight, and his whole body was covered in divine rings. He looked incomparably divine. Yang Shi pays his respects to Uncle Master. He bowed respectfully. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people in the city felt their hearts tremble. Who was Yang Shi? He was the disciple of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. He was also a Saint Physique. In the past 20 years, who could contend against him? When Yi Fan didn't appear, he fought in his master's stead, sweeping through the universe. His most famous battle was 3 years ago, when he killed the Overlord. Bathed in the Overlord's blood, he shook the heavens. I pay my respects to my 2 senior brothers. Yang Shi then bowed to Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan. You trespassed on the borders of the underworld, Ghost Mother said. Scram! Yang Shi shouted, causing her to cough up more blood. She staggered backwards. Good. You've humiliated us. In the future, you'll definitely fall to the underworld and be reincarnated. Ghost Mother said ruthlessly, then turned to leave. She knew that no matter what, she wasn't Yang Shi's match. One had to know that Yang Shi had killed the Overlord, who had shaken the heavens. He was invincible under the Quasi-Emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that this Saint Physique wasn't far from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. He could take that step at any time. I hate it when people threaten me. Yang Shi raised his hand and pressed forward. No, Ghost Mother shouted. However, she was completely powerless to resist. A huge golden palm pressed down, directly smashing her into a bloody mist. Broken bones flew in all directions, then burst into flames. Both her body and soul were destroyed. There won't be any problems, right? Long Yuxuan asked. After all, the underworld was a colossal entity. Provoking them would be earth-shattering, incomparably shocking, and could possibly lead to great trouble. It's fine. Master said that we won't provoke them. However, if they bully the Celestial Court, we'll kill them without hesitation. Yang Shi said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The underworld soldiers who had been arrogant just a moment ago were all scared witless. They had never thought that the person they had provoked would have such a powerful background. It turned out to be Yi Fan's disciple, and that the weirdo they had made fun of was actually a friend of Yi Fan's. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Some of the soldiers trembled. They were directly suppressed by Yang Shi's powerful aura and collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It looked like a small battle, but a big storm was about to blow. In the Celestial Court, Yi Fan looked at the Bodhi leaves one after another, silent. The jade-green leaf on his fingertip was very heavy. It was engraved with 500 years of prayers, 500 years of reflection, and recorded the power of time. In the end, the Bodhi leaf turned into a rain of light and disappeared from his hand, leaving him in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, he turned around and walked towards the deepest part of the Celestial Court. There was a Bodhi tree there, which was now more than 10 zhang tall and glistening with emerald green. Father, a little girl with a childish voice called out. She staggered as she ran over. She looked to be about 1 year old and was a delicate little girl. Slow down, little Violet. Don't worry. Little Nan was also only 2 or 3 years old, but she was like a little adult, guarding by the side, taking care of the charmingly naive little girl. The night was dark, and the Bodhi tree was glowing. Yi Fan turned around and revealed a doting smile. He squatted down and scratched little Violet's nose, then patted little Nan's head. Father, hug. Little Violet was struggling to walk, and her speech was not very clear. She looked very young and tender. When she was born, she was very special. She could run and jump, but she was sealed by Yi Fan. He was afraid that if she cultivated too quickly in the future, there would be some hidden dangers. Yifan picked up the naughty little girl, who was climbing up his body, and patted her gently, letting her fall asleep. Not long after, Jizuo walked over and took the little girl from his arms dotingly. Then, she walked towards the palace in the distance. Under the Bodhi tree, Yifan was lost in thought as he looked at the starry sky. Little Nan Nan sat obediently at the side and said softly, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to become stronger." "Nan Nan, help Big brother. Those bad guys won't dare to come. Don't be afraid," the little girl said innocently. She already knew what she meant to the celestial court. Even if she didn't do anything, she could intimidate the most terrifying person like the emperor. Big brother's heart is very uncomfortable. Someone used the power of hope to leave a letter for me in the human world. Finally, I know her whereabouts. I want to go to the underworld. Yifan said softly. "I'll go with Big brother." Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes, raised her head, and said sweetly, "No, you can't leave the celestial court. Many eyes are watching." Yifan shook his head. "I don't know if I can come back. If I leave like this, it will be too irresponsible. If I don't go, my heart will burn." Yifan said. He needed strength. He needed to have the supreme cultivation to fight as supreme being. He needed the divine body to be completed. "I want to create a new technique and complete it in the shortest time possible." Yifan stood up, his eyes filled with determination. That night, Yifan listened to Zhang Qingyang talk about the wondrous use of telekinesis, as well as the possibility of reincarnation. Blood exists by borrowing the body of later generations. Generation after generation, it is tempered and nourished. Divine sense takes form and sits in the hearts of all living beings. Yifan muttered to himself. This was the result of his further deduction. "Master, take precautions against these people. They might really have an afterlife. In the future, there might be unimaginable enemies." Zhang Qingyang said, "My Tao is in this world. I don't seek an afterlife. I want to be invincible in this world and crush everything." Yifan said resolutely. 2 days later, She came to the Bodhi tree and reported in a low voice, "Master, I accidentally killed Ghost Mother." Yifan nodded, indicating that he understood. She didn't leave and said, "I accidentally killed Ghost Mother's master again. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them," Yifan said. "I was also careless and killed Ghost Mother's master's master. If people offend me, don't force them. There's no need to hold it in," Yifan said again. "Yes, that's why I killed another ancestor of theirs," She said shyly. Yifan was speechless. However, She still refused to leave. "What's wrong? I also killed a ghost marshal. It's almost certain that he's going to become the quasi-emperor soon. He's going to be a powerhouse of the underworld." Yifan couldn't help but ask, "How many people did you kill?" "After I left, they ambushed me. When I killed a young one, they provoked an old one. I killed a total of 108 generals of the underworld," She said nervously. When Yifan heard this news, he was shocked. He believed that the outside world must be in an uproar. Those were 108 ghost generals of the underworld. That was equivalent to 108 planets being wiped out because they had lost their guardians. In reality, it was just as Yifan had predicted. The elites of the underworld had ganged up on Shi, injuring him severely. In a fit of rage, Shi had slaughtered all of them and destroyed the flags of the 108 stars of the underworld. "What else are you hiding?" Yifan asked. "The underworld prince, Yama's son, and Hell's son have all come out to kill me. These three were the next successors of the underworld. In the future, one of them would be the underworld palace lord, and his status would be frighteningly high." "What's the result?" Yifan asked. "The Yama's son was killed by my senior brother, Yitong," She said honestly. Yitong had become the quasi-emperor 10 years ago. His strength was unfathomable, and he was on the same level as the ancient prince. Now, his name shook the universe, and he was known as the reincarnation of the sacred Sun Emperor. Chapter 1686. Miaoyi fell into the underworld, using the power of will as a memento for me, saying that we will meet again in the next life. Yifan wandered through the cosmos alone, gazing at the boundless starry skies. His heart was filled with grief. He needed power, an unmatched divine might that could fight against supreme beings. How could he charge into the underworld if he didn't? Several levels of the pagoda were broken. 500 years had long since been covered in dust, as well as old memories. Western Desert could no longer see the past lake of Au, nor could they see that beautiful figure. Yifan descended onto the great earth, walking step by step, diligently searching. Back then, the two of them circled the lake, listening to the ancient temple's long drawn-out bell sounds. It seemed as if it was still before their eyes. There was only rubble ahead. The great bell had been broken for hundreds of years, its rust half buried in the earth. Lake of Au had already dried up, becoming a desert. There was only gravel left. That past unmatched magnificence, that pure lotus-like figure, had long ceased to exist in this world. Everything had become the past. Only the wind was still there, blowing the damaged scriptures, making walala sounds. The damaged scripture barrels spun about, creating chaotic sounds, not letting down the Buddhist chanting. He could still remember the sunset glow that filled the sky. The setting sun died, the sacred temple red. They waved goodbye. He walked towards his own path, and she sent him off with a smile. It was a brilliant smile, but there were sparkling teardrops falling down. Yifan stood by Western Desert's lake of Au, roaring towards the heavens. His hair was disheveled, dancing about like dragons and snakes. He erupted with the most powerful aura. Sand and stones flew everywhere, smashing against the shore and splitting apart the plateau. It was like a flood, sweeping into the distance, startling the entire boundless great earth. A sorrowful laugh sounded. This was a type of helplessly looking back. Spring after spring split open at the bottom of the dried-up lake. Water gushed out, clear and sparkling. After 2 days and 2 nights, it filled Lake of Au. Looking down from the heavens, it looked like a teardrop. The dust of the temple of Au was all gone. The rubble was dim and without luster, still scattered there. The broken walls hadn't changed. Yifan didn't want to rebuild it either. This is a miracle. Lake of Au has reappeared. The heavens have shown their spirit. On the plateau, many herdsmen ran, rushing to inform each other, gathering towards Lake of Au. Many people were crying tears of joy. The land here used to be fertile, and there was no shortage of fish and rice. But ever since the chaos of the darkness, the spiritual veins here had collapsed, and the plateau became desolate. The reappearance of Lake Ashok is a blessing from the heavens. This is the bright pearl of our highland. Our most precious sacred lake will bring us prosperity. Many people cheered, and many elders were so moved that their eyes were brimming with tears. With every step they took, they kowtowed as if they were on a pilgrimage. Many people followed suit and prayed by the lakeside. That person is too similar. He is exactly the same as the person in the painting. He is the immortal for back then. Suddenly, an old man with 1 foot in the grave had a look of shock in his muddy eyes. He trembled as he walked forward and saw Yifan. Next to the lake, Yifan stood quietly in his own world, looking at Lake Ashoka and thinking about the past. "May I ask if you were a deity from back then?" The old man's voice trembled. Yifan turned around and looked at them. He sighed softly and didn't say anything. "It's him, the man in the painting. Back then, our ancestors saw him. He was strolling here with a female bodhisattva. He used to sprinkle divine light and help many people. Yes, that female bodhisattva used to cultivate here and saved many people. Many people have her portrait in their homes. Their ancestors lived here and said that there was a female bodhisattva who cultivated here. She was a great benefactor to the people of the highland. She saved the sick and used divine light to bathe newborn babies. She helped the herdsmen open up fertile pastures and diverted rivers to irrigate the fields. Some people had seen this female bodhisattva walking together with Yifan. The two of them were like a pair of immortal lovers, leaving a deep impression on the herdsmen's ancestors. Is the female bodhisattva still here? An old man pushed away his grandson's support and knelt down to express his gratitude. Yifan felt very uncomfortable. Now that he was the only one left, how could he respond? He raised his hand and sprinkled down a rain of light, covering everyone. It made the old man in his twilight years look hale and hearty, cured the middle-aged man of all illnesses, and made the children more spirited and healthy. It's the deity from back then, the person who was with the female bodhisattva. Can you tell us where the female bodhisattva went? We have always worshipped her portrait and are grateful to her for generations to come. Behind him, a herdsman gathered his courage and asked loudly. Yifan was silent. His hands slowly moved. The ground rumbled and the whole highland began to shake. Now that his Genesis technique had reached great heights, he could change the world. Soon, the underground dragon vein was connected and spiritual energy surged. Then, he rose into the air. His fingers were like knives, plowing the ground and creating rivers. Not long after, the water flowed along the rivers, nourishing the barren land and giving it a new lease of life. The deity has shown himself. Thank the heavens for their gift. Many herdsmen knelt down when they saw this scene. Their voices were like a tsunami. It's not that the heavens have eyes. It's not that the world has feelings, and don't worship me. This is what the female bodhisattva in your hearts did. I believe that if she were still alive, she would do the same. If you want to worship, please worship her. Remember her name, and Miaoi. In the sky, Yifan's figure faded. In the era when Mount Meru had been torn apart, the Great Thunder Temple had collapsed, Buddhism had declined, and there was a lack of faith, but the people on the Au Highland had never forgotten this female bodhisattva. It was clear how deeply she had penetrated into their hearts. From that day on, the collapsed Ahama Temple was rebuilt. The ancient temple was once again dyed with a divine luster by the setting sun. The rubble was washed by the herdsmen and covered with the original ancient materials. The temple did not worship the ancient Buddhas of the heavens. There was only one woman, and that was a Miaoi. There were people praying every day, and the incense was burning. The original clay statue began to gain vitality and luster. Yifan went to the Lantawa temple again, but unfortunately, he could not find anything. There was not even a trace of it. He climbed Mount Meru. It was no longer as grand as before and was a little deserted. Although many experts and preachers from the ancient Amitabha starfield had come, it could not be compared to the atmosphere of the former #1 holy land of Buddhism. Bodhi covered the sky, covering the mountains and plains. Yifan walked aimlessly, leaving his footprints on Mount Meru. Then, he headed east, crossing the central continent and heading to the eastern wasteland to search for traces of the past. Unfortunately, everything was like a dream, an illusion, or a flash of lightning, buried in the past. Miaoi is no longer here. Yifan walked alone in the mountains and rivers, roaming about the great wasteland like a lone wolf. He was set off by the setting sun like blood. He wanted to become stronger, to reach the level where he could fight supreme beings. Looking back on the past 500 years, every bit of the past moved his emotions and made his blood boil. I will fight my way into the underworld. With a long roar, the mountains and valleys all rumbled. He was like a comet streaking across the sky. That day, he appeared in many places. When he found the ruins of the northern divine city and held a memorial service, it caused a commotion. Some people recognized him, and the news swept through the eastern wasteland like a hurricane. The divine physique Yifan, who had disappeared for many years, has returned. Heavens, it's him. The current peerless expert has killed 6 or 7 ancient princes. Who can contend against him? The eastern wasteland was shaken. Countless experts rushed over. Many of the younger cultivators and young experts who rose up in recent decades were incomparably excited. Senior, is it really you? Senior Yi, please accept me as your disciple. A group of people surrounded him. Some excitedly paid their respects, while others knelt down, wanting to become his disciple. Several hundred years had passed. Yifan's former enemies had either been annihilated or beaten by his disciple until they couldn't raise their heads. His name shook the starry sky, and there were naturally many people who admired him. The achievements of the battle 300 years ago couldn't be erased. He sacrificed himself for the Tao, his blood splashing across the starry sky. After falling for several hundred years, his miraculous return naturally became a legend. Yifan looked at these young and tender faces and thought of many things. He was once full of vigor and even had the ambition to swallow mountains and rivers, but now he found that all of his pursuits had slowly changed. He had only cultivated for 500 years, yet there were already irreparable regrets in his life. One could imagine what those great emperors who didn't die in hundreds of battles and grew old alone had faced. Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. Yifan supported those youths who were still somewhat immature. He silently passed through the crowd and headed into the distance. How could he be in the mood to accept disciples? Some old friends outside the crowd saw him. Only a small portion of people survived the collapse of the Holy Lands, like 10,000 beginnings and dying. When they saw the current Yifan, their expressions were incomparably complicated. A middle-aged man with hair as white as snow had a stupefied expression. He was the saint child of 10,000 beginnings who was chosen later on. Even though he succeeded the position of Holy Lord, they still declined in the end and returned to the mortal world. Looking at Yifan, who was as famous as him in the past, but whose name had already shaken the entire cosmos, he could only bitterly smile. Time was truly ruthless, burying too many things. One of the girls had clear eyes as she watched calmly. She was just as quiet as before. Yifan sensed something and turned around. He nodded. He recognized that it was the Tao East Saintess. They had met several times before, so his impression of her wasn't bad. Brother Yi, we can only watch from afar. Back then, the great completion of the holy body, the unrivaled under the heavens, is about to become true. Beside the road, another martial divine male with a head full of black hair spoke. He was the Holy Lord of Dian. As time passed, he became stronger. He discovered that he couldn't keep up with that person's footsteps and was left far behind. Yifan turned around and nodded in greeting. He completely disappeared from this place. The Wind Clan had yet to be annihilated. A 9-phoenix sun-bearing carriage stopped in the distance. There were people watching from within, but they could only helplessly sigh. Right now, Yifan was a character that even those with ancient emperor bloodlines would have a headache. There were naturally many ancient races in the northern Dipper continent. Many people came to watch. All of them had complicated emotions in their hearts. When facing Yifan, they could only lower their heads and give way. Yifan's appearance shook the northern Dipper continent. Many familiar and unfamiliar people rushed over, wanting to meet with him. This included those from Grand Xia who hadn't been annihilated yet, as well as cultivators from the Sky Demon Palace and Jade Lake, as well as the Lord himself. He didn't linger and left alone, entering the depths of the Great Desolate. 3 words rang out in his ears. We'll meet again in the next life. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Others felt that his cultivation speed was already fast enough, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He still couldn't sweep through everything in this world. There were still paragons in this world that could rival him. He began to break through. The blood in his body surged as he observed the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The Tao entered his mind, and he read the Emperor's scriptures of the past. Each and every scripture took form, resembling ancient emperors that revolved around him. Yifan sat cross-legged, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers as his master. With the Emperor's scriptures as his companion, he wanted to soar into the heavens, facing all enemies in this world head-on. Chapter 1687. The Underworld, the Holy Ji Palace, the dynasties, and God's organization faced off against each other across space, and the universe was divided into 4 realms. The undercurrents were turbulent, and the most devastating war could break out at any time. In this chaotic world, everyone was doing their best to cultivate and raise their own cultivation realms. The future belonged to the strong, and there would inevitably be an undying era. The process might be extremely bloody and full of war. The present world was not an ordinary age, but a golden age that had only been seen once since ancient times. All of the most powerful bloodlines from past to present gathered here, so it was destined to not be peaceful. The golden age of 100 vying barges had yet to end, and it had entered the warring states period that it was bound to appear. During these 20 years, countless geniuses rose up, shining with their own brilliance in the cosmos. They became legends, heroes, shining with brilliant radiance. During this period of time, Yi Fan did not appear. The struggle between the ancient princes continued, and it was even more bitter. There were people who fell, and there were people whose names shook the eternal starry river. They wrote their emperor's song on the path of invincibility. Apart from them, there were others who had become emperor stars that attracted the attention of the world, such as Yi Tong, the underworld prince, Huang Qi, Tian Yi, Zhou Yi, and others. This was a resplendent era. It was destined that masters would emerge in large numbers. This was also a lamentable era. It was destined that countless geniuses would become the bones of the emperor's road. It could be foreseen that the most dazzling collision, the most dazzling sparks would erupt in this era, and the emperor's road witherer would surpass all previous eras. In the end, the glory belonged to only one person. Second Saint Physique. Is he really invincible under the quasi-emperor? Is he really another Yi Fan? This was a black building that was built in the underworld. It floated in the air and was surrounded by black mist. Above the grand and imposing gate was a bronze plaque with 3 words engraved on it: Yama Palace. This was one of the most terrifying places in the underworld, on an equal footing with the emperor of the underworld and the prison suppressing branch. Yama's son wasn't killed by Yang Shi. He was killed by Yi Tong, who possessed the extreme Yang physique. That man was a heaven-defying genius who could rival an ancient emperor's bloodline. A cold laugh came from the top of the black hall. The King Yinluo's lineage is getting worse with each generation. He no longer has the divine talent of his predecessors. How could he talk about ruling over the underworld? He was actually killed by an outsider. My lord, please calm down. Yi Tong is just too strong. The people below lower their heads. This place was filled with dense yin energy. There wasn't the slightest bit of yang energy to speak of. It was cold and dark, truly a netherworld. Woo! In that battle back then, we paid quite the price, causing the Sun clan that was at its peak to decline. That battle allowed us to obtain enough Sun essence blood. Now, even though a pure Sun body was produced, there is no need for it. There will be people who will deal with him. When the person above, Yin Luo Jian, revealed such a terrifying truth, the few experts standing below were all shocked. They did not expect there to be such a secret. The decline of the great Yang bloodline in the Big Dipper started a long time ago. Otherwise, even 10 golden crows wouldn't be able to exterminate this clan. However, very few people knew that in the distant past, it was the Yama bloodline of the underworld that slaughtered the Sun quasi-emperor who was at the height of his power. He slaughtered countless people of this race and refined the Sun blood that he needed. The descendants of King Yinluo are really unworthy. The person sitting at the top of the hall sighed and said, "What we lack the most is the saint's blood. Yi Tong can kill Qing Chun, but Yang Shi's blood must be brought back." Report. Someone rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee. His entire body was shrouded in yin energy, and his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was a powerful corpse that had gained sentience. What happened? The Prince of Hell was killed by the Sun body, Yi Tong, in the starry sky. Not even his bones were left. The Yin Luo Jian was completely silent. In this generation of the underworld prince, the Prince of Hell and the son of King Yinluo had died. Something like this had only happened in the era of Wushi. Back then, the underworld was killed with the help of a heavenly treasure and hid in a secret realm for tens of thousands of years. Although there were supremes in the underworld, they had to endure the humiliation. That was an era that they could not bear to look back on. Now 2 of their sons have been killed, reminding them of those terrible times. It seems like the underworld has really rusted. We have existed for a long time and witnessed the glorious years of the emperors. Now, everyone is tired of living. Do you really think that you can dominate the universe? The bloody reality has shattered your dreams. Above the hall, a huge creature was roaring. It was not a human. Half of its body was revealed in the darkness, and its green claws were as big as dustpans. It shone with a cold light and smashed the table made of divine materials into pieces. The Prince of Hell has also declined. The underworld is getting worse with each generation. In the past, the ancestors of the underworld went on a crusade. Once the Een army appeared, even the celestial court was about to collapse. They left behind their glorious name. At the end of reincarnation, the underworld is the final destination of all living beings. This is not just talk. How can the underworld be so useless? The other two important halls of the underworld were the same. There was a deep roar that shook the underworld for billions of miles. The entire dark underworld was filled with blood-colored lightning. The underworld has nothing else but many experts. We have gathered the strongest heroic spirits since ancient times. No one can resist us. He began to order people to go to the black prison to invite this sleeping existence. Sir, please reconsider. The person in the black prison is not very stable. He is not completely awakened and is often muddle-headed. He kills anyone he sees. Although he was invincible when he was alive, now is not the time for him to come out. There was a great earthquake in the universe. Yi Tong and Yang Shi, the two brothers, shone brightly. Yang Shi was invincible under the Quasi-Emperor and killed many Een generals of the underworld. Yi Tong was even more amazing. He had the pure bloodline of the sun and was known as the second Holy Emperor of the Sun. He killed the future successors of the underworld and stirred up the universe. The world was shocked. The dynasty, the Tao Palace, and the underworld had not yet shed all pretense of cordiality, but the celestial court had already started a conflict with the underworld. Everyone sighed. Yi Fan had accepted a few good disciples. They could already stir up the heavenly wind and cause chaos in the universe. Two of the successors of the underworld had been killed. How could such a thing not be shocking? This is only the beginning. The underworld prince is going to fight Yi Tong to restore the dignity of the underworld. Someone sighed. If the underworld was defeated, that would be the most terrifying thing, because it meant that countless Een soldiers would be born. The strongest ancient experts would return one by one, and their corpses would return to fight fiercely. Since ancient times, countless supreme experts have been born. Even if the underworld could only obtain a small part of their bodies, it would be enough to be invincible. In the universe, Yi Tong's body was emitting divine light. With him around, there was no sun in the sky and no light in the starry sky, because he was the most brilliant sun. He stood there. Even his golden hair was dyed golden by the light. His expression was solemn and dignified. In front of him was a completely different scene. Boundless darkness, the underworld fog rolled, and the power of death was vast. A man in black armor was like the god of death. This battle had erupted. Although it was not a public battle, the people who passed by this star field and the sages who heard the news were lucky enough to see it. Samsara of life and death. The underworld prince used a great divine ability right from the start. It was a forbidden technique of the ancient supreme experts. The realms of Een and Yang rotated, and the aura of life and death surged. It turned into a reincarnation gate, covering the heaven and earth and swallowing Yi Tong inside. Is it a battle of life and death? A battle of victory and defeat? Everyone was scared. This kind of battle was the most dangerous. Thousands of moves were combined into one move. Once the strongest attack was used, there would be no return. The winner would live, and the loser would die. The underworld prince dared to attack like this not only because he was confident, but also because he had a kind of courage. He wanted to suppress Yi Tong with his aura. And Yi Tong's reaction was also very strong. He stood in the pitch-black reincarnation gate. His golden figure strode in the boundless reincarnation, trekking forward bravely. The end of reincarnation is your final destination. The underworld prince murmured. His expression was solemn. He didn't underestimate his opponent and fought seriously. The fact that he could use this move also showed his courage. Senior brother. Yang Shi was worried. He saw blood dripping from Yi Tong's body. Every step he took dyed the void red. He was under great pressure in the reincarnation. Open. In the next moment, not only did the divine light of the sun rush into the heavens from Yi Tong's body, there was also extreme energy bursting forth. There were a total of 18 ancient characters facing each other. They intertwined and rotated, becoming one. Vaguely, there was chaotic energy bursting forth. His body contains the true meaning of extreme yin. This generation's extreme yang physique is not simple. Many people exclaimed in admiration. They were completely subdued. Kacha! The reincarnation gate shattered. The underworld prince's body shook violently as blood flowed out from his body. Yitong rushed out like a heavenly flame. Multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. At this moment, he was a true sun god, looking down on the mortal world. The wounds on his body healed. With a slash of his palm, the half-destroyed underworld prince was cut into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The universe was deathly silent. None of the three great successors of the underworld were left alive. They were all killed by Yi Tong alone. This was a world-shocking thunderclap, and the effects were too great. Senior brother, are you all right? She frowned. It's fine. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Yi Tong wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and revealed a sunny smile. The two of them left, but the starry sky was in an uproar. Soon, the entire universe was shaken. Everyone knew that the terrifying aspect of the underworld was about to be revealed to the world. Just what kind of monsters did Yi Fan teach? His disciples are already so divine. Just how strong is he himself? He hasn't made a move in 20 years. Right now, the entire universe was discussing the celestial court. This lineage was a miracle. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although the celestial court was inferior to the four great realms, its potential was limitless. In the future, it might even surpass them and be respected by the entire world. I'm really disappointed. The successors of this generation of the underworld are each weaker than the last. The three Yin physique, which was known as the strongest in 100,000 years, was nurtured in the underworld for 100,000 years. Yet, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all killed by a single person. The underworld royal palace, Yama Hall, and prison suppression hall trembled at the same time. A cold voice transmitted over, causing the entire underworld to shake. It's not that the three children of the underworld aren't strong. It's just that this generation's extreme yang physique is too terrifying. Go to the black prison and release that person shackles. Let him go on a killing spree. A dignified voice roared with great anger. On this day, the gates of the underworld opened. Hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers came out and escorted a prison carriage. It rumbled as it moved towards the depths of the starry sky. Everyone was horrified. Those who were well-informed knew that the underworld was furious. They were going to sweep through the celestial court and wash the starry sky with blood. A somewhat frail youth stepped into the starry sky. He was full of hope, and his eyes were filled with longing. He observed the sun, moon, and stars as he moved. He was very curious about everything. It had to be said that this was a very cute child. He looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His eyes were clear and flawless, even purer than a baby's. He looked gentle, quiet, and beautiful. He was more spirited than all the girls of his age. In front of him, all things with spirituality paled in comparison. Uncle, do you know where the celestial court is? After a long journey, he finally met an old saint on a small planet. His face that was as white as porcelain revealed a bashful smile. His eyes were like black gemstones, letting people know that he was an inexperienced youth. Child, you're really powerful. You look so young, but you're actually traveling alone in the starry sky. It is too dangerous. The old saint advised him out of goodwill. After that, his expression changed, and he said, "Don't ask about the heavenly court, especially in this star region. I advise you to quickly turn around and return, because there are hundreds of thousands of nether soldiers passing through in front of us, and they're going to wipe out the heroes of the heavenly court." Now, many saints are flying away, and all the strategic towns along the way are practically empty. Why do they want to attack the celestial court? The youth asked. He looked very young and cute, making people unable to help but have a good impression of him and care for him. Don't ask so much. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it will be too late. The old man said out of goodwill, I can't leave. I have to find Master. The youth shook his head and wanted to go forward. Silly child, there's a group of demons coming up ahead. They're going to wash the starry sky with blood. If you go forward like this, it will be equivalent to throwing your life away. You can't go to the celestial court. The old saint warned him. But my master is in the celestial court. I have to go. The youth was a little shy. He bowed to the old saint seriously. Then, purple light flashed, and he disappeared from the star. Heavens, I misjudged you. You didn't use the transportation formation to sneak out of home. You can actually shatter the universe with your physical body and roam the void. The old saint was shocked and was in a daze for a long time. Uncle, how do I get to the celestial court? Can you tell me? Along the way, the youth saw more and more people. They were all in a hurry, as if they were fleeing. Hurry up and turn back. The soldiers are coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. A white-haired elder said, I won't run. I have to find Master. If the soldiers want to attack the celestial court, I will go and stop them. The youth's voice was very weak. Moreover, he was so beautiful. He was the most intelligent person these people had seen. He had the spiritual wisdom of heaven and earth. His entire person was very ethereal. You might not be as small as you look on the surface. You are a saint, but you really can't go any further. Hurry up and turn back. Otherwise, you'll be killed. These people who had escaped couldn't bear to see such a cute youth who had pure eyes and didn't know much about the world get into danger. They all spoke up. Thank you, uncles, but I really have to go to the celestial court to find my master. The youth replied, Who is your master? Someone asked. My master is the holy physique Yi Fan. The youth said softly. He seemed a little weak. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan had such a disciple. They had never heard of him before. Hurry up and leave. The soldiers are coming. Someone shouted. In the distance, there was a large black mass. War chariots rumbled, and Chi covered the sky. Don't be afraid. Uncles, I will help you deal with them. The youth rushed forward. Purple light tore through the universe. With a boom, he stood in front of them. At this moment, everyone behind was stunned. In a trance, they seemed to see an unparalleled demon emperor awaken. The youth's aura was completely different. He stood under the starry sky alone, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Who is he? What kind of monster did the holy physique Yi Fan teach? Why do I feel that he can deal with everyone in the underworld? Quasi-emperor. He is actually a quasi-emperor. Heavens, when did Yi Fan have such a disciple? If this youth can kill his way back to the underworld army, it will be really heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 1688. The young man stood under the starry sky, and all the ghost soldiers stopped in their tracks. The starlight flickered, but there were also waves of Chi. He alone blocked the path of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The people behind him were all shocked. This was a very beautiful young man, and he was still young and shy. At this moment, he had such an imposing aura that made people look up to him. Marshal at the front waved his hand, and all the ghost soldiers behind him raised their bronze dagger axes and pointed them forward. Their armor was dense, and a cold aura permeated the air. Who are you? The voice of the ghost marshal sounded like two pieces of cold iron rubbing against each other. It was devoid of humanity, and it made people feel cold all over. I'm Komatsu, the young man said shyly. The young man said shyly. He had sparkling eyes, long eyelashes, light hair, and a frail body. He looked very delicate. He gave off a contradictory feeling. The young man looked very cute, but he exuded a powerful aura that made the soldiers and generals feel pressured. Komatsu? Never heard of it, the marshal said softly. The other experts around him also shook their heads coldly, indicating that they had no idea. Do you know where we come from? One of them asked coldly. I don't know. The young man was a little embarrassed, and his face turned red. He felt that he was too inexperienced. The expressions of all the generals were cold. One of them said, "We come from the underworld." "The underworld?" the young man said softly. He didn't know where he came from, and he didn't know that there was such a cultivation sect. He replied honestly and cautiously, "I'm sorry, I don't know. I've never heard of it." Behind him, the group of generals were furious. They all glared at the young man. No one had ever dared to look down on them like this. Yangshi was arrogant. She had killed 108 of their generals, but she didn't dare to say that she had never heard of the underworld. Yi Tong was strong, and he had killed 3 of the underworld's children. However, he had to admit that this organization was extremely terrifying. A young man who was even prettier than a girl actually dared to say such words, looking down on them. This caused all the generals to be furious, and they felt insulted. "You haven't heard of it," a ghost marshal said coldly. His voice had changed, and there was a threatening sharpness in the Chi. "I'm sorry, I really haven't heard of it." The young man lowered his head, feeling even more embarrassed. His face was red. The group of sages who were initially fleeing stopped, a little stunned. There were even some who gasped. Who was this youth? Was he really Yi Fan's disciple? Is he being arrogant? Is he looking down on the underworld? But it didn't seem like it. That kind of expression and tone wasn't faked. Was he really a youth who was ignorant of the ways of the world? Everyone was a little confused. Those who were running stopped and watched quietly. On the other side, many of the ghost generals of the underworld were filled with resentment. In their eyes, that red face was an expression of extreme contempt. He was deliberately mocking them. For so many years, the underworld has been the overlord of the universe, causing the collapse of the celestial court, but has not fallen for 10,000 generations, causing the corpses of the gods to fall. Who dares to disrespect it? A little brat like you dares to be so arrogant and insult my underworld? Let's see if you can defy the heavens today, the ghost marshal said calmly and coldly. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I really didn't know." The young man explained, feeling a little awkward. When the ghost marshal heard this, he couldn't help but tremble. "Uncle?" This was truly intolerable. They had never seen such a hateful young man before. He was too arrogant. This child has character. He's fearless. Could it be that the Saint Physique Yi Fan has arrived, or that the large black dog has come and taught him to speak like this? All the saints couldn't help but laugh. If the young man dared to act like this, he definitely had a backup plan that could withstand the storm of the underworld. Perhaps the army of the celestial court had arrived, and a great decisive battle was about to begin. As for the underworld side, there was an awkward silence for a long time. This was too much. He had humiliated them again and again. This young man really didn't give them any face. "Kill!" The ghost marshal waved his hand, and the battle team behind him took shape. Large banners were raised densely. Formation platforms were set up, and large amounts of symbols lit up. This was the underworld's killing formation, and it was presided over by a group of generals. Terrifying Chi filled the air, instantly sweeping through the starry sky. Ordinary people would all tremble. This was a type of palpitation that originated from their souls, and death was approaching them. The young Komatsu's aura also suddenly changed. Although he was still very bashful, the aura he emitted was incomparably powerful. It was like an immortal divine mountain towering there. Large banners flew over, and formation platforms descended one after another, suppressing the Komatsu. All of them erupted with a terrifying aura of death. The formation patterns were like the veins of the universe, flickering with blinding light. Kacha! What was unexpected was that all the formation platforms and banners were useless. As soon as they neared the Komatsu, they were all shattered, and the group of ghost generals that rushed over were even more so sent flying, coughing out blood continuously. The young man didn't make a move. There was only a purple divine ring around his body. This was a type of instinctive defense, and yet everyone was sent flying. So powerful. Everyone was shocked, and their faces immediately paled. The ghost marshal's expression was gloomy. He personally entered the battle, wielding the quasi-emperor weapon as he charged over. It was a black metal spear, and it was like a black flood dragon tearing apart the universe. It was sinister and terrifying. Dang! Unfortunately, the attack was still ineffective. The quasi-emperor weapon was sent flying by the divine ring, and the ghost marshal was sent flying. All the bones in his body crackled, and he was seriously injured. He almost turned into a meat paste. Everyone's eyelids were twitching. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash. This was just too terrifying. He was just a harmless young man, yet he was actually so heaven-defying. Even the quasi-emperor weapon was unable to harm him in the slightest, and it was automatically reflected back. Just how shocking was this? "You guys, are you all right?" The young man seemed to be at a loss, as if he had never killed anyone before. He felt extremely uneasy when he saw people coughing out blood and others lying motionless on the ground. Quasi-emperor. The ghost marshal stood up with great difficulty. He reconnected his broken bones, and with a pale face, he spat out these two words, shocking everyone. This seemingly tender young man was actually a quasi-emperor. "Who exactly are you?" The people of the underworld shouted. "I'm Komatsu. I'm the disciple of the holy physique Fan." The young man's voice was not loud, and he seemed a bit uneasy and reserved as he looked at everyone. The people of the underworld immediately exploded. He was actually Fan's disciple, and as expected, he came for them. When they thought about the humiliation just now, the ghost generals felt even more indignant. This young man was Fan's disciple, and the two of them were definitely mortal enemies. Everything that happened just now was definitely done on purpose, and everyone was filled with hostility. "You've gone too far. You've gone too far." The ghost marshal roared. "Uncle, I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt anyone. But you guys want to find trouble with the celestial court, and you even attacked me. I could only defend passively." The young Komatsu explained. "The hatred between the underworld and the celestial court is hard to resolve. Yitong must die, and Yifan's blood must be shed. Even if you are his disciple, you must be executed." The ghost generals at the back were already furious. The other party was clearly mocking them. "The celestial court must be wiped out." The group of ghost generals hollered. "Why are you doing this? What you're doing is wrong." The young man said. He retorted seriously and uneasily. He was a little agitated, and his face was a little flushed. "I can't take it anymore. You've gone too far. I've never seen such an arrogant person. He's arrogant to the extreme. It's fine if he humiliated us once, but he still wants to continue. Let's fight it out with him." Someone used the quasi-emperor formation to attack the young man in front of him. "This really isn't right. We can sit down and talk about it. War really isn't good." The young man shouted, and he seemed really honest. The quasi-emperor formation was activated, and it was incomparably ferocious. Its aura shook the heavens and earth, and ghosts and gods retreated. It was far stronger than normal quasi-emperor formations. This was the trump card they prepared to take down the celestial court. Purple light flickered above the young man's head. A pagoda rushed out from the crown of his head, even more so 9 floors. Its shape was extremely strange, a bit like the fruit of a pine tree, a pine pagoda. When this pagoda appeared, everyone became stupefied. That type of aura, that type of radiance, that type of Tao radiance. It was as if an immortal treasure flew over from the higher realms. It was dazzling and dazzling, Tao light astonishing. This was a purple Tao pagoda that was sparkling and replete with moisture. Purple light curled about its entire body, dense mists rising. Every single floor had an immortal sovereign seated within, chanting scriptures, explaining the secrets of opening the heavens. It was forged from divine mark purple gold, its entire body without the slightest bit of impurity. It was flawless and brilliant, immortal light oppressing. It contained the divine marks of the creation of the world, a natural scripture. It was actually refined to this type of degree. Everyone sighed in admiration. Every single type of immortal gold had its own unique value. If divine mark purple gold was refined to the point where it could communicate with spirit and immortal, after merging with its owner's soul, it could capture the great Tao symbols of heaven and earth. This was especially the case when entering historical sites and exploring them. With this type of immortal treasure in hand, it might be possible to carve the various symbols left behind by ancient people while comprehending the Tao. It had endless uses. Even though there was this type of saying, From ancient times until now, no one had refined divine marked purple gold to such a heaven-defying degree, bestowing it with a brand new life, making it intelligent and divine. How did this youth do it? It was rumored that only those close to immortality had this type of divine ability. The pagoda forged from divine marked purple gold had 9 floors, and every single floor had an immortal sovereign seated. This was what everyone found the most incomprehensible. They were chanting different scriptures, rumbling as they moved. He has obtained many scriptures through this divine pagoda. Even though they are all damaged, it is still shocking. Forget about the people of the underworld. Even the saints in the back were stupefied. There were 2 divine objects in this world that had the heaven-defying possibility of capturing heaven and earth Tao patterns. One was the spiritual and immortal divine marked purple gold. The second was immortal melody. However, the latter wasn't practical. It was rumored that it could only be used after obtaining the nourishment of immortal energy in the immortal realm. It was practically meaningless in this realm. It wasn't that no one had obtained divine marked purple gold before, but this was the only one that was refined to connect with immortality. It had nothing to do with one's cultivation, but rather with the user's nature that was close to immortality. How could Fan have this kind of disciple? He really could shake the world. Is there really such a person in this world? Could it be that he will become an immortal in the future? Everyone was stupefied. This kind of performance was shocking, and it made people feel even more restraining fear than Yi Tong's battle prowess. This was because no one knew just how far the shy youth would grow in the future. I understand now. He didn't intentionally ridicule us, but it is precisely this kind of temperament, the heart of a pure child, untainted by the world of mortals, pure and flawless. Only then can he approach immortality. The ghost marshal completely understood. After thinking it through, he became deeply worried and said, "Kill him." He ordered the Een soldiers and Een generals to open that cage and have everyone retreat. He wanted that person who was once unrivaled in this world to come out and kill Komatsu. Chapter 1689. A deep roar rang out. It was as if a primordial beast had been sealed until now and was roaring at this moment. It shook everyone to the point that their souls were about to leave their bodies, and their bodies felt like they were going to split apart. This kind of sound was like muffled thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Their blood was about to break through their veins and rush out. Thunder rumbled all over their bodies. This was such an expert. He hadn't even appeared yet, but this kind of roar alone had such penetrative power that it made people's primordial spirits about to explode. It was indeed terrifying. All the saints retreated, not daring to watch the battle from a close distance. As for the Een soldiers and generals, they retreated like the tide, opening up a huge space. There was a war chariot under the starry sky with a cage on it. It was bright red like blood and seemed to be cast from phoenix blood gold. This was because many blood phoenixes appeared and coiled around it. But upon closer inspection, it was just a terrifying kind of wood. Some people recognized that it was a kind of divine wood controlled by the underworld. Netherworld phoenix bloodwood. Everyone's hearts pounded. This kind of divine wood was a supreme shackle for Een spirits. As long as one was trapped inside, it would be difficult to escape. According to legend, this was the seed of death condensed after immortals died and turned into underworld demons. It was a strange wood that grew after being watered with phoenix blood. It specialized in subduing Een spirits. It had a great origin and was the only one in the world. There wouldn't be a second one. Just like the immortal medicine, each one was unique. This kind of blood would have been circulated before. It was said that it could be used to refine all kinds of evil weapons. It was very terrifying and left behind indelible pain for the gods of the past. The iron chains in the cage clanked and clashed against the bloodwood, creating a string of sparks. It was clear how sturdy it was. Even divine weapons couldn't damage it in the slightest. There was an old man among them with white hair draped over his shoulders. His hands and feet were covered in heavy shackles that were connected to the bloodwood cage. There were also many divine needles on his body. The divine needles were made from the bloodwood and were more than half a foot long. They were all deeply pierced into this person's body. This was a kind of restriction to ensure that he couldn't break free and cause trouble. Who was this person? Everyone was speculating that a prisoner who could be escorted by the underworld with such a large army must have a great background. Furthermore, since the underworld has made such a statement, they must be very confident in using this person to exterminate Yi Tong and the others. Everyone knew that the underworld had collected the strongest corpses since the beginning of time. For this person to be treated in such a manner, it was likely that his identity was extremely heaven-defying. He was an outstanding figure in the history of cultivation. War slave, kill him. The ghost marshal shouted. There was a magical artifact in his hand that was shining brilliantly like a compass. He gently spun it, and the divine needles on the white-haired man's body all jumped out, entering the compass. Crack! Some of the iron chains on the war slave's body broke, and a powerful aura rushed out like a sea of stars, shaking the starry sky and causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one had expected him to be so powerful. He had only just unsealed himself, yet he had already released such a vast and mighty aura. This was not the fluctuation of the laws, but the release of a type of source energy from his physical body. It covered heaven and earth like a great wave, sending even the saints in the distance flying, unable to approach. This was a type of great power. Walala! There were still shackles on his hands and feet that had never truly been undone. They were incomparably heavy, but the parts that were connected to the cage had already been broken. This person stood up. His figure was actually extremely tall and large. When he walked out from the cage, his white hair scattered behind him. He was like a monolith that towered in the starry sky, possessing an undying aura. Ow! Suddenly, he roared towards the sky. His head of white hair danced about chaotically, revealing his true appearance. During this process, it was unknown just how many saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies violently shaking. They had already retreated far enough, but they were still affected. Every single one of them was shocked. This person's origins and power might be even more terrifying than what they had imagined. His snow-white face was covered in wrinkles, but one could still make out the outline of his past self. Resolute, cold, conceited, and extraordinary. When he was young, he was a tall and heroic man. Even though he had aged, his heroic appearance still hadn't decreased in the slightest. An ancient corpse that hasn't completely awakened, yet his blood energy hasn't declined. So strange. How did he preserve it? Everyone was shocked. The tall and large elder's eyes contained a bloody mist and haze. It wasn't very clear, but it was more like interweaving blood electricity. It was chaotic, manic, and possessed a world-destroying aura. The compass in the ghost marshal's hand released blazing radiance. He shouted, "Kill him!" Then, he disappeared from his original location. Everyone was moved. Just how powerful was this white-haired ancient person? No one could say for sure. They couldn't see through him at all. There were no fluctuations of magical power, only the most fundamental origin force of the flesh. It was just like the past Yi Fan, relying on this type of instinct to fight the heroes of this world. Dong! He took a step forward. The cosmos was crushed under his feet, and the stars in all directions were trembling. He stared intently at Komatsu as he walked forward. "Youngster, hurry and leave. This person's cultivation is clearly higher than yours. He most likely has a supreme being bloodline from the past, long-reaching great success and reaching the peak." Someone shouted from behind. Many people had a good impression of this easily embarrassed and bashful youngster. They didn't want anything to happen to him, so they spoke out to advise him. Komatsu didn't retreat. The great sage between his brows released a radiance, and a precious wheel appeared. It shone with world-shaking light as he softly called out, "Uncle, what happened to you? Hurry and wake up." Many people revealed doubtful expressions. It was like a special secret technique that could stir up one's soul. Many people felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Everyone in the underworld was startled, and then they revealed expressions of shock. This youngster was too extraordinary. What kind of scripture secret technique did he grasp? Everyone couldn't help but look towards his Tao pagoda. At this moment, the fifth floor was especially resplendent. It flowed with immortal light and blossomed with auspicious colors. Inside, there was a person sitting cross-legged chanting scriptures. It supported Komatsu's body, causing the precious wheel between his brows to burn even more brilliantly. It released waves of draconic cries. This is Fushi the Great's dragon roar, Tao roar. The ghost marshal was shocked. He simply couldn't believe all of this. His face was a bit pale. This greatly affected the ancient corpses, especially for these muddle-headed war slaves who were about to awaken. It was like a bright lamp guiding them. Everyone was shocked. A few powerful cultivators looked towards the divine mark purple golden pagoda with fiery eyes. This was truly a heaven-defying item. It definitely wasn't as simple as a damaged scripture. The fifth floor of the pagoda shone. Scriptures flickered and densely covered the void. Meanwhile, the other 8 floors also had illusory figures sitting cross-legged. They were all damaged scriptures. Where did this youngster come from? What historical sites did he go to? He actually relied on this spiritual and immortal Tao pagoda to obtain so many scriptures. It was truly astonishing. Boom! The white-haired elder rushed forward. With each step, the sky collapsed and countless large cracks appeared. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. Nothing in this world could stop him. "Uncle, hurry and wake up," Komatsu's tender voice echoed. The precious wheel between his eyebrows shone even more brilliantly. Moreover, the 5th floor of the purple golden pagoda was connected to him. The light that descended turned into a flowing multicolored light, making the space between his eyebrows even more resplendent. The blood lightning in the elder's eyes receded a bit. His steps slowed down and his face was a bit vacant. He revealed a trace of doubt and then couldn't help but roar towards the sky. The pagoda sensed something. The 9 floors simultaneously ignited and purple energy rose. It trembled, wailed, and called out. It seemed to have an indescribable connection with the elder in front of it. "My pagoda!" Suddenly, the elder spat out these 3 words. Even though his words were unclear, they were still heard by others. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified. Even the Een soldiers and generals felt that the situation was far from reassuring. They retreated like the tide. Who exactly was this person? Komatsu chanted scriptures. A dragon roar came from his mouth, and it was even mixed with Buddhist chanting. The ancient pagoda's floors all shone. He used all kinds of world-shocking divine abilities to awaken the elder. There was not a bit of killing intent, not a bit of fierceness. There was only a pure heart that was filled with sincerity. A pure and flawless state of mind spread out like the silent spring rain. Specks of light scattered down and entered the elder's head. His irritation and viciousness all dissipated, and he gradually regained his calmness. Fighting alone at the edge of the world, a hero's life. "I've lost." There was confusion in his eyes, but there was also relief. It was very complicated, and he temporarily calmed down. There wasn't much to say, but it was enough to make people think. One of the old sages let out a strange cry and said, "I know who he is. Only he can be so powerful. He's Gushinao." As soon as these words were spoken, this place was in an uproar. Many people knew this name. His name had once shaken the universe and made a name for himself. He had only been defeated once in his life, but it wasn't shameful. This was because he was known as the only person on the Emperor's path who could fight to the death with the Azure Emperor. He had once drawn the most resplendent light in the sky of history 10 or 20,000 years ago. How powerful was the Azure Emperor? He had shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He had never been defeated in his life, and whenever he met an opponent, he would sweep through them. The only obstacle in his way was Gu Shinao, who had fought a great battle. If Fan was here, he would definitely not be unfamiliar with this name. Gu Shinao was a legendary character in the Eternal Star Domain, and he had heard of him before. He had been raised as a war slave by the Eternal Star Domain in order to extract the strongest blood from his body. In the end, he had been beaten out by Gu Shinao, causing the Eternal Star Domain to suffer terrifying losses. In the end, the Eternal Star Domain had to lower its head to him. Some people had said that Yi Fan might become the second Guxinao. Now, this character from countless years ago had appeared again. He fought against the Azure Emperor before he attained the Tao. He was defeated, but he didn't die. He went to cultivate again, and it was said that he created a great technique to transform his damaged body. However, after he went into seclusion, he never appeared again. Someone sighed. The past floated up in everyone's minds. Everyone sighed. This was the Guxinao of the past. He was a resolute, confident, and unrivaled person. He was an opponent that even the Azure Emperor had to take seriously on the Emperor's path. No wonder he was so strong. No wonder he was so terrifying. No wonder he could create such terrifying fluctuations after just releasing the source energy of his physical body. I left this tower for my descendants. Clearly, the Guxinao of today was no longer the Guxinao of the past. This was because the Azure Emperor had died, and he had passed away many years ago. Only fragments of his divine sense were left in his empty sea of consciousness. It was precisely these fragmented memories that made him look at Komatsu with a very gentle gaze, filled with intimacy. "Uncle, I picked up this tower. It was left behind by a deceased quasi-emperor," Komatsu said softly. He did not lie to this old man whose divine sense was in chaos and only had his instincts. Guxinao had now developed some spiritual intelligence. He was not as uncommunicable as others thought. Occasionally, he would have a flash of inspiration. The heart of a pure child cannot be locked by worldly affairs. The so-called approaching immortality is to be reborn after the dust is gone. The old man's gaze became increasingly gentle, but tears also fell. It was unknown whether they were for himself or for the fate of his descendants. Everyone was shocked. This was the Guxinao of the past. However, after the battle with the Azure Emperor, could it be that he had really recovered his memories? Why was it that he was becoming more and more human-like? Boom! Suddenly, Guxinao turned around and faced the hundreds of thousands of Nether soldiers. He raised his palm and pressed forward. "War slaves, return!" the ghost marshal shouted in horror. Komatsu sat cross-legged in the void. The treasure wheel between his eyebrows flickered as he chanted an incantation with a dragon roar. Guxinao sank into the army of the underworld. This place collapsed, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the underworld were completely wiped out. On this day, the starry sky shook. A simple and pure youth who would blush when he spoke brought Guxinao with him as he headed toward the celestial court. When everyone in the universe learned of this, a huge earthquake occurred. Chapter 1690. "Uncle, I'm here to see Master." After the youth entered the celestial court, his timid voice drove Li Tian crazy. How did he become an uncle? This was a huge blow to him. He had always thought of himself as a distinguished and elegant man, someone who had never been touched by a single flower, someone who was handsome and unrestrained. But today he was called old. The group laughed. Inside the headquarters of the celestial court, strange flowers were in full bloom. There were waterfalls and springs on the mountain. There were floating islands in the sky, clouds and mist. Purple mist rose from the bottom of the cliff. Orchids grew together, cheilants appeared, and phoenixes flew high in the sky. Their long feathers were like rainbows. There was even a dragon swooping down, roaring between the clouds. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Komatsu bowed his head and apologized weakly. His beautiful face was flushed. Li Tian didn't like it. "Am I that old? Call me Uncle Master, not Uncle." "Isn't it the same?" Komatsu was confused. "It's obviously different, okay?" Li Tian was going crazy. "You're so cute. You must have been a girl in your previous life." Hua walked over and laughed at the young Komatsu. "You must have been a boy in your previous life." Komatsu smiled shyly. Hua's laughter stopped. Why did it sound so awkward? Was he a girl in his previous life? Why did it sound like that? Is it really senior brother Komatsu? Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan ran over excitedly. They had been separated for so many years, but they rushed over as soon as they heard the news. "It's me." Komatsu's voice wasn't loud. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed like a child. He didn't seem like a senior brother. "It's really that." Flower, who had suffered a setback, widened his eyes. He stared at the intelligent and unbelievably beautiful youth in front of him. He really wanted to say, is this really the cute and adorable little purple squirrel from back then? He had seen him when he left Earth. That was his second senior brother. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Llama pressed his hoof on Hua Hua's shiny bald head. Hua Hua screamed in pain, but when he saw that it was Llama, he didn't say anything. This was a hatchet man. If you provoked him, don't expect him to stop for half a month. Although he wasn't a good person, he still couldn't handle a master. At this time, the Black Emperor also came forward, and he was even more unrestrained. A big black claw pulled Hua Hua's bald head to the side, and his face was filled with shock as he sized up Komatsu. There's really such a person in the mortal world. Dust is different. His immortal foundation is like a mirror, unchanging from start to finish. The Black Emperor mumbled as he stared at Komatsu with his eyes wide open. Everyone could sense the strength of Komatsu's soul. Opening their heaven eyes, they could sense that the space between his eyebrows was pure and flawless, like a piece of crystal. The demonic human arrived and said, "There's a type of people who live for hundreds of years as if they were single day. They cut off the noise of the mortal world. Time doesn't leave a mark on their consciousness. Even when they die in meditation, they are still pure and innocent." The words of the demonic human naturally caused everyone to be shocked. There was a saying in the cultivation world. After living for a very long period of time, cultivators would sever themselves, severing themselves from the mortal world, severing all distractions, allowing their immortal foundation to return to a state of peace. Their Tao heart would be as one, returning to the state of a pure and innocent child. This way, they would be able to prolong their lifespan and resolve the corrosion of time. That wasn't a transformation of the fleshly body. It was a rebirth of the primordial spirit, allowing them to maintain the purity of their immortal foundation. They wouldn't be entangled by love, hate, emotions, or other worldly matters, leaving behind only a heart that pursued the Tao. It was said that many people who lived a second life would have such an experience. How old was Komatsu now? Just like that, he managed to reach this step, causing everyone to sigh in admiration. He had never lost such a simple heart, and had always been like this. Being stared at by so many people, Komatsu's face naturally turned red, causing many people to want to pinch him. They truly felt that he was a little cute. The first to stretch out her devil claw was Hua Hua. She was very unlucky and was trampled by Llama. "Call me senior brother. You are just a mistress." "Buddha Umitba, damn, Uncle Ma, your words are too rude." Hua Hua was incomparably angry. "Child, can I take a look at you?" The demonic human spoke. "Sure, old uncle." Komatsu didn't put up any defenses and had a pure and innocent nature. But even so, he could sense who was friendly to him and who was dangerous to him. The demonic human acted. Komatsu's immortal foundation shone with a fiery light. Everyone could see that his immortal foundation was simply too sparkling and translucent. All worldly matters faded away, leaving no traces behind. "Senior brother, you couldn't have forgotten about us, right? You actually didn't leave any traces?" Hua Hua asked in shock. "No, I still remember. Back then when we left Earth, you were crying with your buttocks bare and your eyes were filled with tears." Komatsu seriously spoke. "Ugh." Hua Hua felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly interjected, not allowing him to continue speaking. The group of people all laughed uproariously. Hua Hua's face turned red as she retreated in embarrassment, not wanting to be mocked by these people. How strange. There's a strange fluctuation that's automatically cleansing his immortal foundation, causing his Tao heart to be pure and untainted by the mortal world. This energy allowed his heart and consciousness to remain unchanged. The demonic human spoke after observing for a long time. Everyone was shocked. Komatsu was truly very mysterious. This situation might have something to do with his heart and the arts he cultivates. The Black Emperor pondered. It had once followed immortal Emperor Wu Shi and definitely had the right to speak. When Komatsu took out his violet gold pagoda, everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw a figure sitting cross-legged on each of the 9 levels of the pagoda, chanting sutras, all of them completely lost their temper. As expected, the demonic human and the Black Emperor's appraisal had a great connection to these sutras. There might even be incomplete sutras of emperors among them. In addition, the majority of these sutras were immortal foundation scriptures. In addition to Komatsu's pure and innocent personality, this created a pure and innocent child who could maintain his immortal foundation. He would forget all the mundane matters of the mortal world, but the people related to him would forever be remembered in his heart. Komatsu is very adorable. At this moment, a little girl of 2 to 3 years of age walked over from the back of the crowd. She inclined her head and blinked her large eyes as she stared at Komatsu. Everyone turned their heads and smiled, their eyes filled with doting love. Little Nan had come. She was the most beloved little princess of the celestial court. She was very serious in her appraisal. Her little face was flushed red like a big apple, causing those who looked at her to want to take a bite. This place was filled with warmth. Everyone was filled with good impressions of this young man. He was truly very simple, and his unique cultivation method gave many people inspiration. A pure and flawless child, a shy young man, and a powerful quasi-emperor. All of these were gathered on him, causing his demeanor to be breathtaking. Everyone knew that his future was limitless. This was a piece of unpolished gold and unpolished jade. The Black Emperor was drooling, but no matter how he tried to swindle and deceive Komatsu, he wouldn't be able to move Komatsu's heart. The sincere words of the young man would cause the Black Emperor's face to turn red every time. This was the first time he felt that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Komatsu's arrival was a great boost to the morale of the celestial court. This was especially so since he had brought a supreme expert with him. Even though the experts of the celestial court were as common as the clouds, they were still incomparably fearful of this person. Even the human devil old man paced back and forth, circling around him. It was rare that he didn't have an appetite for an entire day, so he turned around and went hunting in the starry skies. When they understood this person's origins, the heavenly court was silent, and then it immediately erupted with commotion. This was a genius who could fight against Qing Di in the past, the only unparalleled expert who could fight against Qing Di on the Emperor's path back then. Just the thought alone was enough to shock everyone. The passage of time hadn't completely obliterated him, leaving behind a corpse. Although he was no longer the person he used to be, his unparalleled physical body still existed. The current him was muddle-headed. He had developed a bit of spiritual intelligence, but he still couldn't see his true self. Only by following at Xiaosong's side could he calm down. Otherwise, he would become a killing machine, an unrivaled death god. Komatsu is too powerful. He actually managed to attract such a talent. I think the underworld will definitely be in an uproar. They'll go crazy from heartache. Carefree laughter rang out in the celestial court. Everyone was incomparably excited and happy. The news naturally shocked the entire universe. All the cultivators in the universe were discussing it. Now, many people knew that another child with heavenly talent had appeared in the celestial court. He was the second disciple of Yi Fan, a quasi-emperor. One sect had 3 quasi-emperors. In the future, there might be 4 quasi-emperor, 5 quasi-emperor. Everyone was astonished. It was comparable to the era when the great emperor and the primordial emperor were alive. Only when their children lived with their father would it be like this. One sect had several quasi-emperor, and when such a thing happened, it was destined to be the most glorious peak of this clan. Now, the celestial court had already stepped on this path. In the future, it might be in their hands. As long as a peerless expert appeared, able to rival the undying empress and the woodcutter old man, then no one would dare to offend the celestial court. The general trend would be formed. Gu Xinao, the strongest war slave that could fight against Emperor Qing, is leaving just like that. A terrifying roar came from the underworld. Not only Yin Luo Jian, but Underworld Emperor Palace and Prison Suppression Hall were also like this. It was full of violent storms. The leaders of the underworld were furious. Gu-Xinao was the strongest war slave they had obtained in the past tens of thousands of years. Once he awakened, he could be nurtured into an unrivaled butcher's knife. No one could compete with him. The underworld is really getting worse with each generation. If this continues, we might as well devour all the Een spirits. What a mortal god corpse. Everything is useless. The leaders of the underworld were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They wanted nothing more than to awaken the sleeping supreme being and bathe the starry skies in blood. This time, it was really too sullen. Hundreds of thousands of Een soldiers were annihilated, helping others in vain. They lost an unrivaled war god, just like that. This was a type of humiliation. If word got out, it would be a joke. Who were they? It was the underworld that caused the collapse of the celestial court. It caused the gods to feel incomparable pain. There wasn't a single person in the world who didn't tremble at the mention of them. But now, their faces were slapped and stepped on, swollen like a pig's head. Within the underworld, black demonic clouds surged. Blood-colored lightning danced, and a rain of blood poured down. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, the celestial court was filled with cheers and laughter. The only regret was that Yi Fan wasn't here. Everyone came out to meet Komatsu. Jizuya also came with Little Purple. "Greetings, mistress." Komatsu bowed solemnly. "I've always heard your master talk about you, but he didn't dare to go over. He was afraid that the flames of war would burn his hometown. Finally, I've met you." Jizuya also liked Komatsu a lot. She smiled and helped him up. "Little brother, we're Purple. I'm called Little Purple. It's the same." Little Purple, who was only 1 year old, woke up. Her speech was unclear, like a porcelain doll. She stretched out a pair of small hands and said to Komatsu, "Hug me. Senior brother, you're really fated with children." I wanted to hug Little Purple back then, but she refused no matter what. She kept scratching my bald head. Huahua said indignantly. When Komatsu carried Little Purple, the little girl wasn't shy at all. She stretched out her arms and legs like she was climbing a tree. She shouted, "Little brother seems to smell good." Moreover, with a smack, she bit Komatsu, leaving a lot of saliva. Her pink and tender appearance immediately caused everyone to laugh together. Chapter 1691. A giant phoenix nest floated in the cosmos. It was shrouded in mist and full of pressure. A clear but dignified voice reverberated inside. "Have you found the first divine general?" "Empress, we have not found him yet. We have already gone to his hometown to see if there are any traces of him there. However, his tomb is empty." Someone knelt down and reported. Did the underworld dig up his corpse? Or perhaps he has already transformed into the Tao. The woman's voice was a bit tired. After the battle with the woodcutter, she had recuperated for many years. Her Tao injuries had yet to recover. The person below reported seriously. The underworld is extinct there and seems to be quite fearful of it. In addition, his descendants are all alive and well. We found that an invisible hand had once protected the race and killed the quasi-emperor. That means he might still be alive and sleeping until now. The undying Heaven Empress pondered. In the Phoenix Nest, the other two thrones were occupied by the Sun Moon Divine General and Kuin Tian Divine General. They had recovered quite a bit and were even stronger than 20 years ago. The glory of the archaic era was reappearing. The first Divine General has the bearing of an ancient emperor. If not for the Heavenly Emperor achieving the Tao, ruling over the world and suppressing the myriad Taos, he might have taken that step. The Sun Moon Divine General said. In his opinion, even if all of them had died, the first Divine General shouldn't have passed away quietly. He understood that person very well. So how could he be willing? This person would definitely take a gamble and take that step. Whether it was a success or failure, it would be world-shaking. Yes, the first Divine General is too powerful. There are also rumors that after he went into seclusion, he might have been reborn and underwent an incomprehensible transformation. He wanted to fight against the Heavenly Emperor. Kuin Tian Divine General said. All of them suspected that the first Divine General might still be alive. Even the undying Heaven Emperor couldn't completely overshadow such a person. It was impossible for him to die an ordinary death. That was because he was too powerful. His radiance was resplendent and peerless. Compared to him, the sun was like a firefly. In that era, he was the #1 god under the undying Heaven Emperor. When he went into seclusion, he still had half of his lifespan left. He wasn't past his prime. He had the time, energy, and ability to take a gamble in life. The undying Heaven Empress faintly sighed and didn't say anything. Divine General Kuan Tian sensed something and immediately stopped talking. The Sun Moon Divine General was rebellious. He had a head full of silver hair and looked very young. However, he did not say much at this moment and chose to remain silent. Because they were people of that era, they had heard some legends. The Empress of Heaven seemed to have a past with the first godly general. It was just that one of them became the Empress, and the other became the first godly general. "I hope he's still alive," said the undying Heaven Empress. Then her tone became serious. Although her voice was still clear and melodious, there was a murderous intent that caused the entire dynasty to tremble. Huge cracks appeared in the void of the universe. She said, "The son of the heavenly emperor was killed by the holy physique Yi Fan and the bloodline of the heavenly emperor. Although he isn't my biological son, he should still call me mother. This debt can't be ignored. If any of you have the time, go kill a few people." The underworld has confronted them, and an intense conflict has broken out. We will move at the right time, but we have to avoid that little girl. We suspect that she is. Do as you see fit. So what if it's her? In the end, we still don't know who it is that is threatening the eternal heroes. She might not be able to claim supremacy. It will be revealed in the future, said the undying Heaven Empress coldly. In the celestial court, on a divine island floating in the air, Yi Tong and Komatsu were discussing the Tao. Yang Shi and Hua Hua were listening on the side and were both very intoxicated. Here, Tao flowers bloomed one after another, and tens of thousands of auspicious lights filled the sky. Everyone sighed in admiration. These two geniuses were truly heaven-defying. Although the paths they walked were different, the great Tao was the simplest. Different paths led to the same destination. The topmost domains would eventually resonate and converge toward a single point. I have to find a chance to cross the tribulation. Otherwise, I will be unworthy of my position as senior uncle, said Pang Bo. When the Black Emperor heard this, he was extremely thick-skinned and nonchalantly said, "What's the rush? Didn't you see how steady the Wenchang patriarch is? He will only consider severing his Tao 500 years later. His foundation is truly solid. Tonight, I will treat everyone to dog meat hot pot." The ridiculed Zhang Wenchang was not someone who could be bullied easily. He smiled and invited the people of the celestial court. "All right, we will definitely come," the group replied. Woof! On the divine island, Komatsu suddenly sensed something. He frowned and turned to look at Gu Xian. This peerless ruler who had fought against the Azure Emperor in the past had white hair draped over his shoulders. At this moment, his eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance, as if he had sensed something. Senior Gu's instincts are still there, as expected of a peerless expert who could fight against the Azure Emperor. He sensed that a supreme expert was looking at the celestial court, said Komatsu. Yi Tong nodded and said, "That's right, a terrifying figure has arrived. There is still someone who dares to covet the celestial court? Let's kill our way out." Yang Shi said, he was a battle-hungry madman. Now that his sacred bloodline had awakened, he was filled with pride. He was never afraid of challenges. The Black Emperor and the others flew over. With a wave of his hand, they took Gu Xian with them. Afterwards, the space there ripped open silently, opened with the chessboard formation, and they immediately entered the battlefield in the distance. Boom! On this day, a great battle erupted outside the celestial court. The unknown expert from the underworld was extremely terrifying, but in the end his body exploded. He was cornered by Yi Fan's disciples. At the same time, Gu Xian struck out, but he did not target the people of the underworld. Instead, he pressed his palm towards the space there and destroyed a region of stars. What? Kuan Tian is injured? The white-haired battle slave of the celestial court is actually so powerful? The divine general of the sun and moon was surprised in the phoenix nest. I've been careless. If he still has the senses of his soul, he's no weaker than us when we were at our peak. He's very terrifying. Kuan Tian coughed up a few large mouthfuls of blood. It was very difficult for him to return alive. Obviously, there was no such thing as an airtight wall. The revenge of the underworld and the assassination of the celestial court in the Phoenix Nest all suffered terrifying counterattacks, throwing the outer space into an uproar once again. The universe became more and more tense. The underworld, God's organization, the Tao Palace, and the Empire stood side by side, and now there was the possible rise of the celestial court. The 5 great organizations enveloped the entire universe, filling it with far too many variables. This was a special period of time. It was suffocatingly heavy, as if a storm was about to come, and this was only the moment of peace before the storm. Once it erupted, there would definitely be a rain of blood and lightning that would shatter the universe. Everyone could already foresee a terrifying, chaotic war. Perhaps even a universe would be destroyed. Everyone was waiting for the darkness before them, waiting for a storm. A few large organizations began to migrate, avoiding their homelands and venturing into the desolate border. In this chaotic world, survival was the most important task. There was no need to talk about hegemony or longevity. If they were killed in the chaos, everything would be a joke. The oppressive atmosphere was so tense that it could make people faint. A great war was about to begin, and the most eye-catching were naturally the peerless experts. There was no need to mention the underworld. It was rumored that there was an ancient supreme being in hibernation. God's organization was a remnant of the ancient heaven, so there was bound to be a supreme being overseeing it. Otherwise, how could they oppose the underworld? And the undying empress, the woodcutter old man, and the others were even more peerless. If they really fought to the death, who could compete with them? No matter how one looked at it, the celestial court was currently the weakest. There was no invincible figure in the world. Yifan's great achievements were within reach. Once he reached that step, it would not be a problem for him to sweep through the world, but did he still have time? After all, Gu Xinjiao had passed away a long time ago. A physical body would definitely not be able to contend against someone who was about to become a Taoist. The other 4 colossal organizations were all peerless experts. If they really wanted to make a move, who would give him the time? They would definitely strike like thunder and launch an attack to kill him. The Great War was about to begin, and the most eye-catching one would definitely be the great battle between the peerless experts. Where was Yifan? Would he still be able to reach great achievements in time? All the great powers of the universe were speculating and paying attention. This was a legendary era, and it was inevitable that the heavens would be torn apart. In the depths of the universe, Yifan let out a long roar. He cultivated along the way and traveled through the heavens. He observed the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, comprehended the laws of nature, and comprehended the mysteries of all things at the beginning. He read the ancient scriptures of various emperors, and with the Void Emperor and Ye Huang as companions, many figures walked out from the scriptures to fight against him. Even though he had gained a lot along the way and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, it was easier said than done to reach the heavens in a single step and touch the edge of the Emperor's Tao. It was even harder than creating a clear sky. This was a divine sea. It was unknown how it was left behind, but it was completely golden and boundless. The sun, moon, and stars would fall into the sea from time to time. This kind of miraculous scene was truly rare. Yifan was moved. There was a powerful energy fluctuation in this divine sea. He stopped here and treated it as an ideal place for seclusion. I want to become stronger. I want to become even stronger. Even though he was traveling and comprehending his own Tao, he still knew what was happening in the outside world. He understood that the celestial court needed an exceptional expert to come into being. It wasn't for the sake of saving a Miaoui, but rather to protect the celestial court. He had a breakthrough as well. No one knew what kind of terrifying things would happen in this world. My Tao, my laws, my path. Yifan sat in front of the golden divine sea, close to going crazy. Time wouldn't wait for him. and he needed to immediately become stronger. And Meowie had fallen into the underworld, and only heaven knew what would happen there. He didn't ask for anything else. He only wished to save her. The Celestial Court had so many loved ones and friends, so they needed him to become stronger even more. Otherwise, those four colossal existences could crush over at any time. If a supreme being truly appeared, even the little girl wouldn't be able to be saved. However, the more anxious he was, the more difficult it was for Yi Fan to break through. He sat here for 3 days, and his head directly turned white. His gray hair scattered about, as if he had aged 10,000 years in an instant. Why can't I break through? Why can't I take another great step forward? Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was too impatient for success, messing up his state of mind, stirring up a heart demon, injuring himself. I have to calm down, not lose my original heart. My Tao is on guard. Yi Fan calmed his state of mind. Many ancient scriptures in his body resonated, several great secret realms shining, emptying his mind. He severed all of his obsessions, producing the Tao with a single thought. Then, he became motionless, his entire body withered and silent. He entered a type of long contemplation, becoming one with the void, becoming a part of nothingness. Time flowed on, unknown how many years had passed. That day his mind trembled. He opened his eyes, sensing a type of indescribable aura. Why was this world so desolate and silent? That golden divine sea was dried up, those stars all extinguished. The universe was in ruins, already in ruins. What was going on? What happened? Yi Fan was alarmed. How long have I been sitting here for? Why do I feel like I've lost a great deal of time? Yi Fan trembled. He could sense how powerful he had become after advancing to the extreme, the blood within his body surging like violent dragons. He dared fight against ancient supreme beings. However, why did the environment of the universe change so much? He reached out his hand, seeing that there were wrinkles on it, the flesh no longer sparkling, lacking luster. Yi Fan got up. He moved through the void, and then a precious mirror appeared, reflecting his true appearance. White hair scattered over his shoulders, the passage of time engraved streak after streak of traces on his face. He was no longer young, already aging. There was sea-like power within his body, able to contain the endless blue skies, able to fight a decisive battle against supreme beings, the Tao covering the heavens. However, just how many years had passed? How could it be like this? Chapter 1692. Time passed, and the years became stronger. Everything he saw was ruined. What had happened? Yi Fan's body went cold. How many years had he lost? Was this still him? The white hair of the person in the bronze mirror was scattered. Even though his body was still perfectly straight, there were many traces of time left on his face. He was no longer young. Even his divine body had aged. How terrifying was this period of time? He had lost it. I don't believe it. Yi Fan believed that this was a dream and not a real scene. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The world was vast and boundless. The divine body had aged for 10,000 years. Who else could he see in this world? His right hand's fingers slid across his left wrist. Blood flowed, and pain spread through his body. This was not a dream. Everything was real. Yi Fan's primordial spirit left his body. The fist-sized golden figure instantly broke through the barriers of time and space. He gazed into the boundless void of the universe. Everything he saw was desolation and destruction. The cold universe seemed to have died. There was nothing left. Nothing could be seen. The stars were forever dim and completely extinguished. He didn't know what kind of terrifying battle had happened in these 10,000 years. The universe had actually become like this. Yi Fan's heart was in pain. He still couldn't believe this result. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? This was unimaginable. Looking at the wrinkled face of the old man in the mirror, his heart was pounding. If so many years had passed, then all of his family and friends would no longer be here. Even that adorable daughter, who had just been born and was no more than 1 year old, would have long returned to the yellow earth. If this was real, he felt suffocated. The tender little purple and the 1 year old little muddle liked to stick to him. However, they didn't stay by his side for long. They had always been separated, and now this was the result. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He couldn't accept this. He looked at the golden divine sea that was about to dry up and disappear. He jumped into the sky and crossed the galaxy, rushing towards the former celestial court. Yi Fan continuously told himself that this was an illusion and not real. However, the pain in his body and the coldness of his primordial spirit proved that this was not a dream. He wanted to go crazy. How could this be? I cannot accept this. The entire universe reverberated with his majestic roar, causing some broken stars to explode one after another, causing the dark universe to become even colder. He traversed through the starry sky. With every step he took, a star would disappear beneath his feet. This type of Tao and magic was so strong that a single thought could destroy the entire world. However, he didn't feel happy at all. Along the way, all he saw were ruins. There wasn't a single intact, starry sky. Many stars had shattered, and cosmic dust floated about. Occasionally, there would be blood, broken bones, and weapon fragments. It was cold and chilly. Yi Fan refused to admit it, but his heart was already in a tearing pain. This was not an illusion. A terrifying war had taken place thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. This part of the universe had been destroyed, but he had missed it. Along the way, he did not see a single living creature. Everywhere was deathly stillness. Finally, he neared the star field where the headquarters of the celestial court was located. His heart became cold. This place was in ruins. The stars had all shattered, and as for those divine islands floating in the air, they had all turned into dust. Yi Fan rushed into the depths like a madman. He didn't leave anyone behind. He didn't discover that this place had long since become ruins. There was only blood and rubble. No! Yi Fan roared in grief. He really saw the result. His entire body was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly, and his face was pale. All hope was shattered. The celestial court no longer existed. He wanted to find something, but in the end, there was no trace at all. Trace the source. Yi Fan roared like a madman. With a roar, the starry sky collapsed. This place was immediately enveloped by primal chaos. He saw many broken scenes, and shouts of war shook the heavens. The celestial soldiers and generals were charging and breaking out of the encirclement. The Een spirit army was attacking, and blood flowed like rivers. There was also a huge phoenix nest floating above. The light that swept down caused the celestial generals to fall in large numbers. I'm going to stake it all against you. With a long roar, Pang Bo soared into the sky. His hair was disheveled, and the powerful pressure of the quasi-emperor shattered the starry sky. However, what awaited him was a large, merciless hand. In the direction of the underworld, an existence shrouded in black mist, like an ancient emperor, forcefully slapped over. There was only a mournful red left in the sky. Blood rained down, and Pang Bo disappeared forever. Uncle Pang Bo is also gone. Woo-woo, bad people, return my uncle's life. Little Violet cried loudly as she stood helplessly on a divine island. She looked only a few years old and had never grown up at all. She was so young, and her face was full of tears. Just a few years after I left, Yi Fan's face was already full of tears. Was Pang Bo gone just like that? His entire body was trembling. Ah! Li Tian and Yin Ishi roared angrily. They went against the sky, and the goddess furnace in their hands emitted a blazing light. A sun flew out from it, and 9 divine phoenixes danced in the air. They turned into overflowing flames and rushed into the sky. They fought with their lives on the line, unwilling to accept such an ending. They fought with everything they had, throwing away life and death. However, it was of no use. The figure shrouded in black mist in the distance blasted over with a fist, and the jet-black palm directly slapped the divine furnace. Kacha! The goddess furnace shattered. Even if it was personally refined by the great emperor, it was still useless. At this time, it turned into hundreds of fragments, flying in all directions, unable to harm that person in the slightest. At the same time, Li Tian and Yin Ishi both cried out sorrowfully. The black hand pressed down, and inch by inch, they were crushed from head to toe. Their flesh and bones turned into bloody mist, and they were erased from this world. Don't kill my uncle. 2 more people are gone. Little Violet knelt on the ground and cried loudly. This was a tragic scene. Yifan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. His good brothers had died in battle, just like this. How many years ago was this scene? It was probably 10,000 years ago. He roared in sorrow, and he hated that he couldn't tear open the void and return to that era to participate in the war. Yifan bit his mouth full of blood, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned blue. His whole body was trembling. He had once gone through life and death with his brothers, and now he had to watch them die 10,000 years apart. His heart was in extreme pain and despair. Woo! Little Violet cried loudly. She knelt there, and while shouting those familiar names from the celestial court, she used her little hands to dig up the ruins on the island. Yifan's heart trembled. There was a ruin beside Little Violet, and there was no trace of Jizue there. However, there was a bit of blood and a piece of purple clothing in the ruins. Yifan's body shook violently. Although he had already guessed the ending, he still couldn't help but feel his ears ringing. His heart was in extreme pain, and he staggered while crying sorrowfully. Ziyue, how could this be? The woman who once loved to laugh, the woman who waited for him under the starry sky for a long time, had left just like that. He didn't see the scene of her withering. There was only a corner of purple clothing and a bit of blood. This was even more cruel than seeing it. This was a tragic ending that was difficult to accept. This emperor will fight it out with you. A big black dog with blood dripping from its vertical eye between its eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura as it charged in the direction of the underworld. And this time, not only did the figure shrouded in black fog stretch out a large hand, even the blood-colored phoenix nest above the celestial court had a sparkling and translucent hand expand, reaching out and enveloping the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor had once followed Great Emperor Wushi, and both the underworld and the Empire wanted to fight for it. Capturing it alive was the best choice, and perhaps they could find out the secrets of Great Emperor Wushi. The Black Emperor smiled sorrowfully, but its eyes were filled with determination. The countless formation platforms around it all lit up, burning along with its body and jumping fiercely. Brat, you owe me an innate holy body Tao embryo. Otherwise, this group of monsters will all be blasted to pieces. After it finished roaring, it exploded between the 2 large hands, and thus the curtain fell. A child with a holy body? I want her. A clear and moving woman's voice came from the phoenix nest. A white hand reached out and grabbed Little Purple, who was only a few years old, wanting to take her into its hands. We need the bloodline of a holy body. This child can only be returned to the underworld. The people of the underworld responded coldly. I need her. The woman in the phoenix nest didn't let go. In order to restrain that woman's supreme Tao fruit, even the sleeping underworld emperor was forced to awaken. The underworld has paid so much. How can we allow others to pick the spoils of war? The person in the black fog responded coldly. Didn't you guys suppress a holy body? Is that not enough? Not enough. The 2 giants argued. On the divine island, Little Purple's face was full of tears. She cried loudly and laboriously moved the rubble on the ruins. Her little hands were bleeding from the friction. She kept calling out, Mother, come back. Yifan's heart was bleeding. He growled in a low voice as hot tears rolled down his face. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last cried. Now he was so sorrowful. His family and friends were separated from them by 10,000 years. He wanted to take action, but he wasn't in that space-time. He howled in grief, unable to return to the past. He could only watch from a distance, hating but powerless. Boom! The heaven and earth exploded. The Empress in the Phoenix nest and the giants of the underworld fought over Little Purple. They both want to take her. The waves were incomparably huge, shattering countless divine islands. Some stars even left their original trajectories, exploded, or cracked. Two people with incomplete bodies crawled out from the ruins. One was covered in dazzling sunlight. He had lost the lower half of his body a long time ago and was bleeding. It was Yi Tong. He protected Little Purple behind him and rushed into the sky. The other had lost his right arm. Although his heart was bitter, his face was still peaceful. He used his only arm to carry Little Purple, coaxing her not to cry as he rushed into the distance. The sun exploded and a golden rain of light scattered. Yi Tong let out an unwilling roar that shook the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He no longer existed. Komatsu's body was burning. He wanted to tear open space and send the young Little Purple inside so that she could escape. That was actually the power of time. The beautiful youth was peerless at this moment, but he smiled bitterly. He sank into the flames and disappeared with the heaven and earth. Death. But how could the two giants in the sky allow Little Purple to escape? Yi Fan roared, tears flowing down his face. When he saw his two most beloved disciples, unable to display the brilliance they should have, withered away just like that, tears blurred his eyes. There was also Little Purple. She used to be so naughty and cute, but now she was so helpless. She stretched out her little hand. Was she calling for him? But now he could only watch like this. After 10,000 years, his heart was filled with guilt and pain. At this moment, he was filled with sorrow, hatred, and madness. Chapter 1693. Yi Fan was like a wounded beast. His white hair was a mess, and his eyes were bleeding and crying. His best friends had all died in battle, and his most beloved disciples had all withered away. And his daughter, she was so smart and cute. She was only a few years old, but she was struggling there, and there was no way forward. As for Ziyue, even after using the secret technique of tracing the source, she could not see the last scene. There was only a bit of blood in the remnant, and a corner of her purple dress. He felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Yi Fan had never felt so miserable before. He hated himself so much. Why was he not by their side? He was separated by an entire generation. The heavens were cruel to let him see such a scene, and yet he could not participate in the battle. He was filled with a sense of helplessness. "Mother, don't leave me behind. Little Violet is scared." A tender voice rang out. The crack in the void closed, but she was not transported away. Because the two giant hands imprisoned eternity, no one could escape. No matter how hard Komatsu tried, he could not break through the crack in time and space. When Yi Fan saw those two large hands grab towards the void, covering that place, he closed his eyes. His tears were extremely salty, flowing into his mouth. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he was so tired. He could not help but cry. In the past, he had been sad and regretful, but he had never felt despair like this. "Father, where are you? Little Violet is scared. Mother is not here anymore. Woo!" These tender words stabbed into Yi Fan's heart like a sharp knife. His whole body trembled, and he clenched his fists. Yi Fan roared in grief. He angrily attacked the sky, facing the two giant hands. He wanted to stop all of this. He could not tolerate anyone hurting his daughter. His fist shattered the sky, causing the two giant hands to shatter and disappear. But this was only the shattering of a scene and not a battle that had transcended thousands of years. The final scene was fixed there. Little Violet was sobbing, her eyes wide and helpless, looking up at the sky. Just like that, everything shattered and disappeared. The future could not be seen, and the results could not be seen. Yi Fan could not bear to look at little Z for a second time. His heart was riddled with holes, and he had long been hurt to the point that he could not control himself. His fists were bleeding, and blue veins were bursting out of his skin. His power surged crazily, shaking up the cosmos, making this remnant tremble. Many stars that were split apart exploded even further. Yi Fan sang a sad song, filled with hatred and madness. He forcefully endured the pain, walking step by step towards the depths of the ruins. This was the pure land that he had once protected and lived in, but now there was nothing left. The rubble, broken weapons, and bloodstains all showed how tragic the battle was back then, and how miserable it was now. There was a mace under his feet that had been severed. Sadness flashed in his eyes. This was the weapon of the barbarians. This result was not surprising and was within his expectations. Since the celestial court had been destroyed, not many could survive. The friends who had once fought side by side, who had gone through thick and thin together, were all gone forever. Yi Fan was like a lonely soul, walking in the silent ruins. Hot tears rolled down his cheeks. He did not speak, nor did he make a sound. He did not want to stop, and only wanted to keep walking. Why? He could not participate in the battle back then, and this regret could not be made up for. He wanted to cry, but it was choked in his throat. He wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, it was so hoarse. At this moment, he could only look at the ruins, silently bearing the pain as if his heart was being cut by a knife. How could this be? Yi Fan grabbed his hair. He began to hate himself. Why did he have to leave? Why did he go into seclusion for 10,000 years? Walking in the cold, starry sky, he could not find the warmth of the past. Yi Fan was like a soulless person. He was muddle-headed, and his whole body was cold. This kind of injury was difficult to heal. He fell into deep self-blame. Why did he not accompany them? Why did he miss that battle? This was unforgivable. Yi Fan was in a daze. He tasted the bitterness and the loneliness, the torment and the silence. He kept walking forward, not wanting to stop. His heart was in pain, and his spirit was hurt. If he cried out loud, perhaps he would feel a bit better, but he could not do it. There were so many people, and they were all gone. Purple Moon's brilliant smile was buried under the ruins, leaving only bloodstains. Little Purple sobbed loudly, losing all of its playfulness. Pang Bo's majestic body could not withstand a strike from the underworld giant. All that was left was a patch of red. Yi Fan was like a puppet, walking forward mechanically. Tears silently rolled down his cheeks. His heart was in such pain and discomfort. He could only watch helplessly, but he could not return to the past. He was like a ghost, lingering here for many days. There was no sun, no moon, only darkness, because everything had been shattered. In the end, Yi Fan was like a child. He knelt here and cried loudly. He was no longer young. His white hair was scattered, and his wrinkles were like knife scars. Time had left behind indelible scars on his body. He sat here for 10,000 years, and when he looked back, how much love, hate, sorrow, joy, and hatred had all been cast into the river of time. How could he accept this? How could he endure this? Yi Fan raised his head towards the heavens and howled in grief. He was like a lone wolf, howling alone in this blood-colored desolation. His white hair whistled about crazily, endless melancholy, endless sorrow. What kind of sorrow was this? After parting in the past, they could never meet again. They could only watch through time and space as the curtain of blood fell, powerless to do anything. Yi Fan sat here alone for many days. There were no tears, no words. Only after many days did he stand up. He used his great magical power to move stars from the depths of the starry sky, refining them, condensing them to a very small size. Then he piled them up, building a star tomb here, burying everything in the celestial court. Ruins, blood, broken bones, he did not know which belonged to his daughter, which belonged to Purple Moon, which belonged to his friends. There was only endless pain in his heart, since the celestial court was destroyed and everyone died together in battle. Then he would build a giant tomb so that everyone could forever be buried together under the endless starry sky. Then Yi Fan resolutely turned around and walked towards the starry sky. He was going to fight. Where was the underworld? Where was the phoenix nest? The blood in Yi Fan's body rumbled, and his battle intense surged. He wanted nothing more than a fight against the heavens and redeem everything from the past. Only, he walked under the starry sky, yet he couldn't see a single person. Did all of the creatures die in battle? Many ancient stars were destroyed, including many ancient lands with life he had visited before. Could he not find a single person? In this boundless cosmos and endless star systems, there were only broken places and not complete ones. He wanted to find the underworld and the phoenix nest for revenge, but there was no gate to enter. Finally, he found an ancient land with life, but he didn't see a single expert. They could almost all be considered mortals. There were cultivators, but they couldn't rush out of this star and couldn't enter the cosmos at all. What was wrong with this world? Couldn't even find a single powerful cultivator? Yi Fan traversed the starry sky in search of the ancient lands of the past, but almost all of them were destroyed. He sensed the remnant fluctuations of the great emperor level. Was it another great war of darkness? Even if he occasionally found an ancient star with life, he couldn't see any saints or people of the same generation. This kind of world was so unfamiliar. He seemed to be out of tune with this world. The white-haired Yi Fan's aged face was filled with sadness. The end of an era. Did that mean that the previous era had become him? Yi Fan followed his memories and advanced towards the territory once ruled by the underworld. After an endless trek, he saw desolation and a large expanse of ruins. Even this place was destroyed. Was it the awakened little girl? Did she end up like this because of her battle with the emperor of the underworld and the other ancient supreme beings? Yi Fan's eyes swept over. He advanced forward. Even if he didn't know the exact location of the underworld, he still had to find some clues. Reality exceeded his expectations. When he entered a broken sea of stars, he saw an expanse of mist that enveloped the heavens. This was a vast underworld Earth. The stars were like fireflies that would sink down from time to time. The underworld Earth was broken, and there was a collapsed underworld gate. A broken bronze plaque soaked in the terrifying blood of an ancient emperor was half covered in dust. The two words underworld were written on it. It's here, but it's empty. After seeing this scene, Yi Fan didn't feel joy or excitement. There was only endless melancholy. Could he not even personally take revenge? All of his friends and loved ones had passed away. What meaning was there left for him to continue living? What supported him was only a wave of grief and indignation. He wanted to kill his way to the end and destroy the underworld and the phoenix nest. He walked alone, stepping over underworld Earth, passing through it. This place had become ruins. He walked towards the starry sky again, treading on the heavenly path. Several decades later, he found the phoenix nest, but this nest had long been destroyed by someone. Everything is gone. Yi Fan didn't feel the joy of revenge. There was only endless sadness. How many past events could he forget? How many people could he never meet again after he missed them? He couldn't help but roar out. Everything had ended just like that. He couldn't see his old friends or enemies. At this moment, the entire world was boundless. He couldn't find a home to return to and felt extremely lonely. They're all gone. You all left me. Yi Fan laughed sorrowfully. He faced the heavens. His aged face was full of bitterness and pain. It was just a single seclusion, but it was even worse than the ancient legends. 7 days in the cave was already 1,000 years in the world. This saying was far from enough. 10,000 years had passed in an instant. His love and hatred, his joys and sorrows, his hatred and lust, they were all buried in the past. In this world, there was no longer a single person he knew. He went to the Big Dipper and entered the forbidden region of life. Yi Fan rushed towards the Big Dipper and arrived here. Unfortunately, it was still a remnant. The starry river here had long collapsed, and nothing could be seen. He was a lonely traveler. He walked for 100 years, and his body aged day by day. Even the underworld had disappeared, but his curse never appeared. He was aimless, without a future. It was difficult to see his old friends, and even his enemies had all died. These were the things he feared the most in the depths of his heart. Now it really happened. Is my life going to end here? Yi Fan was already completely disheartened. He felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. I can't accept this. I can't even protect Little Purple. I can't even protect my good friends and wife. What kind of man am I? Yi Fan roared. He was originally already at a loss. His eyes were originally lifeless, but at this moment his eyes suddenly became fierce. They flickered with a beam of light that could burn the 9 heavens. My life definitely shouldn't end here. My children, my friends, they shouldn't die like this. I want to break through the immortality, the end of longevity, and ask the heavens for an explanation. Chapter 1694. Yi Fan couldn't accept this, finding it hard to accept this reality. How could he forget those years? The brothers who risked life and death together, their blood and sweat dried up, fighting Big Dipper side by side, ascending the path to heaven. Those who went through life and death together, establishing the celestial court. Yet now, they left him one after another, 10,000 years separating them. How could he let this go? Little Purple still hadn't grown up. She was just that cute, young, and weak, yet she withered away so early. There was also Purple Moon. She let him down too much. Even before her death, only a corner of her clothes could be seen, specks of blood covering the ruins. Lives that shouldn't have withered away, faces that were full of life, disappeared just like that, disappearing. The radiance in Yi Fan's eyes were like two sharp swords. His fighting spirit burned like a flame, wishing to make the heavens collapse, make the earth explode. He was going to ask the heavens above on the path of long life. I'm going to shatter the undying, reverse the past and present, turn into the world, reverse everything. Even though he was already old, feeling that his blood energy was lacking, he still had this type of conviction. He already stood at this height. If he took another step forward, he would reach the next level. He would be able to control everything. Yi Fan cut down all of the great waves, suppressing his sentimental mood, making himself calm and resolute, full of fighting spirit. Who can fight against me? He walked through the starry sky, stepping into the sky dome, searching for enemies, wishing to blossom at the peak of sublimation, pursue long life. This world was extremely quiet, unable to see the predecessors, unable to see the path of return. There was actually no one who could accept his challenge. The past heaven-warping geniuses all withered away, all of them dying. Yi Fan advanced alone, stepping over Big Dipper, Purple Micro, Umitba, Heaven Ascension, Heaven Reaching, Fire Mulberry, and other ancient stars. They were all shattered, everything becoming the dust of history. Even Earth had long ceased to exist, blasted into ashes. Yi Fan ascended the path to heaven, arriving before Imperial Pass, taking a step inside. Even this place was ruined, all of the palaces becoming traces. The Woodcutter Elder and the Tao Palace were erased under the skies of history. The entire world was boundless. Not a single opponent could be found. The past world was flourishing, but now it instead became bleak, losing all of its glory, becoming the dust of history. The great powers of the past were all gone, all of them beaten in a scorched earth. This left everyone feeling helpless, and they couldn't help but sigh. You can't even find an opponent. Just as he expected, God's organization was no more. 10,000 years had passed, and too many things had changed. For people who like to listen to fairy tales, it might not be long, but in reality, it was really too long. Both the underworld and God's organization, which had existed since ancient times, had been destroyed. This was a period of intense change that made people tremble and sigh in amazement. Who can fight me? Yi Fan roared. In this bleak universe where there were only a few planets left with life, he couldn't even see a single opponent. The end of a prosperous world turned out to be such a desolate wasteland. Back then, what kind of golden age was that? Stars shone resplendently, heroes contending for supremacy. The Imperial Prince and Ancient Prince both shone with brilliance, and ancient supreme beings shook the restricted region. What kind of great era was that? Just thinking about it made people tremble, and the experts would be even more excited. They were fortunate enough to be born in the most resplendent era since ancient times. That was the most ideal era, and they could engage in the most glorious battles of their lives. Names came one after another: Yao Guang, Tai Chu, Zhang Bairan, Di Huang, Dao Yi, Fire Qilin, Sacred Prince, but all of them had passed away, and not a single person could be found. Yi Fan felt that he had reached the peak of strength, but he couldn't find an opponent. Even he himself couldn't estimate how terrifying his combat strength was. If there were no more opponents, he might become old. The Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years, and now it was almost the end. Even if he had eaten some divine medicines and holy fruits, it wouldn't extend his lifespan by too much. Back then, he had already offset the Tao injuries and the corrosion of time in the desolate ancient forbidden land. I'm about to grow old, and I actually don't have a single opponent. This wasn't a kind of invincible glory, but a kind of boundless loneliness. He finally experienced this kind of torment, and he could feel the mood of an ancient emperor, from being the enemy of the entire world to being invincible in the heavens and earth, and then to being completely silent. What kind of cruelty was this? Everyone from his generation had died, and he was the only one left, enduring endless loneliness. In the boundless world, he couldn't even find an enemy. A person who turned his back on the common people. What was he thinking back then? Voluntarily transforming into the little girl? Why did she make such a decision back then? Yifan muttered to himself, silently gazing at the sky. I'm just myself, and I don't care about others. In this world, I want to be invincible. Since there are no more opponents in the world, then I'll fight with myself, break through the path of immortality, and ask the heavens. After great sorrow, Yifan walked alone for 100 years, and now he had cast off his melancholy. Like an unsheathed treasured sword, he released the most resplendent brilliance, and his aura shot into the 9 heavens. He turned into an invincible god of war, looking down on the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. With a single thought, he moved the world, and everything in the universe was within his grasp. There are no enemies. I'm my own enemy. I'll fight with myself. Yifan's conviction was so strong that even the starry rivers in the universe were trembling. If he roared out, the entire starry space would collapse. This was an extremely terrifying scene. His aura, his combat prowess, his will, and that unrivaled conviction, all of them reached the absolute peak since he was born in this world. I'm standing at the absolute peak of my life. I'm going to fight with myself and walk on a path that belongs to me alone. This sonorous voice shook the entire starry space. A Yifan who was walking towards the most glorious peak of his life appeared, shattering all obstructions. Nothing could obstruct his path. Wherever his gaze turned, that place would collapse, becoming a resplendent expanse. After that, primal chaos erupted as a scene of creation appeared. Boom! At this moment, a resplendent bolt of lightning shot out from his immortal foundation, tearing apart this universe, shattering this world. It illuminated eternity, so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Yifan closed his eyes, allowing the immortal light to shine even brighter. He didn't move for a long time, comprehending this unique experience. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The blazing light gradually vanished. Before him, there was a golden divine sea that undulated with majestic might. From time to time, the sun, moon, and constellations would descend from it. The universe was boundlessly vast. The astral rivers were resplendent, never broken, never destroyed. It was just like yesterday. Yifan sat there, not moving at all. He silently stared at this starry space. Only after a long time did he mumble to himself, I saw a corner of the future. What he experienced wasn't an illusion. It was the future. Even now, when he thought back, his heart was still aching. His spirit was still injured. That was a period of inextinguishable cruelty. Yifan let out a long roar. He stood up, wanted to grasp the future. He mustn't allow the tragedy to play out. A ball of fire burned in Yifan's heart. He wanted to stop all of this. The most important person in his life was right beside him, right in front of him. He definitely couldn't wait until he lost them to feel pain. Everything was like a real experience. His will was as firm as iron. He had to protect everyone and wouldn't wait until it truly happened. At the same time, Yifan also knew why such a thing had happened. The piece of divine wood in his hand was boiling hot and had already been burned to ashes. This was the past secret he had obtained from the Northern Dipper lineage, and he had successfully cultivated it. After such a long time, he had everyone in the celestial court comprehend it, but no one could comprehend it. It required heavenly fate, and even he couldn't enter it. To him, it was just a piece of wood. Now he had unexpectedly cultivated it, and a segment of profound meaning was imprinted in his mind. This was a supreme secret technique, a peerless secret for cultivating the primordial spirit. Once it was grasped to perfection, one could occasionally foresee the future. Moreover, he discovered that the movement's secret word had advanced by leaps and bounds. He seemed to have interfered with time during the process of comprehending the Tao. The combination of two supreme secret techniques had created a terrifying experience just now. In this sea, Yifan stared at the golden sea of bitterness and didn't say anything for a long time. After an unknown period of time, his gaze became resolute. The period of time he had experienced was the most precious treasure of his life. A period of time, a period of life. My Tao was formed because of it. It's a priceless treasure. Yifan became more and more resolute. The light in his eyes shocked the heavens. That was the future. Although it wasn't the only one, it might completely change. However, the 10,000 years of desolation, the hundreds of years of lonely pursuit, the despair and grief, as well as the understanding and comprehension of life, were all indelible. Experiencing a period of time and comprehending a period of the future, this was a 10,000-year life. It surpassed the value of the ancient scriptures. This might be the greatest treasure he had obtained on the path of cultivation. Unrivaled in the present age, Yifan's conviction was firm, and he became incomparably resolute. His eyes were like two golden bolts of lightning as he strode forward. His hair was snow white, but there weren't any wrinkles on his face. He was still young, and there was still time. There was still time. Yifan developed his own Tao and methods. That period of experience was too important. It made him sad, made him bitter, made him bleak. Even now, when he thought back to it, he still felt waves of sorrow. This also gave him a deep feeling and endless comprehension. The heavenly tribulation hacked down, the sea of lightning submerging this place. Yifan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After experiencing that kind of 10,000-year great tribulation, what else was there to be afraid of in life? He was still alive. His loved ones and friends were still alive. This was enough. He rushed towards the heavens, a fist smashing upwards. A single force passed through the 3 layers of tribulation sea, striking out a vacuum. Yifan's tribulation wasn't just one, but 3 quasi-emperor tribulations. Even though his cultivation time wasn't that long, his accumulations were deep enough. It was as if he had truly experienced the ups and downs of 10,000 years. From the 3rd layer of the quasi-emperor, he broke through all the way to the 6th layer. He was at the top of this world. Lightning radiance was endless. A vast immortal domain suppressed him, surrounding him. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone is still alive. So what if the 3 tribulations overlap? I will definitely make it through. Yifan's conviction was unprecedentedly powerful. After passing through that true future, he was moved too greatly. His will was like steel, not treating the 3 great tribulations as difficult. In reality, the 3 quasi-emperor tribulations were too rare. Even if it wasn't the only one since ancient times, it was close. At this level, how could one continuously undergo tribulations? Under normal circumstances, the quasi-emperor tribulations truly needed to be passed layer by layer. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Each layer would trap a cultivator for many years, even to the point of death. However, Yifan was this powerful. These 3 tribulations couldn't stop him. He rushed upwards, passing through all of the sea of lightning, breaking through the vast, immortal domain. The cauldron danced with him. What he wanted wasn't just this. He couldn't act in the future anymore. He needed to become stronger. Chapter 1695. Yifan was extremely tired. He made it through 3 layers of quasi-emperor tribulation, his body covered in specks of blood. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't easily make it through. How many people had seen this type of tribulation before? The quasi-emperor tribulation was difficult to pass, yet he made it through 3 great trials in succession. Dang! A bell sound rang out, the sound chilly, shaking up one's soul. A great bell appeared. The heavenly tribulation was originally about to scatter. Yifan blasted through immortal domain's void figure, killing the green dragon, vermilion bird, and others. He never expected this type of artifact to appear again. It was extremely sudden. There wasn't much lightning left, and this great bell was also extremely indistinct. There were streaks of electrical radiance interweaving, outlining its shape. It wasn't the woo-sure bell he had seen before, but rather a mysterious bell body he had never seen before. Symbols were endless, engraved on the bell's walls, every single ancient symbol possessing a type of strange power. It was intimidating. When Yi Fan saw it, he felt as if all of his blood vessels surged, interacting with it, indescribably resonating with it. It was an extremely strange feeling. Then, it shook in a long and drawn-out manner, almost making Yi Fan's soul fall out. Even someone as powerful as him had no choice but to do everything he could to resist, using all of his power. How terrifying! For Yi Fan to say these 3 words, it really was rare. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered an attack from Emperor artifacts before, but now, he felt like this bell was even more mysterious. In that instant, he thought of a sex artifact. It was born in an immortal mountain, previously attacked by an emperor, wishing to seize the immortal bell grasped by Kunlun's descendants. It was definitely it. It really was unexpected. Did that immortal seed reflect this place? It was forged from natural laws, lightning interweaving, not much different from a real object. It could also release a clear and melodious sound. With a wung sound, it turned into a streak of flowing light, and then it suppressed downwards. The bell's mouth enlarged, surrounding the person and cauldron below, completely covering them. Yi Fan resisted. This was a tremendous pressure. His blood that was becoming increasingly red began to boil, bones releasing GG sounds. Rays of light scattered down from the immortal bell. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and used it to withstand the attack. Although he could easily injure himself, he took the risk and tempered the source energy cauldron. The ringing of the bell was long and drawn out, and the laws swept down. This was not an attack that was like a blade or a sword, but rather a suppression of a tremendous force. It was as if the entire starry sky was pressing down, wanting to crush Yi Fan into meat paste. If one didn't have a divine body, if one wasn't extremely sturdy, it would definitely be difficult to endure. It was just too powerful. Yi Fan's body split apart, bloody scars appearing. Perhaps it could also be said that it was precisely because his physical body was too powerful that the immortal bell appeared, matching the heavenly tribulation he should face, pressuring him. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal bell didn't fight to the death, fighting to the end, not taking another step forward. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan used all sorts of secret techniques to resist the falling celestial light. He even used his sacred body phenomenon to open up the entire sky and lift the celestial bell. In that place, the radiance was resplendent. A great bell was long and drawn out, tearing apart the peace of endless ages. Meanwhile, at this time, Yi Fan finally sensed something. There was a type of power that was going to fluctuate within his body, resonating with that immortal bell. An incantation appeared in his mind. He was immediately shaken, great waves surging within him. It was actually related to this incantation. Was it because of it that the immortal bell was formed? Yi Fan was extremely shocked. The fog that had been shrouding him for many years seemed to have dispersed quite a bit. He trembled inwardly, thinking of many things. He definitely had to pursue this matter. The scriptures rang out, and then everything calmed down. The immortal bell also disappeared, the sea of lightning between heaven and earth gradually scattering, about to recover the starry radiance in the sky. However, with a loud hong sound, it was as if a raging sea was pouncing over. Tens of thousands of waves were raging. This was a great fire that burned the cosmos into ashes. The stars in the distance were engulfed by the flames and directly melted. This was karmic fire, roasting Yi Fan, refining his body. It came extremely mysteriously, extremely suddenly. The world of mortals was endless, all living things sinful. When the flames burned their bodies, deities wouldn't let them off either. Ancient Buddhas wouldn't be spared either. Once it entered the body, it would truly burn the soul, even going to be completely refined. This time, the karmic fire was a bit different from the karmic fire of the world. This was the karmic fire essence flame of 10,000 Tao, the most terrifying. All types of great evils of the heavens turned into flames, gathering together to burn Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan didn't run away, having the cauldron cross it together with him, bathing in the fiery light. This was a process that the quasi-emperor had to experience. Most people would appear when they became the quasi-emperor, but there were a few who would only appear later. When Yi Fan became the quasi-emperor back then, he crossed two calamities, so he was naturally an exception. Back then, when Shakyamuni became the quasi-emperor, tempering his body, he had once burned his bones, leaving behind a Buddha crown bone that landed in Huahua's hands. Yi Fan sat down, taking the initiative to draw the karmic fire onto his body, tempering his soul. This wasn't something an ordinary person dared to do, yet he was taking a risk. Because he wanted to become the most powerful, everything had to be done to an inconceivable standard in preparation for the great battle in the future. He wouldn't allow any regrets to occur. Even though the future was full of uncertainties, and what he saw was only a corner of the future, full of variables, not necessarily true, as long as there was a chance, he would strangle it in the early stages. Increasing his strength was an inevitable choice. Karmic fire golden body, Yi Fan's entire body shone, the blood in his body surging, every bone moving rhythmically, trembling nonstop. This was a type of tempering, and even more so, a rare transformation. It wasn't the karmic fire the common people saw, but rather the 10,000 flames within the karmic fire, tempering his body, burning endlessly. This was naturally a great tribulation, because one could clearly see Yi Fan's flesh breaking apart, almost burning. Every bone was colliding, even shattering. His body was reconstructing like a snake shedding its old skin. Fine broken bones were also squeezed out, flesh and blood continuously falling off, dripping with fresh blood. This kind of scene was extremely terrifying. How could a transformation be like this? It should be done step by step from the minute changes. To be so bold and decisive like this, broken bones being replaced, flesh and blood being reduced, it was truly a bit terrifying. However, the karmic fire that Quasi-Emperor drew on was like this. This kind of transformation didn't have any order to speak of. It was extremely unyielding, extremely ferocious. The great calamity outside, Yi Fan's body burned fiercely, engulfing him. This place became more and more mysterious, as if there was an invisible great axe chopping down, transforming his body. After who knew how much time had passed, the karmic fire completely retreated. The cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. He opened his eyes, sharp like lightning, and stood up. There were many pieces of broken bones under his feet. Those were the waist bones that had been squeezed out after being reborn. It was a bit terrifying. Yi Fan grabbed them in his hands and then crushed them into flying ashes. He raised them lightly and said, "A period of my time was buried here. You can accompany me here." The third layer of the heavenly tribulation ended, and he had completed his advancement. Both his physical body and consciousness were extremely terrifying, reaching a shocking level. From today onwards, he could be considered one of the strongest in the universe, surpassing his opponents of the past. Many people in this life would find it difficult to compete with him, and perhaps they could only use time to make up for it in order to catch up. Yi Fan swallowed and drank like a whale, absorbing the essence of the universe to replenish his empty body after the tribulation. What was shocking was that the golden sea of bitterness below was unharmed. Even such a vast heavenly tribulation did not destroy it. He absorbed the essence from all directions, triggering the world's 10,000 Daos to cry out in harmony. Yi Fan felt a familiar fluctuation in the depths of the golden sea. He flew in, and multicolored light continuously pounced at him, causing his body to tremble violently. Then he let out a long sigh. He finally understood where this was, the divine physique ancestral star. However, it had been destroyed. The seal on the tomb of the divine physique ancestral star had been broken, but there was no body, no bones, only a golden taboo sea that rushed out and submerged this place. Is this the anger of the divine physique ancestral star? Yifan sighed. The person back then was too powerful. The sea of bitterness in the tomb was actually so vast, rushing through the tomb and submerging the starry sky. This kind of remnant Tao, this kind of trace, could be said to be the ultimate manifestation of a drop of blood filling up the sea of stars. No wonder it could be like this. It affected me together with the front secret word and the action secret word. It's a bloodline inheritance, the call of blood. This place was not very useful to Yifan. Only some essence energy that had not dissipated entered his body, and some Tao laws for him to ponder. But now, to the quasi-emperor of the sixth layer, it was no longer necessary. It's still very useful to Yangshi. Who knows, he might have a great opportunity here. Yifan searched everywhere in the golden taboo sea, feeling that there should be something left behind. But after searching for several days, he still found nothing. He had no time to waste because there was still something important he had to do. He had to search for the immortal bell, so that he could have a trump card that no one could ignore in the future battle. Although the hope of obtaining it was a little uncertain, he had no choice but to give it a try, because the scripture in his body could actually resonate with the bell. Yifan left, temporarily ending his seclusion. He flew along, transforming into a terrifying beam of time light that tore through the darkness of the cosmos. It was incomparably terrifying. He continued to test things out as he advanced, and all aspects of his body improved. His battle prowess increased by a large amount, absolutely terrifying to the point where few people in the world could match him. Moreover, Yifan discovered to his surprise that he almost instantly stood in the God-forbidden domain. After repeated attempts, he discovered that the probability of triggering it was extremely high. There was a period of time when he would be happy if he could trigger it once every half a year. Later on, when he was in the Great Sage's realm, it was shortened to a few days. Now, he actually erupted to this step and could successfully trigger it multiple times in a single day. At this moment, Yifan's confidence soared, and his heroic spirit soared. In this world, he could also be considered a peak expert. As long as supreme beings didn't appear, he, who was about to reach the major success stage, could fight against anyone. Even if he couldn't suppress several peerless experts, he wouldn't be as passive as he was in the past. Yifan flew, his silhouette blurry. The Rho formula was unparalleled under the heavens, and his body affected the flow of time. A single leap seemed to be an eternity. Along the way, Yifan carved words in the void. The runes flashed and then condensed into a golden divine bird that flew toward the celestial court. This was the method of Quasi-Emperor on sixth heaven. Even though they were separated by countless galaxies, he could still use godly techniques to send messages. This was the letter he left for Yang Shi, asking her to search for it on the ancestral planet of the Saint Physique. Meanwhile, he flew directly toward an ancient path, going against the flow. This was the starting path of the 9 dragons pulling coffin, and he had walked out from this starry sky. Moments later, Yifan landed on the ancient Mars star. This was his current power. He crossed the endless starry sky with a single thought and arrived at his destination. For the battle in a few years, to survive, to protect his family and friends, and to prevent the elegy from resounding, he had to do everything possible to increase his strength and the foundation of the celestial court. He had come here to search for the celestial bell. Chapter 1696. Mars was a demonic star. This was Yifan's truest feeling. He had an unforgettable memory here. Half of his schoolmates' souls had returned to this place. Recalling the past, it felt like it was only yesterday. How many things could be repeated? Bits and pieces of the past had passed with the passage of time. Some people could never be seen again, but he could still remember their pale faces and helpless gazes. They longed to live on. Yifan stood silently. It was here that a few good brothers fell into a pool of blood one after another. They pulled with all their might, but they could no longer get up. They couldn't save their lives. Time was like a river that flowed slowly, covering up many things and taking away many emotions. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, no beginning or end, made them wander aimlessly, unable to return to the past. The trajectory of life and death changed, and the past became memories. The experience of life and death, the elegy of blood and fire. There weren't many people who survived until now. Only a few were left, and they spoke of old, fragmented memories. The wind gradually rose, and the ancient Mars was scarlet red. There were hard grains of sand everywhere, and there was no sign of life in the dry desert. There were no familiar people or weapons. They had all been buried. Yifan took a step forward. Now he could make stars fall with a single thought, and planets and other things were nothing to him. His divine sense could completely cover this place. He felt a tremendous pressure here. Mars was definitely extraordinary and couldn't be measured with common sense. Anyone who thought that they were unrivaled in the present age and rashly refined this planet would hit a wall. There was a great terror in the depths of Mars. If one dared to act rashly, there would be a bloody calamity. This was Yifan's first instinctive reaction, and he couldn't help but frown. There were too many buried here, recording a thick and terrifying history. Back then, there was a great battle involving emperors. It had been covered in dust for years, but it had never dissipated until now. Yifan withdrew his attention from the depths of the Earth's core and walked on the surface. The great Thunderclap Temple had long since ceased to exist, and there were almost no traces left. Relying on his powerful divine sense, he found the foundation of the Thunderclap Temple. The crocodile ancestor no longer existed, and the dungeon was still full of energy. Back then, Shakyamuni had set up the 18 levels of hell to suppress the 18 giants of the universe. The bloodthirsty crocodile ancestor, and the powerful divine will of a saint physique. Which one of them was easy to deal with? This was the yin-yang prison, divided into 2 layers that restrained and complemented each other. It was an exquisite design, using the power of heaven and earth to suppress 2 great demon kings for 2,000 years. Since Yifan had returned, he naturally had to take a clear look. Back then, his cultivation was weak, and there were many things that he couldn't see through. These carvings have a deeper meaning, hinting at the terror of Mars. Wild beasts are the soldiers, Qiangqi, Kuan-Peng, and the others are the generals, leading to deep burial ground. Yifan understood. Shakyamuni had also wanted to explore the world under the Red Sea, but he had failed. He was missing something, and all his efforts had gone to waste. He could only choose to strengthen the seal to prevent the monsters inside from breaking out. Yifan gently brushed the dust away. An enormous stone pillar released caca sounds, and a layer of stone powder fell off. 9 stars flickered brilliantly, flickering about. The coordinates of the 18 levels of hell. Yifan was surprised. Sure enough, there was a mystery. This was the power of the quasi-emperor on 6th heaven. Nothing could be hidden from him, and every little clue could be reflected in his mind. This was the mystery carved by Shakyamuni. The other 8 stars were like this one, divided into the upper and lower yin-yang prisons, located in the 8 great ancient regions. Yifan understood and walked to the surface. After observing for 2 days on Mars, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he crossed the stars to search for other levels of hell. At Yifan's current realm, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if it was a demon region sealed by the quasi-emperor in the past, he could easily break into it. Perhaps he would be able to gain more enlightenment and safely explore the secrets of Mars's underground. His speed was very fast. Although he crossed the endless starry sky, time seemed to have frozen in an instant. He arrived at his first stop. He couldn't feel any signs of life here. Desolation was the theme. Yifan said softly, "Could this be the place where the 99 Dragon Mountains once descended?" He carefully explored, discovering that this was previously a source of life, but it had completely dried up. All of the spiritual essence had become empty, seized by a mysterious power. Moreover, there were remnants on the Great Earth, the places where dragon veins had previously resided. Mars was also such a place, and Earth was the last stop. It was fortunate that it hadn't been destroyed. A broken tablet stood here. No one knew how many years it had been since someone came here, and there were no other traces. Demon Sealing Tablet. There were 3 ancient words on the broken tablet. Yi Fan searched the entire ancient star and only found something strange here. He was sure that this was the location of the prison. He pulled up the stone tablet, and immediately, waves of demonic energy rushed up like a volcano eruption. Smoke filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. As expected, this was a prison. There was a shocking great demon sealed in the first floor. It let out an excited and terrifying roar. "Dao friend outside, please lend me a hand. I will reward you generously." "Tell me your name," Yi Fan said calmly. "Great Xia Dragonfinch." The roar shook the heaven and earth. There was a kind of heroic spirit and also a kind of arrogance. Yi Fan was speechless. Wasn't Long Yushuan's ancestor the great Xia Dragonfinch? He was a demonic god that had once called upon the wind and summoned the rain in ancient China. Could it be that he was suppressed here? Yi Fan asked. There was a moment of silence from within, and then he erupted in anger. "I only stayed there for a period of time. I couldn't find any immortal treasures and was instead suppressed. Are you threatening me? There's a bit of my bloodline left there, so it isn't much. It won't be able to restrict me." Yi Fan laughed. He tore open the seal, and a dragonfinch rushed out from an ancient well. It spread its wings and then dove down with a wave of tyrannical aura. "I saved you, and you still want to harm me." Yi Fan's expression was calm. He raised his hand and slapped over. With a loud honglong sound, the great Xia dragonfinch spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his golden divine feathers flew everywhere. He revealed an expression of shock. Back then, he was a demonic god and was at the peak of the great sage realm. Even though most of his cultivation was shaved off by Sakyamuni and he was suppressed here, he didn't waste his time. He had already recovered and was quietly waiting for the day he could escape. He never thought that this person would be so terrifying at such a young age. That baldy from back then was just too terrifying. "I just wanted to test your strength. I don't have any ill intentions towards you." The great dragonfinch explained. There was a great fear in his heart. This wasn't his era anymore, and such a terrifying figure had actually appeared. Pung! Yi Fan's large hand slapped down again. The great Xia dragonfinch's soul almost left his body. He rushed into the sky, but he was grabbed by a large golden hand and couldn't escape. "Please show mercy." He couldn't help but cry out. "I'll teach you a lesson. There are many people in this world who can deal with you. Don't be arrogant and kill without reason." Yi Fan let him go, but his entire body was covered in blood and many of his bones were broken. The great Xia dragonfinch was terrified and didn't say anything else. Yi Fan broke open the other layer of the cage, but in the end, it was all for naught. The person inside had long died in meditation for hundreds of years, and only a corpse was left. It didn't survive the corrosion of time. The great Xia dragonfinch wanted to leave, but Yi Fan forced it to stay by his side. It was quite strong, and if it didn't like its actions, it would take lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been suppressed. The great Xia dragonfinch was helpless. This young man was too strong, and he couldn't leave. He could only follow. We were suppressed, but we were still alive. Firstly, that baldy was quite merciful. Secondly, we all know some secrets of the Chaos God planet and are of some value to the future generations. It is just that this kind of waiting for the fated situation is really infuriating. The great Xia dragonfinch spoke the truth. Yi Fan nodded and rushed to the next area. This time, 2 living beings were unsealed. One was a silver snake, and the other was a heavenly bug. These 2 were ferocious beings. They attacked as soon as they broke free, but in the end, Yi Fan used one hand to beat them into submission. They didn't dare to be violent anymore. The great Xia dragonfinch sighed and said, "Back then, these 2 were shocking figures. If they weren't suppressed by Sakya, they would have most likely entered the quasi-emperor realm. Now, they're being beaten up. Stop talking. Everyone knows that you were a ferocious person back then, but now, you have become an obedient bird," the heavenly bug said. Just like that, Yi Fan broke through 7 stars and released a total of 12 ancient people. They were all extremely strong, and he didn't have much to say to them. If they dared to cause trouble, he would just fight them. This method was very useful. Yi Fan taught these ferocious beings a lesson. They didn't dare to cause trouble, and they were forced to follow him. He didn't imprison them. The quasi-emperor on sixth heaven was enough to intimidate them. Any ferocious being could only lie down in front of such a master. If they dared to resist, they would only be courting death. When they came to the last star, someone issued a challenge to Yi Fan. This was the only quasi-emperor, and he was also the most powerful and terrifying person back then. This person's cultivation had been shaved off, but after 2,000 years of hard cultivation, he forcefully recovered his power and almost reached a higher level. He was a master on third heaven of the quasi-emperor, but he still couldn't escape. When Yi Fan broke the last cage, he spent a lot of effort. This was an ancient bird with bright red feathers that transformed into a Taoist robe. He fought with Yi Fan right away because he knew that if he didn't fight, he would be subdued and it would be difficult for him to escape. If you were peaceful, I wouldn't have kept you by my side and let you go. Since I let you out, you have to be responsible for other living beings. I won't allow you to leave and cause trouble. Yi Fan's attack was still simple. With a wave of his sleeve, he was sucked inside. No matter how great his power was, he couldn't fly out of this world. This old rooster was known as the mountain phoenix back then. After its bloodline awakened, it was difficult to find a match in the demon race. It was undefeated before meeting the Baldy, but today, it actually encountered a great setback. The old rooster is out of luck. He is proud and arrogant, but he will always encounter a supreme expert who can suppress him. The other demons discussed in low voices. Some people took joy in his misfortune. They had suffered at his hands before, so they were happy to see him suffer. Ah, this ancient mountain bird roared loudly. Its phoenix blood boiled, and its Taoist robe shattered. It turned into hundreds of thousands of divine feathers that shot towards Yi Fan, trying to break free from his sleeve. The old rooster is going all out. Its leg hair is fighting. As expected, it's angry and isn't holding back at all. Its entire body is bare. Yi Fan was speechless. This Taoist formed from the spirit of a mountain chicken was truly violent. It was actually like this. He flipped his hand and pressed it down, forcing it to transform into its original form. It was actually a featherless rooster. There was a difference of 3 heavens, and Yi Fan was so powerful. This ancient demon simply didn't have the capital to contend against him. Even though it was extremely powerful, it was far from being his opponent. I submit. In the end, the old rooster yielded and revealed his origins. He was indeed a rooster spirit who obtained Tao in an immortal's cave and cultivated supreme divine abilities. He hated others calling him a mountain chicken and rooster spirit. He called himself the mountain phoenix. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't humiliate him and told him their purpose in finding him. The group of 14 returned to Mars. These people had all come for the immortal treasures back then, and they all knew some secrets. Together, they would be of great help in exploring this place. In reality, even though the 13 great demons were somewhat unconvinced at first, they immediately calmed down after arriving here. They also wanted to see the supreme treasures and great secrets of Mars. Everyone, since we've chosen the same path, let's get to the bottom of this together, said Yi Fan. He was somewhat moved. Back then, the 18 levels of hell could only be considered a legend to him. He had never thought that one day he would personally break through it and release a total of 13 living ancients. The years flew by like a dream. Chapter 1697. The ancient Mars was clearly much larger than it was now, but because of the great changes, it shrunk and became like this. The northern sea was dried up and there was no water. When Yi Fan and the others arrived, they only saw sand and boulders that had been washed clean. Most of them were scarlet red in color. Some said that this was caused by blood. The battle back then had dyed the entire Mars star red. If not for that immortal treasure suppressing it, the so-called solar system wouldn't even exist anymore. Pung! The 100-feet heavenly worm took action. It moved away a boulder and opened a seal, revealing a pitch black hole. A cold and sinister aura appeared, shocking one to the soul. Yi Fan walked forward and was the first to enter. He went straight into the depths and could vaguely hear the sounds of tsunamis. This was a vast world that was far more vast than one could imagine. There was a seal below. At first, it wasn't difficult to break, and it wasn't a problem for the great sage. Only when they heard the chanting of scriptures did they raise their guard. Whoa, it's that group of monks. They became a group of ghost monks. A large ship blocked the way. Golden light shone for tens of thousands of zhong, and waves of chanting could be heard. However, it was extremely weak and could break at any time. No, it's different from hundreds of years ago. Yifan said softly. How powerful was his divine sense? Those ancient Buddhas and Arhats were all gone. There was a layer of powder on the ship. They had all melted and turned into dust. The chanting came from the ship itself. It was the reverberation of the past Buddhist chants, and not the chanting of scriptures. It was clear that something had happened. This place was different and much more terrifying than before. One had to know that this wasn't the deepest part. Finally, they arrived at the underground world. Everything was shaken. There really was a sea that was pitch black like ink. It was boundless and without end. It was extremely strange to see such a scene underground. This is a world of its own, the great Xia Dragonfinch said. Based on what he knew, it was extremely difficult to get close to the endless sea. Even the great sage found it difficult to break through. Now it was so easy. It was clear that the great seal had been broken. Be careful, the mountain phoenix reminded. Don't worry, old rooster. No, Lord Mountain Phoenix. And she hurriedly changed the way he addressed her. He had accidentally called her that way, and he was really afraid that he would bring about a fatal disaster. Now that we're here, let's work together. Everyone, make sure to explain everything you know in advance to avoid any major problems, Yifan said. As he finished speaking, he was the first to descend into the black ocean to investigate. There were no unforeseen changes. This place was deathly still, without any signs of life. There were no fish in the sea, and even less of a demon. It was a dead sea, completely silent. Is this the place where an entire generation of emperor-level experts were buried? Nothing could be seen, only water and the Black Sea. There was no danger here. It was very calm, but the silence was almost scary. It made people feel that something was wrong. They all followed beside Yifan and Shan Huang as they advanced into the depths of the sea. After all, these were two quasi-emperor, which gave them enough confidence to advance. It could be said to be a luxurious lineup. With their speed, crossing a star domain wasn't a problem. However, they still couldn't reach the limits of the sea. It was a great world after all. Finally, they saw an island. It was pitch black like a mountain ridge as it emerged from the water surface. However, as soon as they got closer, their expressions changed. How was this an island? It was actually a vertebra that stretched across this place. It was incomparably large, stretching over 10,000 li. This was an enormous skeleton of many sections. It was submerged in the sea, yet could protrude out like this. It was truly shocking. This is a star beast, still in its infancy. It lives by eating star cores. Who would have thought that this type of creature really existed? We haven't seen many of them since the ancient times. Everyone was astonished. This type of creature's potential was limitless. In the later stages, it would reach quasi-emperor level strength. In reality, the few that appeared in history had all stirred up endless storms. If not for this race being so rare, it would definitely become a great disaster for the universe. Boundless water realm. When will it reach its end? Someone said to himself. Yifan extended out his divine senses, but it was extremely strange. This place was extremely special. Even someone as powerful as his divine will couldn't investigate everything. It was covered up by a mysterious fluctuation. It's that supreme treasure's aura. It has turned into a formless great Tao, cutting off everything here. It might be underwater. Shan Huang spoke about the clues she obtained. The 100 feet heavenly bug said, "Woo, then let's go down and take a look." However, this sea doesn't seem right no matter how I look at it. Who knows what might happen if we go down rashly? Let's give it a try first. If there is something terrifying lying dormant, there will be a battle sooner or later. We might as well do it as soon as possible. She said, "Let me do it." That red-crowned crane transformed into its original form. With a spread of its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. Then it fiercely hacked downwards, its divine wings like snow-white heavenly blades, splitting the heavens, splitting the vast sea into two. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed into the heavens, locking onto the red-crowned crane. An enormous tentacle reached over, as if it was a demon from the abyss of hell. Its entire body was bumpy and covered in mucus, its tentacle reaching several thousand li in length. The red-crowned crane clashed with it. Its silver wings erupted with brilliant light, releasing kong-chong sounds. It flew outwards. That tentacle was extremely powerful. It continued to extend outwards, almost wrapping around it and pulling it into the sea. There was a terrifying demonic nature to it. It's an octopus. It's this enormous, full of corrosive power, deathly energy pervading the air. When the seawater rose and fell, they saw a gray octopus that was the size of a heaven-connecting giant mountain. It was suffused with deathly mist, even more so a type of decaying aura. This wasn't a true prehistoric octopus, but rather a dead spirit formed from endless rotting flesh. Energy overflowed into the heavens. Heroic spirits rest in peace. Dead slaves guard the tomb. This is what my master told me when he was still alive. It seems like it really is under the sea. Someone said with shock. This octopus was extremely strange. There was the corpse of the great sage on it, as well as the fragments of the Quasi-Emperor's weapons. It was extremely powerful, weaker than the abnormal great sage, to the extent where some parts were even stronger. However, in front of the true Quasi-Emperor, it wasn't much. The mountain phoenix reached out her hand, pointing out. That enormous creature was directly blasted apart, turning into mud. Energy and the stench of decay overflowed into the heavens. The mountain phoenix pointed out again, opening up a passage, separating them from the seawater, directly entering the boundless sea. They didn't know how far they traveled. They unexpectedly passed through the water layer, arriving at the very bottom. It was incredibly spacious without any water, the vast sea covering them, not falling down. Meanwhile, the ground was densely packed, skeletal remains everywhere, ice-cold corpses of creatures everywhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. This made one's scalp go numb. Just how many people died back then? Why were there so many? They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance? This is the place. We arrived at an ancient battlefield that buried an entire era. There were even Emperor Dao figures who fell here. The snake was moved. Something isn't right. It was rumored that normal people couldn't enter at all, so why didn't we expend any effort? This place's seal was broken by someone, so we weren't obstructed, directly arriving at this battlefield. When they heard this result, their minds sunk. Someone beat them to it, arriving many years before them. Yi Fan lowered his head, looking at this endless battlefield. He sensed endless energy, as well as a strand of exuberant life force. He knew that there was great danger here. Back then, he had speculated that there might be spirits reborn here, and now, it seemed like it was true. This is simply the second of the underworld. The most terrifying situation might appear. The great Xia Dragon Sparrow said, his expression extremely gloomy. Yi Fan brought out the green lotus, holding it in his hand just in case. He walked forward. As they walked forward, they became more and more alarmed. There were countless broken weapons and flags on the ground, no lack of Quasi-Emperor weapons. Even though they were destroyed to the point where they couldn't be used, even the material's divinity had disappeared, they could still see that they were definitely Quasi-Emperor weapons. Just how terrifying was that battle back then? There were actually so many damaged weapons left behind, the level of those weapons was too high. Moreover, they discovered that there were many layers to the battlefield. They were originally all sealed. The deeper they went, the deeper the seal became. However now, they had all been broken, their path unobstructed. Too terrifying, it had long been broken by someone. It's too horrifying. Even a mountain phoenix was shocked. It was because when they approached the core region, The battlefield's remaining sealing power made even him feel like it was troublesome. If it was him who broke through the seal, he most likely wouldn't be able to reach this place. There were countless corpses on the ground, the earth black and red. This was formed from endless bloody mud and ruined blood. In a battle of that level, it was difficult for corpses to be left behind. They would inevitably turn into bloody mist. These remains were piled up by someone later on, or else there would only be ruined blood. They were buried here, turned into a cemetery. A great world becoming a cemetery. Just how terrifying was this? I feel like it wasn't later generations who buried them here, but rather someone who did it themselves, needing these flesh bodies. Yi Fan frowned. He sensed a powerful wave of life force. Even though he was drowned under the sea of death energy, he could still sense it with his spiritual senses. We've arrived, the core burial ground. What is that? There are several corpses, their blood already flowing out, dying here. They were shocked. In the depths of the battlefield, there was an incomparably grand palace. There were many flesh corpses around it, but there were 3 that were special, lying in front of the palace gates. A divine tiger, definitely the quasi-emperor. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the mount of the long-life, celestial being in a mortal mausoleum. Before the final battle, when the immortal path collapsed, this tiger disappeared, never expecting to appear here. It was already a corpse, the blood essence within its body drained, the rotten blood on the ground long lacking spiritual energy. Beside it, another corpse was also recognized. This is someone from the underworld. They actually found this place. It's a war slave. Yi Fan already understood the underworld quite well, seeing through its origins. It had reincarnation imprints on its body, as well as the symbol of an underworld slave. It hadn't truly awakened, possessing great strength. It was sent out to carry out a mission, yet it died here. There was another quasi-emperor, one he didn't recognize. From the looks of it, it had already been several hundred years since it died. It similarly lost its blood essence. Rotten blood scattered all over the ground. Not to mention the other demons. Even the mountain phoenix's heart was pounding. Even the quasi-emperor had died here. Each with a great background, it most likely wouldn't be able to escape if it went in. Yi Fan stared ahead, the green lotus in his hand, slashing through the thick mist, or else this kind of thing could even block the heaven's eye. Within the grand palace, there were 3 severed arms, half a head, and many pieces of flesh that didn't belong to the same person. An explosion sounded in Yi Fan's mind. That was the flesh and blood of an Emperor Realm expert, who ate them, leaving only these remnants. He had fought with a supreme being before, so he knew that the flesh and blood definitely belonged to an Emperor Realm expert. However, now that the blood essence was gone, and the Emperor Realm's laws were erased, one could no longer feel that kind of supreme dignity. Only that unique aura was left, and they seemed to have been devoured by a large beast. This made one's scalp go numb. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the severed arms, broken heads, and pieces of flesh were filled with the power of time, left behind by someone countless years ago. Yi Fan's body went cold. What exactly was buried in the depths of Inghua? What was the truth? It definitely wasn't as simple as the outside world said. Something was sleeping here, devouring the endless flesh and blood, eating the remains of the Emperor Realm experts. The fallen supreme being who had buried an Arabak then had actually met such a fate. Could it be that that thing was still alive? The divine tiger, the underworld's war slave, and the nameless quasi-emperor had all fallen outside in the past few hundred years. Their blood essence had all disappeared. Yi Fan's eyes burst with light, the heaven's eye of source piercing through the void, illuminating the entire palace and dispersing the mist. What is that? Someone trembled. In the void above the palace, there was a blood-colored ball of flesh that looked like a large cocoon. It was pulled into a void gate, about to disappear from this world at any time. Behind that gate, there was a primal chaos bell with a suction force. It was precisely this bell that was pulling the ball of flesh in. The 2 sides fell into a deadlock, and this state should have lasted for quite a long time. How could it be here? Even someone as strong-willed as Yi Fan's expression changed greatly at this moment. and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was too shocking. That was actually the Wuxia bell. Back then, this bell had filled up the path of immortality. So how could it be here now? It was going to pull that terrifying ball of flesh into another world. The immortal bell wasn't here, but the Wuxia bell had appeared. This caused great waves to surge in Yi Fan's heart. There was indeed a great terror beneath the ancient Mars star, and a great bloody secret was hidden. Chapter 1698. It's suppressing the meatball, trying to pull it into another world. Is this the legendary immortal bell? The 13 demons stared with wide eyes. Why had they come back then? Today they finally saw it. While they were sighing, they were also horrified. That meatball was too terrifying. It could devour Emperor Dao experts. What was this thing? The forbidden land of death was filled with dense qi. The life force inside was very strange, but it was also extremely powerful. This meatball was able to transform to such an extreme, so it definitely had a great origin. It's only the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan shook his head. He naturally recognized it as he had seen it with his own eyes. However, he didn't expect to see it here again. How could the treasure that suppressed the path of immortality appear here? What? Great Emperor Wuxia's weapon? Regardless of the era, demons, ghosts, and immortals all had to revere this peerless expert who surpassed the heavenly deity realm. No matter how powerful you were, it was difficult to be arrogant before this man. You had to look up to him. His years of dominating the world was a glorious legend that couldn't be replicated. How could this be? This meatball devoured the ancient emperor's flesh. Is it undergoing a transformation? Why is it being suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia's weapon? The 13 demons' voices were all unnatural. They knew that they had encountered a great calamity. If not for great Emperor Wuxia's bell of primal chaos, they might be in danger. This was the guess of the Dragon Sparrow, Shi, and the others. Yi Fan might be able to escape, but those who weren't from the quasi-emperor realm had no hope at all. They had no power to fight. Because of the previous example, 3 quasi-emperors had already died. How terrifying! For the great sage to say this and feel his body go cold, it was clear just how terrifying the scene before his eyes was. The meatball had a kind of demonic power that could affect people's thoughts. They couldn't help but want to offer up their blood essence for it. That was because some of the 13 demons had already done so. If not for Yi Fan and Shan Huang standing at the side, that person would definitely be in danger. To be honest, even Yi Fan was afraid of this meatball. After observing it for a long time, he led these people back and circled the magnificent palace a few times. On the vast earth, there were endless corpses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Were all the experts of an era really buried here? Otherwise, how could it be like this? Even the ground was made of blood and broken bones. No wonder this place was called the demonic danger zone. The blood and tears of the past, the tragedy of the past, all gathered together. The 13 great demons discussed softly, speculating about the origin of that meatball. They believed that the most terrifying thing happened here, turning into another underworld. What was different was that the ocean-like corpses here didn't all develop intelligence. They didn't turn into endless soldiers and generals, but only became a single living creature. The 10 great demons speculated that there was only one god in the corpse that transformed on his own. He absorbed the divine power of the other corpses and devoured the remnant Tao foundation of the others, turning into a supreme being. In this world, there's a kind of creature called God. After the original experts died and were buried underground, they gained intelligence. Their corporeal bodies formed reincarnation seals and were reborn. And the God here surpassed the past. Perhaps it could be called the most powerful in history. God attaining Tao. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This kind of bad conjecture and ominous premonition made the 13 great demons tremble. It should be an invincible existence that no one in the present world could restrain. Only, they didn't know why great Emperor Wuxia's bell of chaos flew over to suppress it. Maybe it's not that simple, Shan Huang said softly. Back then, that war was said to have buried an era. The borders of the universe were destroyed, and many star regions were destroyed. It was equivalent to the extinction of all the experts in that era. It was known as the War of the Deities. Too many experts were mobilized, and ancient emperors participated. Not only were their weapons destroyed, but they also fell. Yifan also thought of many things. The black gourd he gifted to the old lunatic, the emperor imprint that Kunlun's descendants obtained. These were all ancient artifacts that were destroyed in the War of the Deities. In history, there had been more than one great war of the heavenly deities. In the end, it was all because of the discord in the life-restricted regions. Otherwise, no matter how powerful an ordinary expert was, they wouldn't be able to produce such terrifying destructive power. The reason was because of the long-life disaster. For the sake of survival, for the sake of undying, the most powerful individuals would also fight fiercely. When the confrontation reached a certain degree, it would inevitably erupt. What do you all think? Could it be that there was someone who deliberately incited it, happy to see all living things participate in the war, thus ending an era? Shan Huang asked. This old rooster had experienced far too many things. He had found the cave abode of an ancient immortal and cultivated a peerless divine ability. Naturally, he had also heard of many secrets. When he pieced together many fragmented pieces of old events, he naturally came to a different conclusion. The Great War of the Heavenly Deities was just a legend. Many people didn't believe it, but after today's underground exploration, they all became silent. It was too terrifying. The Emperor Realm experts' corpses in the palace were definitely those that fell in that battle, and in the end, they were devoured by someone. Perhaps that meatball isn't the deity you all speak of, but rather an unmatched supreme being that had existed for a long time. Yifan spoke. This speculation made everyone shiver with fear. If it was true, then the War of the Deities back then was extremely strange and worth thinking about. Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their backs. It was too terrifying. This is a confrontation in the life-restricted regions, a confrontation between supreme beings. It isn't something we can touch. If everyone's search for the supreme treasure immortal bell doesn't work, then we should hurry and withdraw. Which one of the 13 great demons wasn't an expert at the peak? They had experienced too much. Through bits and pieces, they understood how terrifying this place was. There were some things they couldn't touch. They felt that they had come for nothing this time. It would be hard to gain anything from entering the burial ground where Mars had been sealed. It was already very good that they had survived. 3 quasi-emperors had died in front of them, making everyone's hair stand on end. In any case, this time, they had fulfilled one of their wishes to explore this place in the past. Yifan was truly a bit unwilling. He had walked here for a long time and understood how terrifying the deity battlefield was, but he still couldn't find the immortal bell. This made him frown. When they arrived before the palace again, he couldn't stop staring at the meatball. Seeing this, the others felt their hair stand on end. Shan Huang advised, although we are quasi-emperor, that thing isn't something we can touch. It's better for us to retreat. This involves the secrets of the ancient supreme beings. The others agreed. The thing in the meatball was still sleeping. Once it was angered and awakened, there might be a great disaster. Yifan stood there silently and led them away. Feeling a bit unwilling, he chanted an ancient scripture and immersed his mind into it. His entire body emitted a precious radiance. The people at the side were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. A quasi-emperor from 6th heaven released his aura without holding anything back. They couldn't bear it, and their bodies trembled. Shan Huang protected everyone and hid far away. Dang! Suddenly, a long and drawn-out sound of a bell rang out. The earth in the depths of the burial ground split open, and magma surged out. There was a field of runes in the depths of the earth that interweaved into an immortal bell. It flickered with all kinds of talisman lights. An immortal cave and a bell formed from order hangs there. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. They didn't find anything when they entered the burial ground, but such a phenomenon happened when they were about to leave. Yifan was speechless. He had spent so much effort, but couldn't find anything. Now, he could see it like this. If he had known earlier, he would have just stood here enchanted. This is a place where someone cultivated in seclusion. Did you guys feel it? The immortal cave is filled with the same aura as that meatball. It used to cultivate here, the heavenly insects said. They went deeper. This was a cave in the Earth's core magma. There were actually a few pieces of broken skin inside, and there was a suffocating aura. This was left behind by a great emperor. However, the laws have been erased, and the divinity has been completely lost. Or perhaps that person underwent rebirth and left behind some remnants. Shan Huang said. She couldn't help but tremble. Today, they touched upon a heaven-shocking great secret that might involve the most powerful individuals from the ancient past until now. Raging flames burned. The ancient cave surged with flames, making one feel unbearable heat. Those pieces of skin that lost their divinity already posed no threat to the people of the present world. What a pity this isn't a true immortal bell, just something condensed from symbols. It had appeared here before, engraving indelible Tao traces. Shan Huang said, despite this being the case, only Yi Fan and Shan Huang could approach and observe this immortal bell formed from order. Yi Fan stared at it and said, someone studied the divine bell here, wishing to find out why. These are the immortal bell Tao traces he drew out. Inconceivable. When these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. Did someone obtain the immortal bell and observe it before? If they wanted to get to the bottom of this, it would be a bit terrifying. What a chaotic ancient era. Even I am confused now. What happened? Inchi said with a sigh. In the past, there was a great battle between heavenly deities. An ancient emperor appeared, and an emperor weapon was destroyed. Rumor has it that this immortal bell was involved. In the end, no one was the winner, and this place was completely sealed. The great Xia Dragon Sparrow said, correct. Later on, an unmatched supreme being came and faced the immortal bell, observing its divine patterns. However, in the end, that immortal bell still flew away. Look, there are traces here. There's a large hole that pierced through the void and tore through the cosmos. Yi Fan deduced. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was a large bell-shaped hole. That was the opening created from a collision. There was a chaotic passage that hadn't closed even now, still appearing. That Emperor Realm expert who had previously studied the immortal bell is still alive, transforming within the flesh sphere. One of the 13 great demons said in a soft voice. Everyone's scalps went numb, their fine hairs all standing on end. Just how powerful was that person? One has to understand that back then, Di Zun had slaughtered his way up the immortal mountain for the sake of the immortal bell. He attacked Kunlun's clan, yet he couldn't obtain this bell. It broke through the void and left. Who is this person? There is another primal chaos cave here with immortal light. The immortal crane among the demons was shocked. It's a node of the immortal path. Yi Fan was shocked. Endless years ago, there was an immortal path here. Too terrifying. Can this person enter the immortal path alive? I wonder if he has the strength to fight his way into immortal domain. The scene before their eyes left everyone shocked. They were stupefied. The mountain phoenix approached, wishing to see what was going on. Even though this place was about to close, and there was no way there was a passage into immortal domain, it still attracted his attention. Suddenly, he released a muffled groan and flew out from within. Within the shattered primal chaos cave, there were two people sitting opposite of each other, confronting each other. It was their existence that kept this path that should have closed a long time ago open. Chapter 1699. This made everyone's scalps feel like they were going to explode. Cold air rushed out from the top of their skulls. It was simply inconceivable. Just how powerful were these people? They were actually opposing each other on the path of immortality. How powerful was Shan Huang? This was Quasi-Emperor's third heaven, yet he was sent flying before he even got close. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, his face pale. He was seriously injured. He fell onto the ground, his face incomparably pale. His eyes were full of shock. Just the aura alone could injure him. There is someone this powerful in this world. In the past, he was arrogant and unswerving, never believing that someone could look down on Quasi-Emperor like this. Not even ancient supreme beings could do this. However, today he experienced it. Those two didn't move at all. Just when he rashly approached, he was crushed by the terrifying aura to the point where his bones were about to shatter. The path of immortality that should have closed a long time ago didn't completely close because of these two. However, it was only 100 zhang long. They were at the end of the 100 zhang, extremely indistinct. Yifan supported Shan Huang up. He circulated divine force, using the person's secret to treat him, freeing him from danger. His blood and energy finally flowed smoothly, his great Tao injuries disappearing. The 13 great demons didn't say a word, remaining silent out of fear. They had previously moved unhindered between heaven and earth, looking down on a region. They were all the most powerful creatures in their respective star systems. Otherwise, how could they have dared to set out alone to search for immortal treasures? However, now, they deeply felt how insignificant they were. Compared to supreme beings, they couldn't be considered anything at all. Yifan had everyone back up. He watched from the cave entrance, holding the green lotus in front of him. He didn't use magical force, only using the heaven's origin eye. Not a true person. When these words were spoken, even though everyone released a breath of relief, the mental blow they received was even greater. Just what kind of person was this? They were ridiculously powerful, already unreal, almost illusory. These were two figures quietly sitting at the limits of the primal chaos. They were formed from natural laws, both of them deep like the sea, impossible to see through. In the past, there were two people who faced each other here. This is the reappearance of the true scene. They left behind indelible imprints. Even after tens of thousands of years have passed, the Tao laws still haven't scattered. When this inference was made, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Those two could only be described as peerless and matchless. Who were these people? They were existences who had confronted each other on the path of immortal ascension. This was clearly not as simple as achieving immortal ascension. This was an unparalleled battle. Fight their way to the immortal path and fight against the pinnacle of life. Yifan retreated and then used a great divine ability like origin tracing. After all, it was a virtual Tao law and not a living person. He felt that he should be able to give it a try without suffering any backlash. However, as soon as it began, this place immediately rumbled with thunder, heaven and earth on the verge of collapse. Imperial Tao laws appeared. Yifan used the green lotus to sweep outwards. He quickly retreated and stopped his actions. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two were too powerful, and the later generations couldn't even fathom them. He closed his eyes. Even though he failed, he still made some gains during that brief moment, seizing the fragments of time. He carefully analyzed them. Then, his body trembled violently. There were two people who sat here for 2,000 years, confronting each other. This really wasn't just for the sake of immortal ascension. They could actually restrict each other like this. They didn't challenge the path of immortality, but instead fought to see who was stronger and who was weaker. One of them was that meatball. Yifan said. Based on this deduction, wouldn't the other person be Wu Shi? Heavens, this was too subversive. Were they still carrying out a different type of confrontation? That great bell wanted to pull the meatball into another realm. The two mutually restricted each other, leaving everyone speechless. How long did this battle last? There were people who lived on the path of immortal ascension. This was perhaps the most terrifying battle since ancient times. Yifan sighed. He thought back to the words he heard in the past. They were actually proven to be true. More than 300 years ago, the darkness chaos erupted. At that time, the Wu Shi bell and the stone scripture both foretold that great Emperor Wu Shi suppressed the path of immortal ascension in his later years, powerless to care about anything else. Who would have thought that this was actually true? The darkness chaos, such a terrifying disaster, such a great world that left people in despair. Yet great Emperor Wu Shi didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. Even his primal chaos bell flew away, not participating in the battle, suppressing the path of immortality. Back then, there were many people who felt regret, but now, everything was clear. Great Emperor Wu Shi wasn't only suppressing the path of immortal ascension, he was also suppressing a person, the most powerful person in history. Time was like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. It was unknown whether the unmatched great emperor of the past was still alive or not. Now, there was only a great bell suppressing that meatball in his place. It made one sigh bitterly. There were two void figures in the primal chaos passageway. One was Wu Shi, and the other was the meatball's true body from tens of thousands of years ago. One person was no longer here, and the other had undergone nirvana. Was this real? Great Emperor Wu Shi, one of the most powerful people in history. Is the person here really him? The 13 great fiendish demons were all trembling with excitement. Even though they were of different races and came from different galaxies, they were still in awe of the supreme expert who had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths when he was alive. He is the only one. He had previously established a glory that cannot be replicated. Who is the peak at the end of the path of immortality? Seeing Wu Shi's Tao vanish into thin air, this is the best interpretation of that great emperor from back then. Even Shan Huang was moved. She felt sincere admiration towards that ancient supreme being whom she couldn't possibly meet, but she respected in her heart. Even after reaching the realm of quasi-emperor, she still looked up to that person. Yi Fan sighed. He didn't know what happened to great Emperor Wu Shi in the end. To make such a powerful person say that he was powerless to care about anything else, one could imagine how difficult it was back then. One had to understand that he had entered his later years, yet he still sat here for 2,000 years. What kind of legend was this? He forcefully endured for 2,000 years. That opponent was clearly proficient in transformation and undying type methods, long defying the heavens. This was extremely unfavorable for Wu Shi in his later years. Reality also proved that that person survived. He was reborn in that meatball, not dying. Time was like a blade, cutting down too much. It left one feeling helpless. Yi Fan truly hoped that Wu Shi could survive as well. Only, now that the primal chaos bell was fighting in his place, it was easy for others to develop a bad premonition. Don't touch those two. Back then, they were evenly matched, both of them using the most powerful laws and order. The imprints they left behind are in a type of equilibrium state. Once it is broken, this place will definitely collapse. All things will be wiped out. Yi Fan said. In the end, he stared at that immortal bell. Even though it was only forged from divine chains of order and wasn't the true body, it still contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Apart from him and Shan Huang, the others could only watch from afar. They had no way of approaching it at all. Even Yi Fan was cautious. He opened his mouth and spat out the all-life energy cauldron. It quickly enlarged, and then it slowly collected those imprints of order and laws. A cauldron like this, everyone was shocked, sighing inwardly. Yi Fan was heaven-defying after all, actually condensing all life source energy into a cauldron. This was the dream of many since ancient times, yet they couldn't achieve it. It is the best medium. Perhaps it can bear these laws and order. This was carved by an Emperor Path expert, its divine might boundless. Shan Huang nodded. This type of divine bell, constructed from symbols and divine chains, the profound mysteries of the Tao patterns might even surpass Emperor weapons. It was because these were the patterns inside the supreme treasure immortal bell that even venerable emperors wanted to obtain. Forget about bystanders. Even Emperor Path experts would want to carve this type of thing. As long as they could understand it, there would be endless benefits. It's been restricted. Yi Fan was shocked. This outlined symbol contained the power of the only secret technique he had learned from the Wu Shi scripture. That supreme law was named Wu Shi. This great bell was originally going to explode, clearly aiming to suppress and kill Wu Shi. However, it was beaten back to its original point and stopped here. Shan Huang also felt it, and her scalp went numb. This was a great killing weapon that could explode at any time. If one was not careful, a galaxy would be completely destroyed. This should be equivalent to the power of an Emperor weapon's explosion. Back then, it was a killing technique that was used to deal with great Emperor Wushi. Yifan nodded and said, "Seems like that person was also forced to a certain extent. Otherwise, how could he destroy the immortal bell symbol that he painstakingly carved? It's just that the person confronting him was too powerful, and he couldn't break free." This was a heaven-defying, killing weapon that could destroy all life and star rivers. This was the first time Yifan was so nervous and serious. If one mistake was made, not only them, even the solar system and the vast star fields around it would be annihilated. Fortunately, that unparalleled secret technique, Wushi, transcended the scope of mortal power and sealed these immortal Tao symbols back to their original point. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't explode. The myriad Qi cauldron successfully absorbed it, and the patterns sunk into the cauldron's walls. Yifan absorbed it into his body. He understood that Wushi's secret technique, but if he wanted to cultivate it to this level and freeze these symbols, he still had a long way to go. He needed the cultivation of Emperor Tao. This was his greatest harvest this time. He had taken away a great killing weapon. As for its power, no one could say for sure, but it probably wouldn't disappoint. They arrived in front of that grand hall again. The meatball and Wushi bell faced each other. Neither could advance nor retreat, and they were stuck in the void gate. Is there any way to beat this meatball into another realm? Now, it seems that Wushi Bell wants to drag it in to have an advantageous battle. I should think of a way to help. Yifan muttered to himself. Don't be reckless. The 13 great demons were shocked. This was an existence that could fight against great Emperor Wushi. They had confronted each other on the path of immortality for many years. If they went up, they would definitely be sending themselves to death. It is in nirvana and is in its weakest state. This is the best chance. Yifan's palm flashed, and the myriad Qi cauldron appeared. He really wanted to smash it, but he was worried that Wushi's secret technique hadn't been unlocked yet. If he couldn't trigger the killing intent, he would instead wake up the meatball in nirvana. If that happened, he would only die in vain. Is there any way? Yifan held the Chaos Green Lotus in his other hand and couldn't help but ask. He waved it lightly. He really wanted to try using this weapon to send the meatball into the other realm. Suddenly, the Chaos Green Lotus swayed, and specks of light sprinkled down. They formed mysterious symbols in the void, and indecipherable words were imprinted on it. What? Yifan's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time the Green Lotus had such a strange phenomenon. What was going on? Were the items related to the great emperor of ancient times all alive? First, he saw the Wushi Bell, and now he saw the Chaos Green Lotus. Such terrifying changes happened in a day. Those symbols were dark green and glistening. They were filled with primal chaos Qi, and they were dazzling. Then, they flowed into the outside world and disappeared into the starry sky. On an ancient planet, there was a vast ocean. There were green lotuses everywhere, connecting the sky and earth. The entire ocean was green, and in the center, there was a special chaos green lotus that towered into the clouds. There was a scarlet red heart in the middle of the lotus. And on one of the leaves of the chaos green lotus, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. At this moment, she opened her eyes in shock. She saw many flickering symbols imprinted in the void. The chaos green lotus in the sea suddenly swayed and then rumbled. Its roots were pulled out from the sea, and then it directly tore open the void and disappeared. This was the original body of the Green Emperor. After he transformed into a human, he refined it into an emperor weapon. In the red demon burial ground, in front of a grand palace, the void broke open, and a huge green lotus appeared. Yifan was instantly shocked. It came so suddenly. Chapter 1700. Corpses piled up like a sea in the burial ground. The majestic palace stood alone, exuding a dignified aura. A meatball was in a deadlock with a Wushi Bell, about to be pulled into another realm. The sudden appearance of the primal chaos green lotus exceeded everyone's expectations. Strings of symbols flickered like immortal ribbons, sparkling and translucent. After descending, the strange aura in this place faded. Apart from Yi Fan and the Mountain Phoenix, everyone else retreated. They couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground while trembling with fear. Even the Mountain Phoenix couldn't bear it. In the end, her entire body trembled as she retreated step by step. The primal chaos divine lotus released an extreme pressure and revived on its own. The lotus in Yi Fan's hand reacted and released a brilliant rain of light. It broke free from his hand and flew out, becoming one with the giant green lotus. It became an imprint, engraving itself on the mother plant. It was glistening green. Everything happened too suddenly. No one could react in time. Without the protection of the green lotus, Yi Fan immediately felt a suffocating pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. It was as if a great emperor was standing there overlooking him. With a wung sound, the myriad energy cauldron in his body flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. The inside of the cauldron was boundless and surging with primal chaos. Then, tens of thousands of waterfall-like streams of source energy flowed out. The pressure immediately disappeared. Yi Fan's forehead shone as he activated his magical power. The cauldron above his head enlarged and formed a domain, pulling the Mountain Phoenix and the other great demons inside to protect them. What is that? The others didn't understand. They had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and didn't know much about the outside world. Azure Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan said, "What? It's him? I know." They weren't that far from 10,000 years ago. Some of their masters had even gone to pay respects to the demonic emperor during his final years. This naturally shocked them. The true demonic emperor was so powerful back then. He broke the curse that no one could achieve the Tao after the primordial era. He ruled over the 9 heavens and rewrote a legend, shaking the past, present, and future. We pay our respects to Azure Emperor. Many of these people were great fiends. They admired the azure of the arch from the bottom of their hearts. They knelt in the air and bowed seriously. When they calmed down, they were also shocked at the mysteriousness of Yi Fan's cauldron. To be able to cut off the pressure of an ancient great emperor's weapon, it was just too terrifying, exceeding normal reasoning. Yi Fan understood. The reason it could be like this was because the cauldron itself was extraordinary, and the second was because the immortal Bel's natural law symbols were carved and drawn out. Right now, they were inside the cauldron, so its power was naturally boundless. The huge chaotic green lotus shrunk to the height of a human before disappearing into the hall in a flash. It swept toward the meatball and unleashed boundless azure light. Seeing this, Yi Fan was shocked. He led everyone to retreat at top speed, far away from the battlefield, to a place where the magnificent palace could not reach. Obviously, this was not enough. In the next moment, Yi Fan tore open the vacuum and crossed over. He broke through this world and arrived in the vast starry domain, leaving the mausoleum of worlds. Mars looked like a planet, but it actually sealed a realm. At this moment, boundless fluctuations erupted from within. Yi Fan stood in the sky and looked down. He revealed a worried expression as he glanced at the blue star not far away. At this moment, he raised his hand and plucked a star from the starry sky to refine it in place of Mars. Then he rolled up his sleeves and put away Mars. Mountain Phoenix, Heavenly Worm, and the others were scared out of their wits. This star was currently a great graveyard that devoured all deities. Bringing it along like this was simply courting death. There was an Emperor Tao expert inside. Yi Fan did not say anything. With a myriad chi cauldron on his head, he crossed hundreds of galaxies and rushed to the edge of the universe. Starlight flowed in reverse. He succeeded. Although terrifying fluctuations spread out during this process, Mars did not disintegrate until he threw the star into a dead domain. This period of time was not very long, but Mountain Phoenix and the others were drenched in sweat as if they were drenched in rain. Every one of them was exhausted. Death was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the torment of living. At this moment, it was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. They could be pierced at any time, and the pain was bone-piercing. A glaring beam of light rushed out from within Mars. The realm wall was penetrated, and a green lotus could be seen sweeping across the meatball, driving it towards another realm. Then, the divine sound of a great bell shook the eternal star river. The drawn-out, vibrating sound resounded through the starry sky. At this moment, some peerless experts were shocked. They seemed to have sensed something. The Wu-Sure bell awakened. The mouth of the bell shone, and primal chaos surged. It was about to take the meatball inside and bring along with it. At the same time, the meatball also revived. Brilliant light burst out from within. 5 colors illuminated the universe, and 10 streaks of light traversed the starry sky. It was too terrifying. This was an incomparably terrifying aura. Yi Fan and the others retreated again. With the myriad Qi cauldron as defense, they watched nervously from the starry sky. This was truly a battle rarely seen throughout the ages. That green lotus isn't as simple as an emperor weapon. No wonder it didn't break during the darkness chaos back then. When little lotus fused with it just now, there was actually an additional liveliness. It was as if Azure Emperor had been reborn. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light as he stared in astonishment. Some things exceeded common sense. Azure Emperor's passing 10,000 years ago was already somewhat strange. Now, it seemed even more suspicious. Azure Emperor's original body rushed into the heavens. It was brilliant and dazzling. With a spread of the green leaf, it opened up the sky and broke the boundless heavens. There was nothing that could resist it. Characters jumped out one after another. Those were little cheelants and little vermilion birds. These characters were extremely strange. They were all the forms of divine beasts. Every single character contained a type of matchless and tyrannical power. These were the demon race's symbols, Azure Emperor's great Tao. At this moment, they turned into Tao laws and rushed out to suppress that meatball. Chong, like heavenly blades being unsheathed, 5 streaks of immortal light flew out from that meatball. Every single one of them released Kong Chong sounds. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 5 plume feathers. They were bewitching and beautiful, brilliant and dazzling. They possessed incomparable power. They obliterated the large expanse of symbols produced by the primal chaos green lotus. Its might was world-shocking. Even though Yi Fan had experienced the darkness chaos and personally participated in the battle, he still felt a wave of fear. That meatball had only displayed a portion of its power, yet it was already able to stop an emperor weapon. However, that primal chaos green lotus was truly not ordinary. It was different from other emperor weapons. With a violent shake, it split the heavens and earth apart. It swept over heavily, breaking through the plume feathers and striking the meatball. What is that? As a quasi-emperor, even Shan Huang cried out in alarm. Vaguely, a universe appeared above the green lotus. A lotus seed was evolving within it, opening up a true universe that could resist any powerful creature in this universe. Is that Azure Emperor's origin? It really is a lotus seed from before the world was created. Too heaven-defying. The group of great demons were all shaken. The Azure Emperor weapon displayed its might. It was more like a great emperor and not a weapon. It swept over the meatball, causing it to tremble violently. A lotus in the eternal clear sky, a lotus seed from the primal chaos before the world was created. Could the legend be true? Shan Huang's complexion was incomparably pale as he muttered to himself. Yi Fan's heart stirred when he saw him like this. According to what the other demons said, Shan Huang was originally an ordinary old rooster. In the end, he mistakenly entered an immortal's cave residence and ultimately obtained the Tao. He became a generation's quasi-emperor. He was extremely extraordinary and might know of some secrets not known to others. Did you think of something? Yes. Shan Huang nodded and said, Back then, I indeed entered a cave residence. It was suspected to be a remnant from the mythological era. My greatest harvest, there was the remnant of the 9 revolutions, immortal pill. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What was that thing? It could prolong the life of a great emperor. Moreover, it was in a situation where other divine marrows and ancient medicines had been consumed and were no longer effective. I read a few remnant scriptures there. One of the manuscripts recorded some discussions regarding divine medicines. According to it, Every stalk of immortal medicine is a miracle and contains the world's greatest secret. What are you trying to say? Long K was rather impatient and asked quickly. The owner of the manuscripts commented on a few immortal medicines. At the same time, he also mentioned an immortal lotus. He had chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. Don't tell me you're saying that Green Emperor is that lotus, the undying phoenix medicine, true dragon medicine, and the others are all immortal medicines? Yifan quickly reacted and asked like this. Correct. According to what was written, there was an immortal medicine like the undying lotus in the mythological era. However, underwent rebirth like the Qilin divine medicine, turning into a seed and disappearing. The owner of that cave chased after it for most of his life, but he couldn't find it. It was quite regretful. Green Emperor was a type of undying immortal medicine. This left everyone stupefied. If this was true, then this was news that shocked the universe, shattering a type of understanding in this world. The common sense that immortal medicines couldn't be cultivated was broken. How could he cultivate it? Everyone was in disbelief. Undying medicines couldn't cultivate a human body, unable to struggle free from the restrictions of order. This was a common understanding that hadn't changed since ancient times, yet it was overturned. There was a stalk that achieved the Tao. Yifan thought of many things. That lotus from a mythological era underwent rebirth, the lotus seed falling into the immortal pond and taking root in the green copper. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he ultimately succeeded in defying the heavens. However, once he struggled free, he also lost the ability to live forever. There were gains and losses. The green lotus clashed with the flesh ball. The two collided violently, and the green multicolored light clashed with the five-colored plume feathers. Dang! Suddenly, the bell rang again. A phantom appeared above the Wuxia bell. A wave of desolate and domineering aura instantly swept through the desolate borders of the cosmos. A single person sat there with his back facing all life. There was an indescribable aura to him. Nothing could obstruct his aura. His figure was tall and imposing, and his hair was thick. There was also a type of loneliness in his silence. Is he, Great Emperor Wuxia? The 13 great demons trembled, and even their voices were trembling. The green lotus also trembled. It propped up the Yinghua stars and gathered the essence energy of the 10 heavens and 8 desolates. It erupted with resplendent radiance and swept through the flesh ball. The 5-colored plume feathers cried out and turned into immortal swords that hacked down. The nearby star domains were silently annihilated and rapidly collapsed. If not for Yifan's cauldron protection, everyone in his side apart from Shan Huang wouldn't have survived. They would have turned into a bloody mist. Dang! Another bell rang. The figure on the primal chaos bell became a little clearer. The great bell erupted for the first time, no longer remaining silent. The mouth of the bell expanded and swallowed the flesh ball inside. It was surrounded by primal chaos mist, mysterious and hazy. Boom! An indescribable aura surged, and the celestial realm seemed to have been torn apart. The huge bell dragged the meatball into another realm. From the beginning to the end, the majestic figure on the bell of no beginning did not turn around. He left with his back to all living beings. Chapter 17:01. That's not Great Emperor Wuxia, but the spirit of the bell. It's the deity contained within the bell. Yifan sighed. That bell was too powerful. Deities were only interwoven with laws. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to break free. It was very rare, but the spirit within the bell had taken human form because it was too powerful. It was exactly the same as Wuxia. The long bell rang out, shaking down the joys and sorrows of this world. It dragged the meatball into another realm and would never return. It was about to fight a decisive battle. On the great bell, the figure with his back to all living beings seemed so desolate and domineering. Wuxia ended up disappearing from the time-space. The green lotus swayed and shrank to a height of 5 feet. Then, it turned into a beam of green light and tore open the void with the sea of primal chaos. Yifan was speechless. The little lotus had escaped just like that and was no longer under his control. This time, his losses were great. The only consolation was that he had obtained the immortal bell's Tao patterns and entered the cauldron wall. In short, Yi Fan was still happy. He had unexpectedly solved a great disaster of Mars. He vaguely guessed who that person was. One of the strongest experts since the beginning of time. Once he appeared, no one could stop him. Mars' blood and chaos were settled just like that. The dozen or so great demons felt that this was unreal. One had to know that all the experts of an era were buried here. Even some Emperor Tao experts had fallen, but they had been dealt with just like that. Perhaps, to be more precise, they were only witnesses. They had seen the supreme style and methods of the great emperor. The Mars star cracked, but didn't collapse. That was because there were supreme formation patterns here that sealed a realm. Yi Fan took action, closing the crack on this star, sealing it up once more. Then, he placed it into this desolate sea of stars, forever exiled. Now, it was only a great grave with no other meaning. It would be best if it never appeared again. Starlight shone resplendently. Far away from the deterrence of the Emperor Tao experts, the 13 great demons heaved a sigh of relief. They were completely relieved. The period of time, just now, was a kind of torment. In the past, every single one of them could reign supreme in a star field. But in this place, they were as insignificant as ants. I say, Brother Yi, when are you going to let us old bones retire and go home? After being suppressed for so many years, I really can accompany you to conquer the world. The group began their return journey to the celestial court. Although these demons were grumbling, there was nothing they could do. Yi Fan could not let them go now, as he was afraid that they would be rebellious and cause trouble. Brother Yi, you're so young. You've only cultivated for 500 or 600 years, yet you've already reached the 6th heaven of the quasi-emperor. Could it be that you're the son of great Emperor Wu Shi? Or perhaps you're the bloodline of Emperor Qing? Otherwise, how could you have met them? Along the way, the group of old monsters were bored to the extreme. The flames of gossip burned fiercely, and they wanted to ask everything. After being sealed for 2,000 years, they didn't understand the outside world at all. Yi Fan replied with a smile. He had subdued 13 great demons, and one of them was the quasi-emperor. To the celestial court, this was a great help. They were a group of peerless celestial generals. He quickly calmed down. He had once seen a corner of the future, and it was as if he had truly lived through tens of thousands of years. He had experienced great sorrow, great suffering, and great joy. Right now, as long as his family and friends were still alive, everything was filled with meaning. He had no other desires. If one was in a good mood, even the stars would shine. After learning that Little Purple and the other old friends of the Celestial Court were still alive, and that it was just a dream, Yi Fan's mind was at peace, and it was precisely because of this that this natural and peaceful state stabilized his fruit of the way. In particular, when he heard the sound of Wu Shi's bell and saw the runes of Emperor Qing, he had a deep understanding, completely solidifying his realm this time, and moving forward step by step. Hey, this is my hometown, the Celestial Insect Galaxy. Since we're passing by, we should go and take a look, the centipede said. Naturally, Yi Fan would not be unreasonable, and he hurried to the ancient planet with life in front. The centipede was very excited. After leaving for 2,000 years, there was nothing more worthy of celebration than to be able to return to his hometown. Roar! He let out a long roar, and the entire star region shook. Then he transformed into his true form, a huge celestial insect the size of a mountain, swooping over. From afar, he looked like a multi-legged dragon, fierce and domineering. Who dares to break into my ancestral celestial insect planet? Immediately, a divine consciousness rushed up. This was a powerful will. A middle-aged man in a silver robe flew up into the sky. The centipede's body suddenly froze, and the expression of the man opposite him also froze, and then he asked with a trembling voice, "Father, is that you?" "It's me, I'm back." It was the scene of father and son reuniting. This was naturally a scene that made people sigh with emotion. Both father and son were extremely excited, and there were too many things they wanted to say, and it took a long time for them to calm down. Where did they go? Are they still alive? The centipede transformed into a human form and asked as he landed, trying to keep his voice steady. During the chaos of the darkness, my brothers have all died. Our ancestral planet's population has fallen by 90%. The silver-robed middle-aged man said tearfully. This made everyone sigh, and no one went to disturb them. Yifan nodded, and the old celestial insect's eyes were filled with hot tears that rolled down. It could be seen that he was also a sentimental person. Yifan said, "You can stay, but don't let me know that you are wreaking havoc everywhere. Otherwise, I will catch you even if you run to the ends of the world and turn you into ashes." "Who are you? And what right do you have to speak to my father like that?" The silver-robed, middle-aged man glared at him. The centipede waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude." Then he turned to Yifan and said, "I may be an old bag of bones, but I am not willing to live in seclusion. I am willing to go with you, but before that, I have to return to the ancestral planet to take a look." Yifan nodded in agreement. This was human nature. The other ancient demons cursed silently. They had lived for so many years, and their eyelashes were all empty, so they naturally knew what the centipede celestial insect was planning. Yifan was already Quasi-Emperor's 6th layer at such a young age, and he might even become a great emperor in the future. Now that they were following and helping him to conquer the world, he would naturally think of ways to extend their lifespans once he achieved Tao. Why would they miss out on such a young expert with boundless potential? Even if they were thinking of their descendants, they had to befriend him as much as they could. Even though they kept complaining and wanted to leave, they had long since made up their minds to stay. Soon, the centipede celestial insect returned, and the group continued on their journey. The silver-robed middle-aged man sent them off from afar, saying that he was willing to return to the celestial court in the future. With the first example, the others naturally wanted to go back and take a look. Yifan nodded. How could he not agree? Just like that, they traveled through star domain after star domain. During this time, some were happy because they were reunited with their loved ones, but there were others who were dejected, even unable to hold back their cries of grief. It was because their descendants and even their ancestral stars have been destroyed, never to be seen again. We are finally about to return to my home. I am the supreme being here, so I will definitely treat you well. Among the 13 great demons, she spoke. He flew forward while shouting, "Children, welcome the old ancestor. This sect master has returned." However, in this star's outer space, there were 3 people who turned around at the same time. They gave this direction a look, but they didn't pay him any attention. Younger generation, could it be that you all really forgot about me? There was once a silver snake supreme being who left for 2,000 years, and now he has returned. Hurry and receive him. Inchi put on airs. That was because not long ago, the other great demons were extremely awe-inspiring. As soon as they appeared, their disciples and disciples paid respects to them. The entire starfield was shaken. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. The 3 of them ignored him. "Old snake, do you want me to help you clean up your household?" Someone teased. Those were 3 youngsters. 2 of them should be brother and sister because they were quite similar. They both had a head of long water blue hair, and a peaceful aura flowed around them. The other male's face was pale, and his appearance was rather handsome. There was a type of morbid beauty. At this time, the 3 of them all stared at Yifan, not looking at Shi and the others. Even a small silver snake dares to behave atrociously. The voice of the blue-haired male on the other side was ice-cold. "Ayo, this old ancestor has left for 2,000 years. There's not even a single person who recognizes me. Even a random junior is mocking me." Inchi spoke in self-mockery. "Don't act rashly. You aren't his opponent." Yifan stopped him. "I'm not his opponent?" Inchi was dumbfounded. "He is Quasi-Emperor." Yifan said. "What?" The group of great demons were all shocked. "Brother Yi, long time no see." That blue-haired girl laughed. She was extremely charming and peerless. There was no hostility on her sparkling white face. The corners of her bright red lips curled up slightly, appearing a bit mischievous. Not too bad, but your elder brother doesn't really welcome me, Yi Fan said. He didn't expect to see the Fire Qilin siblings here. Moreover, the one facing them was Undying Mountains and Pooh. They seemed to be. Shan Huang was also a quasi-emperor, so she could naturally sense that the person in front of her was extraordinary. That's right, 3 quasi-emperors. Yi Fan nodded. The dozen or so great demons were immediately shocked. When did the quasi-emperor become so worthless? He encountered 3 of them at once. In the past, it was already impressive for figures like Gautama Buddha and Shan Huang to fight. It would cause a huge earthquake in the universe, but now he encountered several of them at once. Furthermore, they were all so young. They are the children of the ancient sovereign that were sealed in this era. Yi Fan explained. The great demons were dumbfounded. They felt that they were out of touch with the times. After being suppressed for 2,000 years, too many things had happened in the outside world. Even the descendants of the ancient sovereign had seen so much with their own eyes. It's true that I don't welcome you. You disturbed my duel. Why don't you take over? Fire Qilin said. Sure, no problem. Yi Fan chuckled. Guilin O's eyelids twitched. He wanted to stop his elder brother because he couldn't tell how strong Yi Fan was. He had clearly broken through again, but he knew his elder brother's stubbornness. He would definitely fight a strong opponent if he encountered one. Brother Yi, please show mercy, said Huilin The other party was known as the ancient sovereign's assassin. His infamy had spread far and wide over the years. To all those with the ancient sovereign's bloodline, he was definitely the greatest enemy in the world. No problem. Yi Fan nodded. Fire Qilin pricked up his brows when he heard that. He immediately attacked. The quasi-emperor's might tore through the 9 firmaments as his divine might surged. However, what awaited him was a huge sleeve. Yi Fan had casually struck out with a universe in the sleeve, suppressing him in a straightforward and swift manner. Everyone here was petrified. Just how great of a disparity was this? Even though they were both quasi-emperor, there was at least a difference of several heavens. They weren't even on the same order of magnitude. Huilin sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She knew that Yi Fan had completely left his peers behind. From today onwards, there would be no one who could match him in this generation. This indicated that an unmatched holy physique would rule over this era. Fire Qilin roared loudly. He couldn't struggle free no matter what. He didn't think that after not seeing each other for 20 years, Yi Fan would actually leave him behind by several cultivation realms. This was unimaginable. I hope there will be a day when I can fight against you at the same cultivation realm. Fire Qilin had no choice but to accept this. In front of reality, he could only lower his head. Right now, he truly couldn't compare to Yi Fan. Has this day finally arrived? On the other side, when Pooh saw Yi Fan turn around to face him, he was extremely calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation on his face. 20 years ago, he was defeated in the Celestial Court. After many years, the gap between the two had widened even further. Make your move, Yi Fan said, and Pooh didn't say anything else. A great halberd appeared in his hands. His entire body burned, his weak and sickly appearance completely swept away. He immediately used all of his strength, fighting with everything he had. However, in front of absolute strength, it was useless no matter how much you burned your life force. Yi Fan only used a single palm to smash Pooh's weapon apart inch by inch. His entire body was covered in blood as he was crushed downwards. At this moment, Yi Fan's aura completely erupted. Quasi-Emperor 6th Heavenly Layer. This made Pooh sigh inwardly. How could he surpass this? He flung away the broken great halberd in his hands. Yi Fan didn't feel much joy, because he knew that there were even more terrifying enemies waiting ahead. If he didn't work hard, everyone in the Celestial Court would die. He didn't immediately deal the killing blow, instead using a wave of his hand to remove a portion of Pooh's cultivation, leaving him with a path of survival. After all, regardless of whether it was the first time they met or later on at his and GZU's wedding, this person always had a certain level of elegance, even more so stopping Shinming's destruction, leaving him with a good impression. A defeat is a defeat. The two of us are destined to be mortal enemies. Undying Mountain and G family can't be resolved either. I can only fight to the end. And Pooh looked extremely weak, his face pale, but his nature was extremely unyielding. After understanding Yi Fan's thoughts, he wasn't willing to yield. Even the headless horseman died in his place, so he wasn't willing to have his cultivation crippled. In order to protect himself, rather than becoming a cripple, it was better to die. Kill! And Pooh roared out, his head of hair standing on end. He defied the heavens and rushed at Yi Fan. His life force erupted, all of the emperor blood in his body igniting, activating a divine, forbidden domain. Yi Fan was shocked. This was another person who activated a divine, forbidden domain in front of him after Entienda. And Pooh's aura immediately erupted, his entire body swirling with endless great Tao laws. However, it still wasn't enough. After Yi Fan gave it a try, the divine forbidden domain was immediately applied to his body. Even though his impression of this person was still all right, he was destined to become an enemy in this life. He had no choice. For the sake of respecting and Pooh, he wasn't willing to do anything that would humiliate the other party. A large golden hand descended. Within the sky full of divine light, a life blossomed. Within this unmatched domain of the divine forbidden domain, it displayed its most powerful offensive power. However, it couldn't escape the fate of defeat. That figure split into pieces, blood dyeing this expanse of space red. And Pooh died. Yi Fan released a light sigh. There was no such thing as right or wrong. Their paths of life were different, so they were destined to only be enemies, unable to live together in this world. Are the two of you willing to come to my celestial court as guests? Yi Fan turned around to ask the Fire Qilin siblings. I am willing. Huolin was the first to reply in order to prevent his older brother from overreacting. Yi Fan returned, bringing with him 3 quasi-emperor and 12 extreme great sage, immediately triggering a commotion in the celestial court. A group of people came to welcome him. Father, in the Pure Land, Little Purple staggered as it ran over with its little hands open. Little Violet. Yi Fan was very excited and hugged her. Little Violet giggled and called out. She kissed him on the cheek, leaving behind a lot of saliva. Everyone laughed, but Yi Fan almost shed tears. That dream was too real. It was a corner of the future. He clearly remembered how helpless little Violet was. She was so young, yet she had walked on a path of no return. To be able to see her at this time and hug her in his arms, he felt that she was so precious that he didn't want to let go. Father, I will definitely protect you. No one can hurt little Violet, Yi Fan said softly. Then, he put down the child and gave Pang Bo and the others a bear hug. These brothers who had gone through life and death with him were still here. They were all still alive. This kind of feeling was really good. Big brother, there's still me. Little Nan smiled happily. Yi Fan's nose turned sour again. In the future, little Nan faced several supreme beings alone. No one could help her. The bitter battle almost destroyed the universe. In the end, all the people in the restricted area, and she no longer existed. In the future, Big Brother will definitely protect everyone. I won't let you fight a bloody battle alone. Yi Fan held her up and swore in his heart, while suppressing his own emotions. But even so, there were tears in his eyes because he was happy and moved. That dream was too real and terrifying. He felt as if he had been separated from these people for 10,000 years. Now that he met them again, he was exceptionally grateful and moved. Chapter 17:02. Father, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Little Purple has always been obedient, Little Purple said in a childish voice and climbed onto his body. Many people noticed Yi Fan's expression and couldn't help but be surprised. This was something that had never happened before. During the most difficult and bitter years, Yi Fan only bled and sweated. It was impossible for him to shed tears. What was going on? Yi Fan didn't want to tell everyone about the terrifying future. It was too cruel. He only needed to stop it. He didn't want to reveal it and make everyone worried. I feel like I've been separated from you for 10,000 years. There were tears in Yi Fan's eyes. He was smiling, but his heart wasn't calm. What he would experience in the future would surpass the past. That would be the most difficult and bitter period of time. Master, a young man flew over. His clothes fluttered and danced like an immortal. He was still very young, but his face was full of excitement. His eyes were bright and full of tears, just like Yifan. Komatsu, Yifan called out. Naturally, he recognized him at first glance. Although his appearance had changed greatly, his aura hadn't. Moreover, he had long heard about Komatsu's retreat to the underworld and the description of him by outsiders. Komatsu's eyes were red. He bowed and paid his respects. Yifan pulled him up. Master and disciple had been separated for hundreds of years. Too many things had happened during this period. Time was like a song or a knife. Many things had changed, but what hadn't changed was the true feelings of the past. After a long time, they finally calmed down. Komatsu was still as simple as before. Yifan was deeply surprised. When he found out that it was related to his cultivation and path, he felt relieved. He was also amazed by his innate talent. That year, that simple purple Komatsu mouse hid his mother's skeleton in the underground cave. He was very careful in front of Yifan, as if he was trying to please him. Then he laughed heartlessly, making people feel pity and pain at the same time. As time went by, Komatsu had become a quasi-emperor. Recently, I've been in closed-door meditation, and I've gained some insights. I'd like to discuss them with all of you. Yifan called out to Komatsu, Yitong, and Yangshi. He then turned to Peng Bo, Li Tian, and the others. His recent enlightenment had been fruitful. He wanted to do everything possible to improve the strength of the others, so he shared his experiences and insights for them to refer to. Shan Huang and the others were naturally envious as well. A level 6 quasi-emperor would definitely have an astonishing level of comprehension. If they could listen to his explanations and impart his Tao without holding anything back, it would be equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation. You guys come too. Yifan also invited them when he saw their fiery eyes. Of course, the siblings, Huichilin and Huolin could not be selected for the time being. After all, they were only guests of the celestial court and could not be considered as one of their own. On a divine island, Yifan didn't hold anything back and explained the great Tao in great detail. Everyone's path was different, but there were always things that were similar. This place was filled with the sound of scriptures, and the rumbling of the laws of Tao could be heard. Auspicious light shone in all directions, and celestial qi permeated the air. This place had completely become a divine land. Everyone listened quietly and comprehended silently. Only Little Purple, although cute and lively, was as mischievous as a little monkey as it crawled around, touching this place and that place. It was extremely mischievous. In the end, many people left, and they all went to find their own caves to comprehend. Yifan imparted the 4 secret word to Yitong, Komatsu, Peng Bo, Li Tian, Yangshi, Dongfang Yi, and the others. If news of this spread outside the celestial court, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. If his enemies obtained this secret word, their strength could possibly skyrocket. Thus, he was very cautious and only imparted it to a few people. Woof! After the large black dog practiced the riddle on his hind legs and sprinted like a human, from this day onwards, his massive head began to glow. He was like a ghost, and he began to mumble in a strange manner. When he was practicing the 4 secret word, he felt as if he had gained intelligence. He could hear the voice of the future, and he could see images of the future. However, the images were very blurry, and he couldn't grasp them. He was in a daze all day long. I can hear the call of the great emperor. He has been battling against the immortals for tens of thousands of years. Even the 2 Silverblood emperors took a detour around this bewitched large black dog. They didn't dare to approach him, fearing that he would latch onto them and not let them go. Yifan sat on a cliff, and mist rose from his body. He was comprehending the laws of the celestial bell on the wall of the cauldron. This was an astonishing Tao and technique, and it could give people endless enlightenment. During these days, he would discuss this with Yitong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, and the others. They were all studying this type of Tao pattern and all of them had different gains and comprehensions. Now, the Celestial Court definitely didn't lack scriptures. Yifan had collected a few scrolls in the past, as well as the ones he had obtained from the princes of the Divine Court. In addition to the ones that Komatsu had brought from Earth, they could build a scripture pavilion here. Every scroll had its own wondrous ability, and it was worth it for an ordinary person to use their entire life to comprehend it. With so many scrolls put together, it was naturally astonishing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yifan became more and more quiet. Every day, he would gaze into the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes would become more and more profound. Young, she came out of seclusion, and she headed into the universe to train. She wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Komatsu accompanied her in secret to protect her. At the same time, he also wanted to examine the gains she had made during this half a year. Yiton also left for the battlefield of the celestial being. The ancient prince appeared there, and he wanted to find the sacred prince because he hadn't heard from him in a long time. As for Pang Bo, he formed a team with the Black Emperor and also entered the universe to travel. Obviously, they were about to break through the final stage to reach the quasi-emperor realm without any suppression. Lama roamed the major star fields, and now, Shan Huang would patrol from time to time. The foundation of the Celestial Court was becoming more and more stable, and it seemed to be flourishing. Everyone knew that as Yifan's disciples and brothers broke through, there wouldn't be many powers in this world that could stop them. A colossus that the entire world would pay attention to was rising. Let's go too. Let's find a place to break through. Li Tian and Yin Ishi also embarked on their journey to the Ziwei Star Field and other places to find their own path. I'm going back to Big Dipper. Although I have no fate with the Quasi-Emperor in this life, I should still comprehend my own path and review it once, Li Heishui said. I'm going to seek guidance from the old ancestor. Dongfang Yi revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and also went on his way. The Silver Blood Emperors and many of the top figures of the Celestial Court left one after another. They had sensed something on the day Yifan returned, and they were all cultivating with all their might. Yifan asked Shan Huang to go out and support whichever side had a problem. With people at the level of the Quasi-Emperor watching over them, he felt that these people shouldn't be in danger. The Celestial Court was no longer bustling. Even Huolin, and Huiqizi were bored and left. Similarly, they were asked by Yifan for help when necessary. The two sides couldn't be considered to be an official alliance. Yifan sat cross-legged and gazed at the starry sky. If the supreme battle broke out in advance, where could he arrange for everyone to go, and what methods could he use to resolve the crisis? Until one day, Komatsu returned and told him that she had successfully broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Only then did Yifan get up and leave once again. With Komatsu and Gushi now overseeing things, he was still quite at ease. With the addition of little Nan Nan, even if an ancient, unrivaled character came to invade, they could still defend. In the future, the ones to destroy the Celestial Court is the Underworld and the Phoenix Nest. I'll go take a look and find out the truth. Yifan went on his way, crossing the endless starry sky and entering the area where the Underworld was. There was not a single ancient star with life here. Gloomy mist lingered and the atmosphere was lifeless. When he approached a piece of underworld earth, it became even more gloomy and bitter. There was an indescribable astral wind blowing in the cosmos, and even the stars would split apart. It couldn't stop here. This was an inconceivable ghost land that surpassed common sense. Yifan found this place, according to the corner of the future, he saw and felt very shaken. There was a huge piece of underworld earth that was far more vast than the stars. It was shrouded in mist and had always been hidden in a heavenly, immortal treasure. It had only recently emerged. Yifan looked at it from afar. His body merged with the void. He was sure that there was an ancient supreme being sleeping inside. It was similar to the 7 great life restricted areas of the Big Dipper. He had an indescribable feeling. The Emperor of the Underworld will awaken in a few years, right? Yifan frowned. He had to stop this person from waking up. The Celestial Court needed time to develop. But what could he do? A wave of clear air rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head. He transformed into himself and walked toward the underworld. At his level, the only things he feared were imperial formations, as well as the slumbering ancient supreme beings. He couldn't touch those domains. The Tao body didn't go deep and only circled around the underworld, observing silently. Was a Miaoyi inside? He really wanted to go in, but he restrained this urge. In the end, the time was up and the clear air dissipated. Yi Fan's main body sighed. He sat cross-legged and chanted the scripture in his heart. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated, but his body became more and more quiet and faint, as if it was about to disappear from the world. He was purifying his spirit and sending it into the void. This was the ultimate profound meaning he comprehended from the expiation scripture. He felt the power and terror of the numinous treasure, celestial being. This kind of secret technique was contained in the ordinary. Ordinary people couldn't discover and comprehend the scripture. Only when they felt it and their state of mind was the same as the numinous treasure, celestial being in the past would they be able to sense it. He had once suspected whether the numinous treasure celestial being had also experienced this kind of helplessness and experience. Specks of light separated from Yi Fan's primordial spirit, and then it entered the void, thus disappearing. His body became ice cold, not moving at all. He was purifying his own spirit, engraving it into underworld earth. There was no fighting strength or natural laws, only a bit of perception to search for a Miaoyi. Based on his understanding, the sleeping supreme being wouldn't be able to sense it. The formation patterns wouldn't be triggered, and he could silently pass through. Only the consumption of this method was too great. What was being burned was the power of his own soul. Underworld earth was vast. Yi Fan's spirit drifted about like a specter. No one could see it. He merged with the void and quickly consumed his soul. After who knew how much time had passed, he felt extremely tired. Even his spirit was about to be exhausted and his body was about to be in danger. Suddenly, he sensed something. There was a type of wolf force that interweaved in front of him. There was an expanse of corpses that were like a sea, yet no one dealt with them. They were waiting to be turned into soldiers. A heavy aura of death covered heaven and earth. Yi Fan passed through and searched for that familiar figure. Yi Fan, is that you? Specks of light flew over and condensed together. Yi Fan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He actually found a Miaoyi. He met her again, reunited in the underworld. It's me. How are you? We will meet again in the next life. The rain of light circled around him. This was a strand of will that didn't scatter because of the stubbornness in his heart. After saying these words, it seemed to have been freed, becoming many times dimmer. Next life? Yi Fan was a bit absent-minded. How could there be so much helplessness in this life? Could it be that there was no way to change things? You don't need to believe in the next life. You only need to respect your own Tao. 10,000 years later, there will be someone like me who will meet you again. The rain of light became more and more faint. In the next life, there will be if you believe in it, and there won't be if you don't believe in it. The years are endless, and there will be two identical flowers in this world. After hundreds and thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Yi Fan said softly. His heart was sour and bitter. He still remembered the scene when he discussed the Tao with the old monk and talked about reincarnation. He never thought that he would really have to face it. Seeing you, I no longer have any stubbornness. Thousands of years later, when we meet again in the mortal world, I hope you can still remember me. Wake me up and don't leave. And Miaoyi's voice was completely desolate. The rain of light dissipated and disappeared. Yi Fan's original body trembled. Then he opened his eyes and gazed at the distant underworld. His gaze seemed to have traversed thousands of years, gazing at another great world of the mortal world. 10,000 years later, he would have already passed away in meditation. Would they still be able to meet again? Yi Fan gently wiped away the tears on his face. He stood up and walked into the distance. Just now, in the instant that Miaoyi disappeared, she passed on an extremely important secret regarding the underworld to him. It was something that would affect the future. Chapter 1703. Across many star fields, the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows was glowing. The one character revolved to repair his wounded spirit. His blood energy surged, and his 5 secret realms rumbled together. In the end, he finally recovered. Even a quasi-emperor had to pay such a price. It was clear how terrifying the secret technique of the spiritual treasure, celestial being, was. A speck of light rippled in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness, and Miaoi's words reverberated as she recounted a terrifying matter. The Phoenix Nest and the underworld had always been in secret contact. They had once negotiated in the depths of a sea of corpses. At that time, a big shot of the underworld accompanied that divine general to search for the corpse. They wanted to see if the 8 divine generals were there. They talked about some important things. The underworld emperor shouldn't have awakened. He wanted to continue his slumber, but the undying heaven empress invited him to come out and deal with the enemy. According to what Miaoi said, the underworld emperor and the bloodline of the undying heaven emperor had come into contact many years ago. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such contact. The heaven empress is willing to provide a bottle of immortal blood to invite the underworld emperor to come into being. These were the original words of the divine general. He was actually willing to provide such a bottle of blood to make up for the loss of the underworld emperor's appearance. It was said that it could completely make up for the loss. Of course, the underworld emperor was high above and overlooked the common people. He had always been in a deep sleep and couldn't talk to that divine general. Everything was handled by a big shot of the underworld. According to their conversation, that bottle of so-called immortal blood was the blood essence of the undying heaven emperor. It had been refined for many years and was sealed. Its value was immeasurable. It wasn't strange for the undying heaven empress to have such phoenix blood. What did the undying heaven empress want to do? She shouldn't have mobilized such a large force just to destroy the celestial court. There should be another goal. Yi Fan looked at the scene in his sea of consciousness, and Miaoi had truthfully recorded the scene of that day. That divine general made a hand gesture. It was the movement of a flying immortal soaring into the sky. What the underworld fears the most is the spirit treasure, celestial being. They have been looking for his formation map, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to get it. Maybe it can restrain the emperor of the underworld. This news had a great impact on Yi Fan. Ever since he comprehended the divine incantation from the ordinary expiation scripture that had been circulated in the mortal world, he knew that the legend of the numinous treasure celestial being suppressing the zombies was absolutely true. Currently, he had mastered the complete version of the scripture of expiation, which was located in the human-shaped ghost-faced lamp. Recently, he had been reciting it frequently and comprehending more. I want all the heavenly soldiers and generals to understand the book of expiation. When the time comes, hundreds of people will recite it together. It will be even better if we can find the formation chart and the 4 swords. All the living creatures full of yang energy will urge the underworld emperor together. Yi Fan wanted to find that formation diagram, but he didn't know if the 4 swords were destroyed in the dark chaos back then. If they no longer existed, he could only use other weapons to replace them. But right now, the most important thing was to prevent the Phoenix Nest from reaching a deal with the underworld. He couldn't let that bottle of immortal phoenix blood enter the underworld. If he intercepted it, the underworld emperor wouldn't dare to come into being. If the underworld emperor didn't come out and gave the celestial court time to develop, he could calmly wait for his realm to increase and not be as anxious as he was now. A bottle of phoenix blood was related to a certain period of change in the future. Yi Fan's eyes revealed a murderous intent. This was the first time he was filled with such hostility. He wanted to stop all of this and kill his way out, leading to a different future. What is the true purpose of the undying heaven empress asking the underworld emperor for help? Is it to fight for little Nan Nan's Tao fruit? Or does she already know of the existence of that meatball and wants to pave a path? Yi Fan had a suspicion in his heart. That meatball might be the undying heaven emperor. Apart from him, who else could make great Emperor Wu Shi powerless to deal with? Many things were strung together. Lightning flashed through Yi Fan's heart. during the dark chaos, the people in the life-forbidden zone had all mentioned the undying Heaven Emperor. Come to think of it, if this Heaven Emperor was still alive, he wasn't alone. In the past, he most likely had dealings with other emperors and had companions. Yi Fan returned to the Celestial Court and secretly gathered everyone. He sent people to find Li Heishui and Duanda. He wanted to borrow the heaven-devouring jar, but he didn't have time. He had to act quickly. All of this was based on the fact that he had ascended to the Quasi-Emperor's sixth heaven and could activate the godly restriction from time to time. He could fight against the peerless powerhouses of the present era. The various divisions of the Celestial Court began to move in secret to find Duanda. They hoped that the heaven-devouring devil jar could be reformed as soon as possible so that they could fight against the Phoenix Nest Heaven Empress. The heavenly soldiers and generals of the divisions were scattered. The result of this battle was hard to predict. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Fan had to make all the necessary preparations. At this time, Yangshi came back covered in blood. The moment she saw him, she said, "Master, someone bullied me." Yi Fan was shocked. When he saw that the blood wasn't his, he relaxed and asked what happened. In recent years, the Phoenix Nest and the underworld have been targeting us. I was angry, so I meddled in their business and got into a conflict with them. And then, I accidentally killed them. Yi Fan sighed and said, "Is this what you mean by being bullied?" "Yes, they're going to use the godly generals, so I can't train outside. Those godly generals are gradually recovering their magic power. When I see them, I have to run. Isn't that bullying?" Yangshi felt wronged. "For now, be more obedient." Yi Fan didn't say much, but he didn't restrict the disciples from fighting with the Phoenix Nest. They just had to pay attention to their own safety. This was because he was going to make a move himself, and he would definitely be swift and fierce. "All of you have to be careful. Tell everyone." Yi Fan reminded them again, revealing some of his intentions. This made Yangshi, who loved to fight, rub his hands together in excitement. Yi Fan left the Celestial Court and headed to the end of the Starry Sky ancient path to find the old woodcutter in the ruins of the Celestial Court. He wanted to work with him. In the sea of golden lightning, a white jade path was laid out. Some important people from the Holy Ji Palace came down to greet him. One of them was very familiar to Yi Fan. It was Lin Jia, the disciple of the old woodcutter. Over the years, although they had met, they hadn't really talked in detail. They were both busy with training. As for another familiar person, Zhou Yi, he had been training in various regions in recent years and had gained a great reputation. He was like an imperial star rising, but he wasn't here at the moment. "How'd you been all these years?" Yi Fan asked. He was very emotional when he said these words. Who would have thought that they would walk such a path? "It's not as good as the other side of the starry sky." Lin Jia smiled. Her pale face was filled with nostalgia and sorrow. It was very complicated. Stepping on the path of cultivation was not her original intention. "One day, I might let go of everything and go back to the city to be an ordinary mortal," she added seriously. "Let go." Yi Fan was greatly touched. But now that he had come this far, could he still let go? He had already walked on a path that he could only move forward. There was no turning back. "Hey, little brother, did you grow up eating the meat of the Supreme Emperor? How did you suddenly break through to sixth heaven after not seeing each other for only 20 years? Aren't you going to scare me?" The old man with yellow teeth came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Where's your shy granddaughter?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm warning you. That's my grandson, not my granddaughter. Don't you dare have any ideas." The old man with yellow teeth looked at him as if he was a thief. "I think she has a good aptitude and is fated to be with one of my disciples. Why don't you marry her into my celestial court?" Yi Fan said with a smile. "Little traitor, you want my grandson to kidnap me, and I'll work for you? No way." The old man bared his teeth and glared at him. He did not have the demeanor of a master at all. "Where's Big Beard? I plan to give him 2 disciples. One is called Li Tian, and the other is Yan Ishi. Both of them were chosen by him in the past." Yi Fan looked left and right. Lin Jiao laughed and said, "Don't be like that. Isn't it too obvious that you're trying to poach people from the Dao Palace?" "Ah, we're lacking people. We're seriously short on manpower." Yi Fan sighed and said no more. He entered the central heavenly palace, accompanied by everyone else. 20 years had passed, and the Tao Palace was now full of masters. Countless people had come to join them. The attraction of this place was too great. There were all kinds of runes in the heavenly palace for people to comprehend. They were all relics from the ancient heaven. The wood-chopping old man sat cross-legged on the broken platform. His face was ruddy and he looked well, but Yi Fan knew that the old man's injuries had not yet healed. Yi Fan handed over a jade box. Inside was a king medicine that gave off a sweet fragrance. This kind of thing could directly prolong one's life for hundreds of years. It was priceless, and any master would be tempted. This was what Komatsu had dug up in the land of immortality in Kunlun when he had not yet taken human form. He carried a small medicine basket on his back and dug it up. Today, he brought a few of them to the celestial court. Yi Fan gave one to the wood-chopping old man, hoping that his injuries would be healed as soon as possible. He was very direct. After the others left, he stated his intentions. He wanted to join forces with the Tao Palace to attack the Phoenix's nest and draw the battle. Whether it was the wood-chopping Taoist, the wretched old man, or Lin Jia, they were all shocked. This was definitely a big deal. After so many years of confrontation, they knew very well how terrifying their opponents were. Now, the two divine generals have recovered a very powerful magical power. They are much more terrifying than before. The yellow-toothed old man said with a serious expression, "I don't fight a battle without preparation. This time, you, me, and God's organization will move together. The Celestial Court can use two flawless Emperor weapons. This time, I will break the Phoenix's nest." Yi Fan said with a murderous look. "Let me investigate one thing," the wood-chopping old man said. He spat out the truth. Not only could the two divine generals in the Phoenix's nest continue to recover their great magical power, but they could also have found an extraordinary, peerless god to return to. He had to find out. "All right, I will wait for your news," Yi Fan said. A few days later, Yi Fan received good news. Duanda had come, and the complete heaven-devouring devil jar had been gathered. Duanda was very dissatisfied and said, "Brat, I think this jar has become the celestial court's. Whenever there is a battle, I have to run, so I will lend you the jar. If we attack the Phoenix's nest, you will have many benefits. From now on, you won't have to rob tombs anymore." Yi Fan laughed. "Bullish asterisk T, I've suffered a great loss this time. Do you know what I missed out on? A heaven blade and a stone egg. I was just about to block them, but in the end I was scared away by that little brat Hua Hua." Duanda was furious. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The heaven-devouring devil jar became one. Suddenly, a special aura filled the air and floated above Yi Fan's head. He instantly activated the divine restriction, and at this moment, he felt that he could fight against a supreme being. At this realm, he could use this terrifying devil jar to display its greatest power and swallow the heaven and earth. Yi Fan did not delay and crossed the star field towards God's organization. He did not know much about this inheritance, so he needed to be on guard. If the alliance was successful, it would be difficult for the Phoenix's nest not to be destroyed.